whatever you do, make sure you find us because we are that you get questions answered. And the reality is that some questions may not be answered, but that's because we're all here to figure it out together. So, there is this great technique that I stumbled upon in trying to figure out how we govern better, right? I've been doing this research since I jumped into the DAO space, and it seems like court can sometimes be a mess. It seems like Snapshot can be a mess. It seems like trying to figure out whether or not you're actually coming to good account. And so what I've done is I've looked out at various different technologies outside of the blockchain even that really answer that question. And what I stumbled upon was these guys who work on what's called Swarm AI. And basically, the reason it's called Swarm AI is because it follows what the bees do, right? The bees move around, and they move around in swarms. And the way they do this is they vibrate their little bodies, and they give little nudges and shoves to their to the bees next to them, and they indicate which direction they should go. And because of that, they're able to intelligently move around the space and find the best situation for themselves, despite having really tiny brains and not being smart on their own. So these guys that play with bees, they also started looking at other species that do this, like schools of fish, flocks of birds, right? Great band. And they also try to incorporate this into AI technology so that they could create of let's call them apps that users can use to try and figure out if they're making good decisions on governance. And basically, what it comes down to is having the tools to do that properly. What we've done is we said, let's make we're going to make this conference as good as possible. We want to try and incorporate what people want to see. We want to understand where they are in terms of blockchain, where they are in their journey, kind of how they want to progress this conference. And a lot of you actually took that swarm session. Did any of you take part in that swarm session here? Okay, like 5 people. Great. 6. So this swarm session was really a sort of an opportunity to figure out what it is that we could do to make this conference better. But it was the first time we did this. So what we're going to do is after this conference, we're going to do another swarm session. And we're going to try and get everybody to come and be involved and show us what their interests are in conducting this conference. But right now, what I'd like to do is introduce you to one of the nice people with Unanimous AI that helped us put together the swarm technology. I have it here, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Hey there. So my name is Joshua Sitzer, and I'm with the Swarm guys at Unanimous AI. I'm really excited to be here with all of you guys today. Talk about a problem that seems to exist in almost every DAO, and Igor alluded to it. The problem goes something like this. You've got an amazing project with an amazing team, but somewhere along things get messed up because the decision-making mechanisms, the voting mechanisms, if you will, are inherently so. Along the way, you might make some bad decisions, might allocate resources to the wrong priorities, and ultimately you put yourselves at a strategic disadvantage because. Does that sound familiar? I see some head nods. So at Unanimous AI, it turns out that we've built a fundamentally new online platform that is specifically all about centralized decision making. It's called Swarm, as Igor said, and it's a fully functional online platform. It's in market with lots of traditional organizations that you've probably heard of. There we go. So how does it work? Well, it starts with the notion, first and foremost, that people are smart. And if you think about it, every individual on your team comes to the table with their own unique intelligence and expertise, their knowledge, their wisdom, insights, experience, intuition, instinct. And so the question is, when it comes to decision, how do you harness that? Well, what we like to say is that Swarm makes people smarter together. And so the way it works is all the individuals on the team, whether in the same room or distributed remotely across the world, they log into our platform. They become a networked human group. We can each bring their unique intelligence to the table. That gets combined with the AI algorithms that moderate the experience to create this new emergent collective intelligence, a decentralized superintelligence that is smarter, more accurate, more predictive than any of the individuals would be on their own. And that allows them then to work together to create more accurate forecasts, estimations, assessments, evaluations, predictions, insights, et cetera, that lead to those better decisions. Okay, well, hopefully that sounds good, but the question is, does it work? So let me give you a fun example. So we've been around for a little while, for about 7 years, and we get approached occasionally by journalists who ask us to use the technology to make predictions. And so we had this journalist from CBS a couple of years ago come to us and said she wanted us to predict the Kentucky Derby, the big horse race. And we're like, we don't know anything about horse racing, and that sounds really hard, but we believe in Swarm, so yeah, sure, we're up to the challenge. And she said, great. Just to be clear, though, I don't want you to just predict the winner, although that'd be kind of cool. What I want you to do is predict the superfecta, which is the first 4 horses in order. We're like, okay, that sounds freaking impossible, but again, we're game. We'll do it. So what we always do, get to the punchline there. What we always do is we started with people. In this case, we recruited about 20 horse racing fans. These were not experts or handicappers or anything like that, just self-described horse racing enthusiasts. We had them come together on our platform, work together as a swarm to make the prediction of the superfecta. We then gave that to the reporter. She published a story about it, which put a pressure on us. But then what she did, which we weren't expecting, is she actually went to the Derby and she placed a wager herself on the superfecta based on our prediction. And long story short, this is what happened. We nailed it. Pretty cool. So the first 4 horses came in 1, 2, 3, 4, exactly as we predicted. The reporter's $20 bet turned into about $11,000. So she was pretty psyched. We were ecstatic as well to get the publicity like this. And so this is a remarkable result. What's even remarkable is this. So we actually asked each of those individuals before working together as a swarm to give us their individual predictions. And guess what? Not a single one of them got more than 1 horse right. So as individuals, not really that smart, but as a swarm intelligence, they were perfect. So that's the power of swarm. And so not surprisingly, we've got lots of traditional organizations. You can see some of their logos up on this screen who are using Swarm today to improve, to optimize their internal decision-making process. And our clients run a huge range from CPG companies like Coca-Cola to B2B folks like Deloitte to the US Air Force. Even the United Nations are all using Swarm today. Now, DAOs are fundamentally different from these organizations, but if anything, you might say that the need for decentralized decision-making is even greater in DAOs. So that's why a lot of folks have approached us recently, including Igor, and that's why we're here today. So my colleague Patrick is over there. Patrick, raise your hand. He and I are here at the conference. We'd love to chat with any of you who are interested in learning more, so come hit us up. But before I go, I actually have something for all of you here in the audience and frankly, anybody live streaming at home. This is a special gift that we have for all of you. So there we go. So you've all probably heard of March Madness, the big college basketball tournament that is coming up here in about a month. Well, just like the Kentucky Derby, we have predicted the college basketball full 64 team bracket several times. We're pretty good at it. And actually every year we enter our bracket into the ESPN Bracket Challenge, which is the biggest bracket challenge of its kind. I think there were about 15 million participants last year. And actually ESPN has something they call the People's Bracket, which is a traditional crowdsourced bracket. And by traditional, I mean they basically take the most popular picks of all of their participants and put that into one bracket that they call the people's bracket. Well, not to brag, but our bracket smokes the people's bracket every year. In fact, we're usually in at least about the 75th percentile of all brackets. In fact, last year, I think we were in the 84th percentile, and we were one win away from being all the way up in the 95th percentile. So we're pretty decent at this, and we're going to do it again this year. And so our gift to you is we have actually created, this is a first for us, we've created an NFT. It's called Swarm Madness. First time we've ever done this. Any of you who are interested, we're giving it away to all of you guys for free. And all you need to do is hit up our Discord. The link is right there, that bit.ly link. It's bit.ly/swarm for DAOs. That's bit.ly/swarm with a capital S, the number 4, capital D, capital A, capital O, little s. Hit up the Discord. All the instructions will be there, and we'll get you your NFT. So hope you enjoy that. Thank you very much for having me here. Look forward to talking to y'all. Thank you.
All right, pull up your. Got it. Let me have. All right. Well, DAOs have definitely evolved over the recent year or two, I would say. Since the DAO hack, we've been evolving ever since, right? So what we're going to do right now is have Mark Lurie come up here. I'm sure you've heard the name before because he's a superstar in the DAO space. But he is now with Shipyard Software, and he works with Clipper, and he's going to talk to us about the evolution of DAOs. So let's welcome Mark Lurie. Are you ready? I'll talk for another minute about how great Mark is. No, I want to hear from the audience. Actually, I want to know kind of what kind of things you're working on. Are you tokenomics people? Are you governance people? Are you treasury managers? Are you community managers? How many community managers in the room? 1, 2, 3. How many DAO founders in the room? You're actually starting a DAO. Okay. How many of you are working on real estate NFTs or something like that? Real estate related. Okay. How about DeFi? How many DeFi people? Okay. So it's split pretty evenly. That's pretty interesting. How many people focus on managing treasury? No one. Okay. Somebody else handles the money. That's perfect. How many people focus on governance? Okay, that's a good portion of the room. Okay, so basically it sounds like we have a pretty diverse crowd here right now. And we're definitely going to try and make sure that we cover all of the content that you need us to cover. So I'm going to check again with Mark Lurie here. You have a microphone? There you go.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. We have a clicker?
Doesn't work.
Ah, thanks. Forward and back.
I think it only goes forward.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So we humans evolved to organize. Okay, we're good here. Give us one moment.
All right. All right. Well, we'll kill a little bit more time while we change some batteries. I told you we're newbies at this, so it'll get better. By the end of tomorrow, we'll have all of this figured out, and you guys are going to be like, "Wow, these are like Super Bowl
Dialing
halftime
it
show."
in.
All right. So one other thing, how many people are coming tomorrow? How many have signed up for tomorrow? Awesome, everybody. Okay, so we've got a lot of our action-packed stuff is actually happening tomorrow. Early in the morning, we're going to start out with most of the legal and sort of compliance sections of the content. So that's where our dozen or so lawyers are going to come up on the stage. They're going to be panelists and presenters. And what we're going to do is just make sure that we cover all of the various different places that you might want to incorporate, if you're looking to incorporate, if you think that maybe it's better for you to do regulatory type work outside of the United States. They're going to talk about stuff like that. They're going to talk about stuff like responsibility that DAO leaders have in making sure that the constituents of their DAOs are not held liable for various different types of decisions that may be made or things that may be incurred as part of that. How many people here are working on some kind of software, a software as a service or a Web3 software of some kind? Okay, so that's a good few people. So we're not going to get too deep into the technical specifications of things. Do we have any techies in here? Any coders? Yeah, one coder, two coders. Solidity, mostly, sort of. Yeah? Okay, any Haskell coders in here? No. I'm sure there will be tomorrow. So tomorrow we've got Charles Hosson coming. Anyone know who that is? Yeah. Well, he's his Cardano is his platform, and most of their work is done in Haskell code. But we're not going to be getting too deep in the coding. But what we will get into is protocols, and we've got a new protocol that's just launching today called Kudos, CUDOS. Their banner's up there on the railing, and so they're going to come out and they're going to talk a little bit about what their platform is doing, and then we have Hoskinson talking about Cardano, and then a lot of our content is going to be focused on Ethereum-related stuff. So how many folks in here are mostly, let's say, Ethereum-based? So that includes Ethereum, Polygon, any layer 2 technologies on Ethereum. Yes, okay. Well, that's most of the people in here. So how about Harmony? Any Harmony people in here? Okay, we've got some Harmony. Any other, let's talk about governance stacks. Just if anybody's got any, call them out. I want to hear what you guys are using. Aragon? Any Aragon in here? Okay. So, what's that? DAO House. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Do we have any Bankless people in here? Anyone from Bankless? We've got a couple of Bankless. Okay, good. We've got 2 Bankless banners, and you'll see a lot of Bankless around the room throughout the 2 days. So good. This is really what I'm trying to do is make sure that we get a good sense of who's in here, because that's really important for programming. It's also really important for me to kill some time while we change the batteries. So are we good with batteries? No, not quite yet? Okay, then let's use another one. All right, well, let's see. What else can we talk about? Anybody watch the Super Bowl? I didn't. I was here. I was setting up this room. You see the chairs you're sitting in? I put them out. It was a lot of work. Hung the banners. Did that too. Yeah, so this should be a fun event once we get all the kinks worked out. Has anybody been to any of the other ETH Denver events? Any of the other ETH Denver events, like any of the sessions or Biddle Week? Is anybody doing Biddle Week? Anyone doing any biddling? Does anybody know what biddling is? No? Okay. One person knows what biddling is. Well, it's blockchain. We make up our own words, right? We're all friends, not friends. We're friends. What other terminology is there for blockchain stuff that other people don't use? Sir, we misspell sir. It was funny, when we put this conference together, a couple of the people were agreeing to contribute. They said, there's an issue on your website, who do I report it to? And I said, what's the issue? And she said, you spelled build wrong. And I said, no, we didn't. That's how they spelled build, it's biddle. You know, we hodl, we biddle, that's what we do. So basically, what I want to convey to you guys is that I want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable knowing the team. Maybe we can, how are we doing? Are we ready to go there?
We're gonna do it manually.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Okay. Well, Mark Lurie, everyone.
Hi again. So what do you think is our biggest strength as humans? Is it our ability to survive in various climates and terrains? I don't think so. Is it our strength? We lack both fangs and claws. Our greatest competitive advantage is our ability to organize. Because while we are weak as individuals, we are strong as a group. We can accomplish more together than alone. And that's exactly what we've done throughout human history, and we've used tools to do it. Imagine that you were a hunter-gatherer in the Stone Age. You used flint spearheads to hunt woolly mammoths as a squad. Imagine you were a Neolithic farmer in the agricultural revolution. You used organized religion to create shared values that enabled peace between unrelated individuals in the first cities. Imagine you were an ancient Sumerian in 3000 BC. You used writing to coordinate a time and space to govern the first empires. Imagine you were an Indian craftsman in the 5th century BC. You used corporate personhood to speak with one voice against the political power of the state in the first guilds or cities. Imagine you were a Dutch merchant in the 17th century. You used limited liability to create joint stock exchanges to pool massive capital from massive private enterprises like the Dutch East India Company. And imagine you were an English worker in the Industrial Revolution. You used cooperatives to participate in the means of production by owning your own stores. And in the 21st century, in the new digital age, we can do new things. We can coordinate instantly across borders. We can provide services across borders. We can send money instantly anywhere we need. Now, DAOs are a response to that need. So, what are these needs? Imagine you want to organize an investment syndicate to bid on the Constitution with a $50 million bid, copy of the Constitution at auction. You need to pool capital from thousands of people, but no accounting firm can track that many people in just a week. No lawyer can turn the docs that fast. No bank can onboard you that fast. So you're stuck. It's just hard to do legal and financial structuring ad hoc. Imagine you're an open source developer collaborating with other developers around the world on software used by thousands of people. You only like participating because there's no hierarchy, there's no boss. But how do you decide on a product roadmap? How do you monetize? You're stuck. Imagine you do business in Venezuela, Somalia, or Syria, the 3 countries lowest on the rule of law index. You can't rely on contracts because there's no viable courts. You can't rely on banks or accounting firms to only let you transmit money or only with your approval because corruption is endemic. So you're stuck. Today, we can communicate instantly, and DAOs are a response to this need. They're a way to organize around our technologies. So, what is a DAO? It's surprisingly hard to define. There's a lot of confusion. Perhaps because the term itself is a little bit confusing. I mean, decentralized autonomous organization. Does decentralized mean the organization is decentralized, in which there can't be a central leader? Or does it mean the autonomous organization is decentralized, in which the code that defines the rules runs on decentralized computers? It's actually ambiguous. Perhaps the reason it's confusing is because influencers tend to describe instead of define DAOs. Koopa Trooper wrote, internet communities, DAOs are internet communities with a shared cap table and bank account. Right? But some DAOs don't have tokens and don't have treasuries. Is a group of NFTs with NFT artists with neither not a DAO? I think it is. Bankless wrote, DAOs are digitally native communities that center around a shared mission. But World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, these are digitally native communities with a shared mission, and I don't think we consider them DAOs. Some people think communities, any community, regardless of blockchain, is a DAO. But is an investment syndicate not a DAO? Not always considered a community. It could just be a few people. Whatever the reason, we haven't really coalesced around a definition. And this is our Achilles heel. Because if we don't have a definition, then DAOs are confusing and they're easy to delegitimize. And so we need a definition that we can rally around so we can communicate to the rest of the world how to conceive of DAOs. So here's what I propose. A DAO is a community where rules are enforced ex ante, which means before the fact, by transparent code on the blockchain, instead of ex post, which means after the fact, by judicial enforcement of bylaws. And when you think about this definition, it becomes clear that DAOs are an incredible tool. So think about that constitution, an investment syndicate. You can copy and paste the code and scale it to thousands instantly. Imagine that open source developer. You can prescribe without hierarchy, so you can all work together and make decisions. Imagine you're in a country with no rule of law. Now you can have compliance that is assured rather than deterred. And now that we have a definition, we can start to describe DAOs. And like most things, they exist on a spectrum. So, for example, DAOs often exist, there's a degree of decentralization. Some DAOs are just, let's say it's a syndicate, thousands of people contribute capital, a few people make the decisions. On the other hand, it could be very decentralized, where everyone votes on where to send the capital. And then there's a degree of automation and autonomy. Some DAOs have a multi-sig where two people can approve any payment. Other DAOs like Bitcoin have all their rules on-chain. There are no, real non-automated rules to apply. And there's other spectrums. There's nonprofit to for-profit. And like most things, DAOs often exist in between. The descriptions. So now that we have a definition, we can start to answer some of the questions that society prompts us with. So what is a DAO? Well, it's kind of like a company, but the bylaws are in code on the blockchain instead of in writing. How did DAOs start? In 2016, the first DAO was an investment firm with 14% of outstanding ETH contributed. And what are DAOs used for? Well, they can be used for anything a corporation can be used for, and more, from high school chess clubs to national governments. Why are DAOs useful? They're another tool for human organizations. Sometimes they're just more effective. In particular, they can assure compliance with the rules. And who uses DAOs? A lot of people. There are 1.6 million members across 4,000 DAOs with $10 billion in assets. So DAOs cannot be ignored. The simplicity of these answers is what makes this definition a good one. And so I submit it to you all for this conference to refer to and think through. And of course, if you're here, you know that DAOs are more than just a better company. They're a technology that enables a movement for a more grassroots and open and free society. They have huge promise, and we really have yet to see what they can become. but we're creating that future together. But there are challenges. Tooling like software and best practices are still in their infancy. It's hard to deal with tokenization, financial management, governance, law in a large group of people. There are securities laws concerns. If a token is a security, then perhaps DAO membership requires accreditation and KYC. The code might be written poorly, vulnerable to exploits. And perhaps worst of all, the rules could be written unwisely. Bad rules don't allow changes. Imagine if the Constitution couldn't be amended, we might still have slavery. Bad rules remove human discretion instead of integrating it. We might not have as many incarcerated nonviolent offenders if we didn't have mandatory minimum sentencing laws that remove discretion from judges. These are not mutually exclusive with code. And bad rules create indecision by requiring consensus instead of creating accountability. I mean, imagine if the US Congress had 300 million people and everyone had a right to participate. There would be, we would get nothing done. So we are pioneers and we have really hard work set out for us, which we'll talk through in the coming days. But even if these are solved, there remains a really, really big problem: litigation. And we should be scared. We should be really scared. So, some context for myself: I've grappled with 3 DAOs. I'm the co-founder of Shipyard Software. We are an exchange group for decentralized finance. We noticed that DEXs tend to have retail traders subsidize whales because retail users don't need tons of liquidity. So we created a DEX specialized for retail traders that has the best prices anywhere for trades under $10,000. And we created a DAO to govern it. I co-founded the Foundation for Art and Blockchain. It's a 501c3 nonprofit that empowers artists. And in 2018, I co-founded Codex, which is a protocol, an early NFT protocol, for which we created a DAO. So 3 DAOs. And I also have some experience with traditional companies because I'm on the board of a regulated yen-backed stablecoin company. I sold a Web2 venture-backed company, and I spent a lot of years in venture at FJ Labs in Bessemer, and did an MBA and MBA at Harvard. And one thing from all these experiences that I've concluded is that I believe that DAOs are the most transformative use case to come out of blockchain. But here's the thing: even if a DAO is governed on the blockchain, its members still live in the real world. So even though they don't need laws to enforce code, if they don't comply with laws, then they can face penalties. And that's a real concern. They have 2 key legal problems. The first is corporate personhood. This allows groups of people to speak with one voice. It's necessary in order to legally hire people, sign contracts, open bank accounts, and speak for the company. And if you try to do that as an individual on behalf of a group, but you don't have a company, then you expose yourself to liability. Which brings us to the second issue: limited liability. Limited liability is something that enabled the first massive enterprises, right? It means that if a DAO is hacked, loses a bunch of money, your personal assets are protected. So if you aren't incorporated, which most DAOs aren't, and there's damages to someone, you could be sued personally for everything you're worth. Okay? Even with limited liability, US corporations spend $22 billion on litigation a year, and over 10% are sued every year. So it's a big problem, and just imagine if they didn't have limited liability. The class action lawyers would go after all the individual shareholders for everything they're worth. We don't want that. I don't want that. And so if we ignore these issues, then you have to believe that class action lawyers are coming. They are on their way. Now, the obvious solution is incorporating, but this is not as simple as it seems, because existing laws weren't written with blockchain in mind, right? You have to have paper bylaws. There's no way to have code that might be unchangeable in certain ways be on the bylaw, be the bylaws. And you can't have token holders as members. You have to register members with names and physical addresses. And so trying to incorporate DAO is just a little bit like trying to fit a round peg in a square hole. But DAOs are creative, and so there's a few jurisdictions in which, you know, we've tried to do what we can to be compliant. We want to be compliant with laws. It's just tough to do so. So Wyoming has led the way. Really innovative laws. There's some technical issues. You need quorum of 50% of members just to have a vote. But really, the problem is it's not sovereign. It's a state. And so federal laws take precedent, including IRS rules, which create some problems because tokens are classed as property. The Caymans and the Switzerland Islands both have foundation laws, but they never really conceived a blockchain, and so it takes a lot of legal massaging and a lot of legal expense, like 6 figures legal expense. And they require appointees that have discretion and can disobey and make decisions contrary to the desires of token holders. So it's not really ideal. And Panama has quite a flexible law, but Panama is on the OFAC list, so it doesn't exactly scream legitimacy for your when you're signing things on behalf of Panama. And so there's just no good option until now. At Shipyard, we're unsatisfied with these options. To us, you know, DEXs feel like ships. That's why we called our company Shipyard Software. We build these ships, these DEXs, and send them off into the proverbial DeFi on their own journey with their. And DAOs feel similar. They don't exist in any jurisdiction. They spend all their time in what are effectively international waters. Exist in any particular company. So I wondered, how do ships do this? They don't necessarily have a country. And it turns out there's an answer. 20% of shipping capacity in the world is registered to a small, proud country in the South Pacific called the Republic of the Marshall Islands, or the RMI. The RMI has 60,000 people, over 1,000 islands. Their early settlers navigated the Pacific Ocean on rafts and canoes by feeling the swells. They are natural explorers. Until 1979, they were a territory of the United States, but since then, they're entirely sovereign. Seat on the UN, full sovereignty. But they are a freely associated state of the US. There's only a few of these. So US institutions support the Marshall Islands, in particular, the US Postal Service, the FAA, and the US military. All protect and support the Marshall Islands as if it were US territory. So ship owners choose the Marshall Islands because of its sovereign judiciary, its stability, and its favorable taxes. So the RMI immediately grasped what we were trying to do. It's so similar. And so several weeks ago, they passed a new law, an amendment to their nonprofit LLC statute, offering clear DAO treatment. So your bylaws can be on the blockchain, and token holders can be members. It provides the same level of corporate personhood and limited liability as a US corporation. And the RMI's intention is to become the premier home for DAOs, just like it has for ships. And David Paul, the co-sponsor of the bill, has been incredibly inviting and welcoming. There's more to come. And so to make the process extra simple, a domestic company was created in the Marshall Islands called MyDAO, Marshall Islands DAO Directory Services. It is a concierge to help DAOs incorporate in the Marshall Islands simply and easily. And on February 8th, 2022, Shipyard Software incorporated the first DAO in the Marshall Islands, Admiralty LLC, which we call the Admiral DAO. So I just want to stop for a moment and thank the RMI for being so supportive and flexible, and MyDAO for helping us navigate this new area that we were unfamiliar with. MyDAO is led by Bobby Mueller, who's the former Chief Secretary of the Marshall Islands, and Adam Miller, who is a DAO native based here in the US. He's here today. The Thriller, and online. And so if you are interested in incorporating, I encourage you to talk to him and ask him questions, get his help, and visit the website, mydao.org, where you can request more information and secure a waitlist spot as they scale up capacity. So if you're here, you're a DAO pioneer. And our goal is to create a new stage in this evolution of human organization. DAOs can be that next stage. When people around the world can join and collaborate in communities with transparent and enforceable rules on the blockchain, we can accelerate human progress in ways we probably can't even imagine today. But we're at a bifurcation point. Society is becoming increasingly complex. That's why we need a new form of human organization. And complex systems, if they don't evolve, they tend to collapse. We're all here because we're invested in taking positive actions to try to create a better future that we all sense is not only possible, but just around the corner. So what do you need to do next to help create that future? Incorporate. Take a small step to protect yourself and ensure the future of DAOs. It's time to use our superpower as humans to organize in the new way that DAOs create for us. We'll create a new future. It's going to be the most transformative thing that blockchain produces. And to protect us from litigation, as we enter this new world, please just incorporate. And that's how you can do it.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you, Mark Lurie. And this is Adam Miller right here, just so you know. Miller the goalie.
What's up, everyone?
So talk to him about the Marshall Islands, my DAO. I would say they should call it, instead of, what was it? What did it say? Directory services? It should be DAO Rectory services. That one's free. Take that. All right, guys, we got a great session coming up next here. We are going to do a, hey, can you, Mark, can you do me a favor and just advance that slide by one? All right, what DAOs don't do, but do they need to? This is a very important topic, something that we've been battling with a lot, right? Because DAOs are different kinds of organizations. They're the type of organization that is distributed in its governance and not focused on a centralized C-suite or a group of board of directors or something like that. So this is important that we figure out, well, what are we doing that, or more importantly, what are we not doing that we should be? Should we be providing healthcare? Should we be providing, workers' comp or other things? Of course, the answer is it. So I'm going to ask you to help me welcome a few of the panelists here. But before I want to let you know that we have some breakfast foods in the back. We've got some bagels and cream cheese and stuff like that. So drinks, please don't forget to stay hydrated. We want to make sure that you do make it through the full 2 days. After that, who cares? So help me welcome TR Price, Sean Owen, Ben Lakoff, and Lisa Walken.
Hey.
Hello.
Yes. You just clown over. Take a chair, any chair.
Well, that was exciting. Okay. Best.
Hey guys, morning. All right, here we go. Welcome to the second talk. What DAOs do, what DAOs don't do, but they need to do. Sorry, there it is. Now it's up. Cool. Let's start off. We just talked a little bit about what DAOs are, but let's kick things off. Just any points that weren't covered, just to make sure that like everybody's pretty clear what a DAO is before we jump into what they do well and what they don't do.
Sounds good. Can we do a little introduction as to each individual too? Okay. So I unfortunately did not put my Twitter handle there, but it's at Acorn Market, spelled with a K, A-K-O-R-N Market. And I'm a founder of a regenerative NFT marketplace that's trying to get more funding channeled towards tree planting and other climate actions.
Hey, everybody, good morning. I'm Sean from Equa. We're a platform for startups and investor capital, VCs and investors, but kind of right on the cusp between what you'd find in a traditional one with Carta to something right down the angle of DAOs. And previously, you might know me from creating a company called Salt Lending, which was really a crypto lending backed company as well. Really excited to be chatting with everybody.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Lisa Woken. I am a researcher and core team member at Talent DAO. We do data science to research the DAO ecosystem. And I'm also a founder of a Web2 e-commerce business called Bolster Leadership, which focuses on kind of taking out the middleman of leadership development and trying to provide high-quality leadership development to any person in any organization.
Awesome. Yeah, I definitely should have started with intros. Sorry, guys, was getting a little settled. My name's Ben Lakeoff, co-founder, business lead of Charge Particles, so NFT protocol that allows you to take your NFT and put things inside of it. So very much along our march of progressive decentralization. So back to the start here. Let's start off with definitions. A little bit more about like what exactly is a DAO.
I mean, the last presentation was really good and defined it well. I think the big key is that it's very hard to put in a couple words because it can be so many different things. The way I look at it is the target goal being organizing with frictionless organization. How do we organize without any friction across borders? And of course, there's a whole bunch more to that.
So I actually have kind of a canned response here because I recently wrote a Mirror article on what is a DAO, where I did a literature review on 12 different highly credible definitions. So if you're interested in that, I can share it. But basically, I say that a DAO, based on these definitions across the ecosystem, is a blockchain-enabled organization with shared purpose, community, and capital. And so that's my response.
And I think one thing that we hear often in this space is it's leaderless, but something that we need to understand is that when we organize as humans, there's leaders that emerge within that organization, and we want to be able to enable leadership within many aspects of every DAO community.
Sure. Great ones there, guys. All right, so a lot of what we're going to kind of talk about is DAO being a contributor to DAOs and kind of what are the pros and cons of that. So let's start off just by talking about the landscape of DAO employment, of contributors to these different DAOs. What's the current state? What does it look like right now?
I think we have to think about how people are able to find DAOs first. What are the directory services available that say, this is our DAO, and get people interested? Primary communication channels right now are Discord, Twitter. Twitter being the more public space for people to find out about DAOs. Happy to hear other thoughts as to how do you find a DAO?
I mean, I agree with you. That and YouTube, probably, we're all hearing about it, and most of the time it's because of price or people getting excited about something. It's still early when we're talking about things being in V1, V2. But I personally am just now at the point where we're hiring in that space, so I can't speak to the hiring. I need a lot of advice there, looking for as many tools as possible. It seems to me like they form around finance and economics, just like most organizations do in mission. And the rub where we've got a lot of work to do is all around delegation and team leading and roles, more specifically, rather than just proposals and voting. So that's most of the stuff I'm following. Still early phase.
Yeah, I think even personally, I got first involved in crypto by having a helium antenna onto my roof. And so I think there's lots of different ways that people are finding DAOs, not really one path. And yet that's some of the work that Talent DAO is venturing to do, is to try to get some career pathing actually researched and done in the coming year. Because I think it is one of those spaces that I think people in this room, this will resonate. We have far more questions than do we have answers. Even just by the number of conversations I've had with people talking about how they are cropping up DAO onboarding. There's areas that we can be collaborating and working together in order to reduce redundancies and provide clarity to our communities. And I think everybody has that intention. And so how do we coordinate in a way that makes it efficient?
Yeah, and I think that goes into what we were just saying with the central communication channel right now being Discord. When a new contributor comes to your Discord, just having found out about that DAO, what are the onboarding steps? Making that clear to that individual how they can become an active contributor. And that goes into the documentation component, making it available and accessible for each individual to be able to really narrow down what they think they could be able to contribute to that community.
Yeah, I think finding these things and then onboarding is definitely a hurdle. But once somebody is actually onboarded and part of the DAO and actively contributing, what are some of the hurdles that they face versus employment by a normal, like an LLC or a standard company? What sort of differences do these contributors have to think about in terms of like what the DAO does well and what it does very differently versus a more traditional organization?
I mean, I think, okay, first, do you guys think that Bitcoin was a DAO? Was it a decentralized autonomous organization? So I think it varies dramatically because the word organization could be 2 people, 10 people, 100 people, it could be software only, it could be human only. I think with Bitcoin, it was software, but underneath it all, it's always humans. And so it required people to decide to run this software and to contribute with their computing power. A lot of the DAOs now are starting to get to where there's delegated proof of stake and more sophistication when it comes to what you can do there. But at the end of the day, it's all about humans. And so I think it really matters what humans you're working with and how it's defined. To your point, I think it's about asking for clarity. What is the role? Is it a scope of work? Are we going to be bidding every time for certain tokens? Is there some treasury that's already in place and how's it paying? Or is there a company that's looking to transition, that's got current payroll but is looking for solutions to transition to something that's more decentralized?
My own work experience is roughly 15 years doing enterprise-wide leadership development at some of the largest corporations in the US. And the answer to me in this space is always a both and. But particularly when it comes to DAOs, the individual taking initiative is just that much more important, especially when currently right now we're in interim structures. We're not there yet in a lot of what the organization for traditional orgs has the ability to provide their employees, which is a lot of role clarity, a lot of career pathing. And there's some spaces where we want to suspend judgment and not just copy paste what Web2 organizations are doing. But we do need to have organizational clarity of roles and how people can contribute. Clarifying is probably one of the biggest roles a manager, and dare I say we have managers and DAOs, right? Not just community managers, but people who want to take on a leadership role. You're going to be doing 2 different functions all the time. You're going to be clarifying, and that's that management aspect over and over and over until we get more formalized structures. Depending on your DAO, those will look very different. The other role you're going to be doing is going to be around imagination, of helping people see possibilities, because this is such a different space, and helping people to suspend the judgments that they have that we can often default to of copy pasting old ways of doing things.
Yeah, I think hand-holding is something that's heavily debated in the crypto space as to how we can really support an individual, if it's going to be their own journey or if we're going to have a buddy system, which the buddy really guides the individual into where they think that individual could be the best contributor in their life. Also, with community mapping, we need to be able to show clearly who's working in what areas within our DAO space so that people know, okay, this is somebody I can relate to. I'd love to be able to work with them and put themselves in that place there.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. It sounds like we're recreating a lot of the organizational structure that exists in the traditional world, just
But
with DAOs,
meta,
right?
now it's meta.
Very much better.
Well, so why is it better? Let's just dive into that a little bit.
I mean, I think it's the quantification, like you're getting down into the details, number one, but I think the decentralization can't be understated. The removal of needing friction to join comes with its own set of problems. You know, we've got the benefit of it being easy to join, easy to quit, but the rules, every time somebody new contributes to something, and we've all seen how fast things evolve, you've got to now think through simple things like, okay, so somebody's got a great idea, they want to promote something on YouTube. Should that be approved by a group? How big is the group? Is it the full DAO? Probably shouldn't. You know, so it's like rule setting at a very granular detail. The basics are very easy to understand. Okay, I have a vote and I'm a part of something. The specifics is where all the rub comes out. So I don't know that it's necessarily just better. I think there are trade-offs and everything, but the better part with friction removal and cross-border and opt-in, opt-out is clear. And the rest is still, okay, now how do we take the best of what did work and not mess it up? And how do we evolve and see what's next?
Yeah, and that goes into, like, for me, it's about freedom. If you're a contributor in this DAO space, you're not going to just contribute to a singular DAO oftentimes. You're going to be able to contribute to as many DAOs as you think you have time for and that you're really passionate about. So it allows that freedom in being able to collaborate cross-organization and the diversity in ideas that that sort of thing brings.
And I think one of the things that does make it 110% better is this idea that we are forging something new, and so people are entertaining possibilities. That's true even with traditional orgs when they're going through times of deep transformation. One of the biggest benefits in that mucky middle is the ability to suspend judgment about what should be and to actually dream up what's possible and what could be. And that, to me, is entirely where the DAO ecosystem is right now. And that, to me, alone makes it better because it has this state of possible emergence.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think this emergent space is being evolved and refined as we go along. So a lot of these things are an evolving process for sure. So for the actual contributors, though, I mean, I understand the advantages of, you know, it's kind of the meta thesis of gig economy, like contributing to a number of different organizations, but actually receiving my paycheck in crypto a lot of the times, you know, not having the benefits. Let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages from that actual DAO contributor standpoint versus a traditional company.
Yeah, the benefits side of things is something that we need to do a lot better as of DAOs. Right now, one of the few benefit systems that I know of is Opolis, and Opolis provides health insurance, retirement, etc. benefits, but that's not on anywhere level near what traditional corporations provide. And if we start as individual DAOs providing those benefits, that might be an anchor for an individual in that DAO, which we do not want because we want cross-pollination. So we would need to combine efforts and collaboratively make these benefit systems that each individual contributor can become part of.
Yeah, to build on that, TR and I were talking about this because in a weird way, in Web2 organizations, we've created almost these structures of entrapment where you have individuals that say, I need to stay at this employer because I get this specific benefit. And what we want is we want the ability for people to cross-pollinate. We want the ability for people to be at places that they're excited about the purpose and the community, and they're there to truly make an impact. And so when it comes to our benefits, even traditional HR benefits, what we need to be considering is decoupling it so it's not this one-to-one relationship with the employee and the organization. A quick example of this would be you buy a car, you can buy a car from anywhere, you can even have two cars from completely different manufacturers, but you need to fuel that car. You don't go back to the dealership or to that car company to fuel your car. There's a whole nother economy that helps you fuel the car that also has competition, and it's accessible and convenient, and if you buy a Ford, you don't have to fuel up at or charge up at some Ford station. You have choice and ability. And when you decouple this, if you have people who join up with an organization but can find their benefits in a way that's personalized to them, it's convenient and it's easy and it covers what they need it to, this allows for free flow and free access and basically keeps our highways of coordination open.
I mean, I can definitely speak to one thing that's been the biggest challenge that I've been up against. We're building software, and that's always hard. but working with traditional structures and thinking in terms of traditional cap tables, you know, we've been building an incentive plan, which is an ESOP or an incentive type structure, which really is just an IOU for something in the future. Now, what tokens are doing really good right now is they're benefiting the immediacy. There's liquidity instant, there's a lot of functionality. However, we haven't really gotten to the bridge, right? So the hardest things are still in the way that the friction exists. And what your point was there is well noted, that it's really like the entire purpose of a stock option plan or investing schedule is to lock people up for a longer period of time. And understanding how long that should be is really hard. So most companies just do something lazy and say, okay, 4 years and over 1 year and we'll do blah, blah, blah. And that doesn't ever work out as well as it should in anybody I've ever spoken to. So thinking on how to innovate there and still have this IOU that's receivable and you're earning another form of compensation that we can all see the potential. It's just we have to still build all the tools, right? And it's hard. So just living with the current system that exists and people that are going to want to do your taxes the exact same way they've been doing forever and want to issue stock the same way they've been doing forever. I think that's the hardest part, is just to be able to kind of bifurcate and see where the innovation's happening and also still know how to plug it in with what's working now today.
Yeah, what I want to add to that is that we need to move benefits beyond just financial benefits. One of the biggest employee engagement aspects is by promoting it via recognition, recognizing that individual for the work that they have put out there, recognizing them as that individual, saying happy birthday when it's their birthday, and really saying you are part of this family here, and we want to be able to support you, not just financially, but through recognizing your own individuality.
Yeah, great points. So I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about piggybacking off of like traditional structures. There's a bit of a regulatory uncertainty in terms of like DAO, what it is and what it isn't. And none of us are lawyers, I don't think, I'm not sure. Definitely not legal advice, seek your own legal advice, all the disclaimers that should be said. But can we touch briefly on how like a contributor should think about regulatory uncertainty within contributing to a DAO and receiving compensation from this organization that may or may not have limited liability protection from the traditional laws that we play with?
I mean, I think the simple answer is you touched on it, like all that long disclaimer language, right? Like, don't do it unless you are willing to have some loss and you're doing it in a way where you're expecting to be playing with something brand new. Don't do it in a way where you're not aware of the risk, right? I don't think any of us have the answer as to how to deal with that. I think it's worth just an example that something that drives me crazy is if we were to all do all of the disclaimers, like every YouTuber, if they had to do the full set of disclaimers before you could watch the video, like we'd all spend the first 5 minutes because they touch on them all, right? But it'd be nice to just be able to click a button and say, hey, I already know that one and never have to hear it again. But that's technology. We have to build better solutions. So what's the right way to do it with the legal reality the way it is? Get good advice and understand that you're not taking too much risk. And I'm not a lawyer.
I would just say this is one of those areas that transparency is so helpful, because I think DAOs are tackling this in very different ways, and how they communicate it is being tackled in very different ways. And so I do not have a legal background, and yet I think I hear people hit the drumbeat over and over, and I think it needs to continue to be beat, that DAOs are new, emerging, it's a risk, and you need to be aligned with the people that you're working with and what options they're exploring, because depending on where they are forming as an LLC or what approaches they're taking, you have different options as a contributor, and you have every right to know what those options are.
I think there's one more thing to add there too, is just, I saw this tweet, I think earlier today, where it kind of highlighted everything we're used to seeing, like shareholder equals token holder or something, like what are all these things? And there is best practice we can all go look at and say, is this transparent? Do we know who I'm working with? Are there ways for us to do the things that the regulation is there for, but do it better, right? Like, what is disclosure for? It's to share information. If there's no information, might be a problem. You might get rugged. To be able to have rights, what are they defined? So I think there's a lot of obvious stuff that maybe isn't integrated into the current legal system, but that if you're doing it, you're doing the best you can do and probably doing it better. So you just got to look for those things, I think, when you're getting ready to participate and make sure you feel good about it.
Yeah, and I want to add to that, like, these contributors are coming from an international landscape. So each contributor is going to be subject to different laws based upon their country of origin. So being able to consult with your own legal advice applicable to your location is going to be something that is needed.
Yeah, and I mean, since everybody in here is interested in DAOs, if you're a DAO contributor or one of the main people of your DAO, would highly encourage you to make sure that your legal bases are covered. And like, tell founders all the time, like, if you're not interested in taking any risks, don't do anything in Web 2 or Web 3 rather. But there's some certain things that you need to be careful with because these are real laws that were created in the 1930s and 40s and are being applied to DAOs, which doesn't make sense, but need to make sure. I'd be remiss if I didn't throw that in there, you know? All right, so there's a lot of narratives out there about DAOs and what they are, what they do well. What narrative do you hear that you disagree with, and why?
It seems like right now most of the people that are coming into the new space are thinking of DAOs as this brand new thing that just showed up with forks and and time. And that's really frustrating because DAOs have been around, I would say, arguably back to maybe before Bitcoin, but for sure Bitcoin and Ethereum have taken on a life of their own. And I think that's just the wrong narrative, right? Where it's like, oh, DAOs failed. No, I mean, the original DAO hack was pretty illuminating. But that was not the real first DAO. And I think the whole narrative around it is just wrong because it's missing the point that any way we organize can be done in probably more ways than any of us can comprehend. But it's extremely flexible, and that's the point. It's not to be defined so narrowly.
I think for me, it's just, I hear it all the time that DAOs are just smart contracts. They're code. They are smart contracts and code, but there's so much more than that. They're community building mechanisms. They're organizational mechanisms. They're idea sharing, knowledge sharing, wealth generating, just fantastic orgs of the future that are supported by these aspects of code.
As a DAO educator helping a lot of Web 2 people bridge into the Web 3 world, I think one of the biggest things that I hear people say is, oh, so it's basically like a traditional org, but you've got code. And I think one of the biggest things that I disagree with is that you can step into this space without having to learn some of the basics of what makes blockchain revolutionary for how humans exchange today. And I think a lot of people might find it exciting, like the metaverse or like some of these NFTs, and want to step into it with excitement. But you also need to step into it with doing the work to learn why it's revolutionary. Because without that, you miss out on capitalizing on the potential of what this actually does that is so different than Web 2 organizations. So I know I'm preaching to the choir here. This is not necessarily the room that needs that message, and yet it's one that we need to consistently be bringing back to the people who enter into this space. You need to dig in and understand why it has potential to be so significantly different.
Nice, great answers. And if you could wave a magic wand or snap your fingers and change one thing within the DAO ecosystem that we operate, what would it be and why? Giving you guys some singers.
Only one?
I think for me, it would be getting it to where every DAO offsets its environmental impact that is generated through the use of energy, use of code, etc. Getting that to where we're in a more circular economy and one of more regeneration.
I mean, outside of wanting to change the rules so it's clear that we don't have to be afraid of innovating, I think I would want to just see that treasury management is multi-sig out of the box all the time, every time, no more rug ever, right? Like, let's just be done with that because it's given us all a much steeper hill to climb. We can all put pressure to make sure that we're not allowing for just a bunch of anonymous rugs to happen all the time. Like, multi-sig exists. We've spent forever building this stuff. It works. It changes the game. You can't have it all run away. If we're going to tout all the benefits, we should use them. I mean, I'd definitely like to see that.
I know we're on a journey with DAOs, but I'm pretty impatient. And when I read the report from, I think it was Gitcoin and Bankless, talking about their sample, 80% of them were working in DAOs unpaid. To me, if there's something I could change, it's compensating the amazing talent that's working in the DAO ecosystem right now and having it actually, yes, having it actually be competitive pay. There's brilliant minds here and they're doing phenomenal work. If I could wave a magic wand, it would absolutely be that.
Nice.
Awesome. Great stuff. Guys, that's about all the time we have for today.
One question from the audience.
Yeah, we have time for 1 or 2 questions. I don't know if there's a runner. So I'll just repeat the question for the live stream and stuff. When defining DAOs in the beginning, not much was said about trust and governance, like sufficient decentralization. So like how many signers need to be on the multi-sig to be considered an actual DAO and sufficiently decentralized? Is that essentially the question?
Yeah, I mean, I think just on the trustless governance, for me, it's impossible to define everything in a couple words with the DAO because you would literally need to write an entire business plan probably to define it all. But I totally agree with you. I think along the lines of multi-sig and trustless governance, and to the previous speaker's point about being able to have this locked down before there's a problem rather than enforcement after there's a problem, it's just a better model. And if we can build things that we know will work better, like it's better to have 3 signatures than 1, it's better to have 5 than 3, and it depends on what the level of value is that we're talking about. If it's just approving something that doesn't affect anything, that's one thing. If it's talking about billions of dollars and ruining everybody's reputation and whatnot, it's another. And so I definitely agree that on the decentralization, you basically have to have some form of that, right? Like you have to have some ability to say this is trustless governance, because otherwise you lose the ability to opt in, you lose the censorship resistance, and without that, what do we really have, right? You don't really have something that can be that can live on autonomously for sure if it can be taken down. So we do have to remember the core principles there without a doubt in the definition. Might be out of time.
We can do one more.
Perfect.
Was there a question in there?
No question, but I think a plug for D-Work, which I'm just getting exposed to that through Super Umans. So yeah, we should chat.
Yeah, awesome. One way in the back. You might have to yell.
Yeah, I think is my mic still working? Okay, great. Biggest barriers to compensation. Whew, I bet there's a room full of people who have opinions on what those are. To me, I think some of the fundamentals, I've heard from day one, there's so much money in DAOs, there's so much money in DAOs, and I have yet to see a lot of it. So I think there's something to be said about that there's funding and there's interest, but there's priorities. And that's why I said we're in a bit of an interim structure. A lot of the money is going to developers as we transition a lot of our ideas on chain. And so I think there's something to be said about when you come into the space, depending on what line of work you're doing and how you're contributing, that's going to depend on what your compensation is. And to me, my deepest hope is that that's just a matter of time and an interim structure until we get a lot of these ideas actually up and running.
The only thing I'd add to that is I haven't seen the money either, but I definitely think that it comes down to maybe you've got the solution, the Trello board, I'll come talk to you, but it's like if you're, oh, we need to set up XYZ channels, some minor task inside Discord, for example. So, those are little things, but how do you granularly, like, we got to get to the point where you can do micro payments for micro work and have a clear way to set it up and understand it. And everything's not one size fits all. So you have to kind of have some amount of community-driven governance as you go, or some flexibility in there. But it's just, that's the hardest part I see, is just how to delegate project management in the traditional world where you've got a project manager that drives it, and you either get paid a full check or you don't. We need a better system, or at least I need to know a better system to do that inside a DAO.
Yeah, the other thing I'd share is Talent DAO just did a compensation study, primarily with Bankless DAO, and we'll share a little bit more about that at, I think it's this afternoon around 3 right here. And so one of the things that I'd share is it really does matter of who you're looking at and how you plan to reward them. And there are different mechanisms for compensation out there. But so stay tuned for that, and just know that that's something that many DAOs are actively interested in, and Talent DAO is actively researching.
Awesome.
Thanks, everybody.
Well,
Thank
thanks
you.
so much to our presenters. You guys were great. Make sure to follow them on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere else. I'll take one of those mics. So just to remind you guys, in the back, we've got coffee, we've got bagels, we've got water. Please hydrate and eat. We want to make sure that you get the full 2 days worth of your value. Next up is Alex Shipp. He's going to present to us. He's with Offshift, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy this presentation. So help me welcome Alex Shipp. And by the way, he is not the guy from Cobra Kai, so don't get that confused.
Thank you very much. All right, so my name is Alex Shipp. I am the CSO at Offshift, which is a project that is pioneering PriFi, or private decentralized finance, on Ethereum layer 1. I also have substantial experience serving on a DAO called Cyber Republic for about 1.5 years, which is the DAO for the Elastos ecosystem. So I'm here to talk about the intersection of privacy and decentralized governance, which I think deserves a lot of attention, but which is receiving very little. How many people here, just by a show of hands, are familiar with or have delved into a little bit the magic internet money Sifu Wonderland thing? Anyone? A few people? Not too many? Well, regardless, there's a lot to be said about the role of transparency in decentralized systems to start with, but now more than ever, especially in decentralized governance. So I'm going to talk about privacy, and I'm going to talk about DAOs, but I want to do so through the lens of money and credit. And I want to do so because we're now 13 years into the trajectory of decentralized systems, and we have a lot of brilliant minds entering the space who are very well versed in some of the new technical components, the DeFi and the NFTs and DAOs, but who might not be very familiar with or connected to a lot of the mission and the principles and ethos that conceived this space in the first place. So I want to talk a little bit and give a brief history lesson for some people about the problems that this space, cryptocurrency, was designed to solve in the first place, and therefore the roles that DAOs, DeFi, privacy, etc., are really here to play. Next slide, please. So, money, credit, and privacy in the era of DAOs. Next slide again. So we're going to start with money. Money is an organic, emergent phenomenon. Contrary to what you may read in your modern economic textbook, money is not issued, it is not invented, it is not decreed by any authority or organization, certainly not any government. Money emerges naturally in any civilization time and time and time again. Any group, any community of individuals that has the concepts of private property and some form of exchange, which we call bartering today, naturally deals with inefficiencies in the processes of exchange. These inefficiencies deal with mostly one individual seeking an item from someone else, but that other individual does not want what they have to offer or what they produce. And so the result is we have a lot of going around, and we have a lot of intermediate transactions, which take away from energy and time and resources in the society. Money emerges to facilitate transactions between two barterers because it has a particular series of characteristics. That is, it is durable, it is divisible, it is fungible, it is portable, and most importantly, it's scarce, meaning you can't just create or go find more of it. No one invents money, no one decides what money is. Money sort of emerges on its own through some sort of decentralized intelligence. It's a sort of distributed series of decisions that economic agents make together. that is deeply profound and worthy of our attention, because today we're very disconnected from that concept. When money emerges and there's more efficiency, the result is a broader diversity of labor, broader diversity of goods and services, more energy and time and resources are freed up for human beings to express their creative potential in the form of the arts, sports, literature, all sorts of different things, and we have the society that we live in and take for granted today. That being said, the evolutionary algorithms which perpetuate life do not just stop there and allow humans to enjoy some form of homeostasis for any period of time. And so society continues to advance, its economy continues to advance to a point where money can no longer facilitate every transaction that all of the innovative minds that are continuing to push and push would like it to. Because the inherent qualities which allow money to be scarce and to facilitate transactions necessarily require some energy, which make it less than ideal as a superlative medium of exchange. The number one, or the superlative, money that we've ever had and that we've adopted globally as humankind is gold. Bitcoin still has a ways to go, so does Ethereum. So gold does require money to store, it requires money to transact, and those costs prevent microtransactions, and they create all sorts of inefficiencies in exchange. And so human beings naturally, again, through decentralized means, invent some form of a symbolic unit of money. It's a receipt, it could be called a bond, it could be called an IOU. It comes by many names and in many forms, but it is always a symbolic representation of money, a receipt for it, a claim to it, which can be exchanged in a way such that there is far greater efficiency in transaction, and there are far more versatile types of transactions. You can issue shares of stock, most notably, but in today's world, we also have various different financial instruments, including insurance, we have derivatives, we have synthetic assets in the crypto space, we have all sorts of different things which are merely forms of credit. There is nothing wrong with credit inherently, and there is nothing wrong with the process of money yielding to credit as a medium of exchange. This takes place for all goods and services, and it is a very natural process of refinery. For example, when automobiles first emerged, they were great for transporting cargo, for transporting people, and they were probably a sign of status as well for those who could get their hands on a Model T before everyone else. However, over time, a century later, we now have vehicles that are dedicated to shipping cargo. We have vehicles which are dedicated to transporting humans, and we have convertibles which may ostensibly confer mating benefits. Not sure if that still works. However, money and credit is basically the same phenomenon, where money is originally a store of value, a medium of exchange, and a unit of account, but ultimately, somewhere down the line, money reverts to being a robust store of value exclusively. Credit serves as a thin, flexible laminate atop money, whereby value can be exchanged in more versatile ways and more efficient ways. And the unit of account may be one or the other. Let's go next slide. So here is our nice little illustration. It says the car is 10 ounces of gold. Do you take useless pieces of paper? And he says, yes, useless plastic cards as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here's the problem that we all run into. And we run into this as a collective time and time and time again. And this is what seeded really the conception of Bitcoin and of this entire landscape of cryptocurrency and blockchain architecture that we're all here to discuss and explore, which is that there is an inevitable rehypothecation of money. Rehypothecation is a term from financial nomenclature, which many people that are not familiar with finance may not have an easy time understanding. It is simply, in plain text, to the layman, it is generating a unit of credit, a symbolic representation, an IOU, for which there is no underlying asset. It is creating credit, a receipt for something which does not exist. So the people, they're called banks, who have all or may give receipts in the form of loans money. So, for the wealth of the people, of savers, of holders of the money is extracted systematically, and a lot of the work that the invisible hand does, so to speak, is broken down because this sort of decentralized distributed intelligence that has led to the emergence of money and credit is now compromised and no longer functioning in a decentralized fashion. Oftentimes, governments, in an attempt to help, centralize credit issuance and prevent this network of possibly unscrupulous financial institutions from conducting the unwarranted expansion of credit with no backing. In other words, it stops them from rehypothecating. It is very effective when you centralize credit issuance. It is very effective at preventing bad acting on the outside. But it also enables and incentivizes bad acting on the inside. And time again, in civilizations for centuries, if not for millennia, we have a situation which continues to occur, which is that the central bank or the centralized institution and its privileged network of private banks continue to rehypothecate the money supply, in other words, the credit supply, and in one way or another, dismantle the economy and the civilization altogether. In the crypto space, there is an ongoing narrative that if we just had sound money, we could fix all of our problems at the civilizational level. We could fix everything. But sound money is, in fact, not the issue. It is the processes of credit issuance, of rehypothecation, which take place on top of the money, which continue to compromise our societies and civilizations, and which are in the process of doing so right now. An instance in which money is exposed as being unsound is one where, for example, in a mountain village, a civilization or a society that uses seashells as money might be compromised if some people went down to the seashore and took up a bunch of seashells and brought them in and extracted the wealth of the society. That would be the exploitation of a money which is only sound on a regional or local basis. When we have banks that print out more receipts for gold and eventually detach those receipts from gold entirely, what we have is a conundrum of sound credit. This is the problem that is yet to be solved, or at least has been yet to be solved until recently, and it's why the Ethereum ecosystem in the last 2, 3, maybe 4 years has been such an exciting place to be. Next slide. Because we have also seen now the emergence on top of the sound monies that we have developed in the crypto space, whether you think Bitcoin or you think it's Ethereum or you think it's Monero, we have a number of different very sound alternatives to the fiat paradigm that we currently have. However, on top of them now, we have this really exciting, flexible laminate, decentralized finance. Applications by which individuals can exchange in a more efficient manner, but can also engage in lending and borrowing, what we call staking. We can earn yields, there are insurance platforms, and there are derivatives protocols. There are synthetic assets. And there's no centralized authority that can rehypothecate against. So really, that is profound civilizational advancements or innovations that I think we've ever seen, and it really doesn't get the attention that it deserves. However, next slide. There is one caveat that needs to be mentioned, and that caveat is that all of these decentralized systems that we're building necessarily operate and are based in the virtual domain. And what that means is that there is one final element of rehypothecation which takes form, and that is the rehypothecation of our data. Data is extremely valuable. In 2018, I believe it might have been 2017, The Economist published a piece that said that data is now the world's most valuable commodity, more valuable than oil. And we're all the narrative that Facebook and other social media platforms take our data and sell it to the tune of 10 or hundreds of billions of dollars annually in revenues. We're not so familiar with the narrative of what happens when we conduct financial transactions online, whether it's with Robinhood in traditional finance or if we're using DeFi platforms. Many people don't know that Chainalysis and Nansen, which are two blockchain data analytics companies, have had huge raises and have a number of very high-profile clients around the world where they extract, aggregate, and sell your on-chain data for very large sums of money. While social media monetizes your data, these companies literally monetize your money. It's not a great deal. So, next slide. In the virtual domain, as said shown on the previous slide, privacy is scarcity. That's what prevents data from being copied. In other words, it prevents rehypothecation at the level of data. And as the data economy continues to emerge and people realize that there is tangible, real wealth vested in their data, they are going to want more and more to protect that data and to have privacy so that they can actually sell it, so that it is not extracted from them. Even if you're not interested in privacy from a humanitarian standpoint, you may still find that you would like to hold on to the wealth, which is rightly yours, because it is a natural representation and an expression of yourself and your identity. And so here is what PriFi is. It is private, decentralized finance. Decentralized applications of finance, unequivocal privacy, and of course, fully on-chain. That means fully on layer 1 architecture. Otherwise, we're compromising on the decentralization, which is the key component in the first place. If we want to compromise on decentralization and we don't care, we might as well just use Visa again. So, when is this guy going to talk about DAOs? All right, I'm going to jump in now. Next slide, please. So this is a really important graphic. You can feel free to take a screenshot if you want or anything. Up till now, what I have described is a line of logic which many people in the anarcho-capitalist community would find to be satisfactory at the very least, which is that they would like to replace all forms of governance. That means governments around the world, supranational organizations, and of course, central banks. Anything that has any sort of authority, they believe, could be removed and replaced by a system of sound money with sound credit and privacy in the virtual space at the individual level. Now, anarchy, I'm not here to say that any side or any position on this chart is good or bad or right or wrong, only to provoke thought and ask some questions, or at least to propose some questions that we ought to be asking ourselves if we are pioneering the next era of governance in the decentralized space. The term anarchy is today associated with mostly chaos, riots, and a lot of flying tomatoes and Molotov cocktails and that sort of stuff. Anarchy simply means without a ruler and is actually originally intended to describe a state of being for all of humanity in which our consciousness is so elevated and we are compassionate and empathetic to the point that we are able to simultaneously pursue our own individual agendas and goals while also considering the well-being of others and the implications of our actions, such that there is no need for any threat of violence or control to prevent us from acting out or harming others. It is a state where no governance or violence is required. So the question, of course, as nice and utopian as that sounds, is, are we ready for that in 2022? Maybe not. So enter, of course, decentralized forms of governance, which are people who believe that, yes, we need to resolve these monetary and credit-related issues, and of course, we may need to confer privacy, but there are some reasons that we might like to have governance, and we might like to have some policies and rules that we all abide by, and if we can conduct those processes in democratic fashion, then we might have a really nice society, we might have some nice civilizations, we might have some nice ways that we can relate to one another. So on the other polar end here, we have some people who would like to continue with our representative democracies, our republics, so to speak, where DAOs facilitate electoral processes and elected individuals can participate in governance on top of blockchain architecture, which is verifiable and immutable. That's interesting as well. Not to say either side is right or wrong. But I think it's the space in between here where there is the most interesting and thought-provoking material for us all to consider, which is to ask ourselves, what is the role of democracy, and what is democracy at all? Before I introduce these two in the middle here, I would like to read one quote, which I think is a nice way to preface that conversation. If anyone can guess who is responsible for this quote, I will be very impressed. I will give you a hint, it was tweeted. In a democracy, power is given, not taken, but it is still power. Love, compassion, caring have no use for it, but it is fuel for greed, hostility, jealousy. All power corrupts. Take care which powers you allow a democracy to wield. Does anyone know who said that? Who tweeted that? Nope. Good guess. It was definitely not Trump. Anyone else? That was the final tweet of John McAfee's life before he died in jail. So, today, democracy is more or less not only an acceptable, but an honorary reason, justification for committing mass violence and human rights violations. And it has been for several decades. As long as democracy is the initiative, almost anything goes. So it's worth taking a moment to ask ourselves what democracy is, whether we support democratization uniformly and always, or whether there are some times when democracy may not be the best fit. When do we yield to the invisible hand and allow freedom and self-expression to run their way, to go their path? And when do we decide to induce or to propose some form of democratic processes to provide everyone with an opportunity to contribute to some sort of uniform rules that we all must follow? In the middle here, we have two options which are very interesting, which a lot of DAOs today follow. One is sort of this idea that governance should be here only for monetary management, which is to say, this is sort of like the MakerDAO community, if anyone here is familiar with MakerDAO. There is a DAO, they vote on a lot of decisions, but they're all just related to the way the money and the credit flows in the ecosystem, the insurance rates, what assets are supported, etc. But as far as how people live their lives, there's absolutely no governance whatsoever. The governance and the DAOs and the democratic decision-making is really, more than anything, just designed to help us to support a solid foundation of money and credit on top of it. In some ways, democracy might even be considered a means of forced conformity across a civilization. So we have to ask ourselves, it does not matter how we participate or what the model is. It's just a question of whether it's appropriate for us all to conform in a particular setting, or whether we should all be allowed to express ourselves independently. That's where we get to sort of this idea of a pure democracy, which is where a lot of DAOs stand today. And it's not a bad place. It's saying we don't need any elected representatives, because elected representatives represent singular points of failure, so to speak. They can be targeted by bribery, they can be targeted with blackmail. And so if we all just contribute to these systems independently and we all vote, then we can make very strong democratic decisions without having any elected officials which may be compromised. It's not a bad model. Of course, again, I implore everyone to consider when we need to make these decisions, require us all to conform to one way of life, to one form of expression. I do want to move on here to the final, one of the final slides. Next slide, please. The second to last slide then, which sort of poses these two pieces of this blockchain 3.0 paradigm, where we have sound money, we have decentralized systems of credit, and then we have these sort of two ends. We have this DeFi, PriFi purism, where we just have privacy in the decentralized space and we have zero governance whatsoever. And then we have on the other end, full decentralized governance, where there are representatives which are elected through DAOs. There is monetary policy and also all other forms of governance which takes place through the DAO and through those elected officials. Now, the question, of course, is where is the meeting of the minds? Where does privacy, if any at all, have a role in decentralized governance? So next slide. Great. So the intersection of privacy and DAOs, the intersection of privacy and decentralized governance, I don't want to give any positions. I just want to offer a few questions that we ought to be asking ourselves. And if you haven't heard about what's happened with the magic internet money and Wonderland, I encourage you to take a look, because it's quite an interesting story in the Ethereum community. But does privacy contribute to or detract from robustness in governance models? And when does privacy make individuals more accountable? And when does transparency? In elected government, and when we have representatives, again, those elected representatives points of failure, they can be targeted very easily. However, transparency, in other words, identifying them, makes them a lot more accountable because they have a lot more skin in the game and a lot more to lose. So we have to find a good common ground where privacy can be a part of some of our systems and protect the individual level, but whereby we don't give our representatives, if we do have them, the opportunities to sort of skate by with unscrupulous practices. On our project at Offshift, I am the only docs member. The rest of the team is fully anonymous. So we balance these parallel philosophies insofar as at the individual level, we protect the anonymity of our team members outside of me, because insofar as they are individuals, they deserve to have their privacy protected in the individual space. However, insofar as we are producing a platform for public use, we provide the utmost transparency into our development and our operations and our line of thought. That is, at least for us at this stage, the best compromise that we can make. But every individual circumstance will be unique and will be case sensitive, and I think it's going to be quite messy and interesting as things go forward. One of the quotes that I'd also like to mention here, if anyone can guess who this one is, it's that transparency is for those in public office and in positions of public power. Privacy is for everyone else. Does anyone know that one? No, that was Glenn Greenwald. So that's another very powerful quote, because in the DAO space, we start to see the merging of what is someone in a position of public power versus what is someone who's just an individual. Who is everyone else when we're all contributing to governance together, for example, in a pure democracy where there are no elected representatives. So there's a lot of gray area and there's a lot of experimentation and exploration here that is, I think, coming, really the timeline, maybe 10, 20 years, it could take more time, but there's a lot of thought-provoking stuff ahead, and we really are in the very, very early stages of exploring what decentralized governance is and what it looks like. Next slide, please. So to tie it together, we have, for the first time, a system of sound money and a system of sound decentralized credit, and it's really a matter of how we're going to incorporate privacy and or how we're going to incorporate decentralized governance models to create something that is sustainable and ideally something that is very resilient to being compromised by bad acting and malicious activity. Next slide. Here is where to find me, where to find us. You can find us on Offshift on our socials, on our platforms on Twitter, ideally, but our Telegram and Discord are the best places to find us, or you can find me. Last slide, please. And you can find us at Denver as well. We'll be running a booth at the event as a. And on Thursday, I'll be giving a talk on tokenomics and going in really deep. We also have a couple of really high stakes bounties, very pleased to announce. So anyone technical and wants to get involved, we encourage you to join us. You can take a picture of this as well. Thursday at 2 p.m., where we'll be going deep into tokenomics and then giving everyone a head start on the bounty and doing a workshop as well. There will be free pizza if you're into that. I want to thank everyone here for attending, as well as the everyone who organized DAODenver. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Alex Shipp. I appreciate it. Let's give him a big hand. Come on. This guy knows a lot about money, huh? And he looks pretty young too, doesn't he? At least he does to me. Well, the next thing we got coming up for you is really a treat, because this person has not been doxxed. As a matter of fact, I don't even know who it is. Seriously, the name is I don't even know how to pronounce the name. It's Tasafila. All right, well, tell you what. Has anybody heard of Blockbuster DAO? Put your hand up if you've heard about Blockbuster DAO. If you haven't, you've been living under a rock, right? Because this is the DAO that's getting all of the media attention. Because some crazy dude said, you know what? Dish owns Blockbuster, and you know what? They're really not doing anything with the brand name. And we all grew up with Blockbuster. Anybody been to a Blockbuster before? Okay, now I know you guys are lying because you're just lazy. You're not raising your hands because everybody's been to a Blockbuster. Okay? Blockbuster was a very big part of all of our lives, I'm sure. But, of course, the internet killed it. Netflix killed it. And so, ultimately, Dish Network bought the copyrights to the rights to the name. And this dude came up with this idea, well, why don't we take it and make a Web3 company out of it and essentially do all the things that we've been talking about doing for all these years, decentralizing the movie industry, the film industry, the documentary industry, and basically create a new system by which the people who are producing films are receiving an equitable stake in the production and the launch of new films and in earnings that come from those. So he put out this idea for the Blockbuster DAO, and a bunch of people seemed to think that that was a good idea. And so the media's come over and said, well, hey, this is something interesting because we all know the name Blockbuster. So if you'd please give a warm welcome to Tasafila. Tasapila.
Hey, everybody.
Well, thanks so much for coming.
Thank you for that introduction.
Tasafila, is that right?
You could just call me Tasa. That's fine.
Just Tasa? Okay. It's a made-up name?
It's a made-up name. Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't mean anything at all?
So yeah, it actually, before I was, all of this happened, I was an investor and a DAO contributor, and being anonymous was just a big part of, separating my life between the Web3 space and my career in my Web2 space. And then it stands for take a second and fall in love again. And my strategy as an investor and as a contributor was finding projects that made me feel nostalgic or made me feel, a sense of love for something maybe I've already enjoyed, or just makes me feel some sort of like nostalgia. Best way to do it. And so Blockbuster DAO really was the epitome of that. And here we are today.
But what does Tasafila mean?
Take a second and fall in love again. It's an acronym.
There you go. Take a second and fall in love again. Okay, that's why you have 15,000 followers on Twitter. I need to come up with something catchy like that. So, I mean, the whole thing with you and your anonymity, I mean, I'm sure right now there are people watching the stream and like, oh, I know this dude. Are you ready to get doxxed right now? Are you ready for people to know who you are?
Oh yeah. I mean, for me, it's really like I work a 9 to 5 and I just don't want to complicate my career.
Okay, so nobody tell his boss.
Yeah, nobody tell my boss.
He's not a Web3 guy who doesn't watch Twitter.
No. So for me, it's really not important, but I do respect people who want to stay anonymous. And I know there's a lot more reasons beyond, for me, just like from a financial perspective or somebody who maybe feels like they might be biased by the way they look or maybe some of the connections they have. And I think being anonymous can be a very productive trait for the right project.
Right.
And like the last presentation, talking about how like for me personally, I will dox myself before I haven't raised a dime for Blockbuster DAO. So I don't feel like I have to, but I would never in good conscience raise money while being anonymous.
Right. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Can we get a round of applause?
It's nice.
No, I mean, I'm serious. In our world, there is so much anonymity and people raising money anonymously.
Yep.
And then we find out afterwards that there's some sort of, shady dealings in the background. And that brings bad reputation to the entire industry. So, before asking for money, being clear about who it is that's doing that is very important. Now, how did the whole idea for the Blockbuster DAO come about?
Yeah, absolutely. My background kind of is like a perfect mesh where I spent a few years in the SaaS space. I worked in e-commerce for about 4 to 5 years. I was a startup founder of my own e-commerce company. And I'm also a filmmaker. And I, in college, was one of the first filmmakers to create an interactive theatrical film. Which it means that you would go into the theater and you'd vote with your smartphone on decisions for the character. And for a while, that was really like my core concept of bringing into Web3 was this idea of collective interactive content where people could watch content together on a live stream and then vote on decisions, kind of like Goosebumps, right? And that project was called Super Infinity IO. And for a while, that was kind of just my anonymous project going into it. And the more I started seeing projects like ConstitutionDAO, there's kind of this, I don't want to say SPAC because I think there's a connotation there, but there's kind of this model where we can raise money to fund projects like ConstitutionDAO, like Assange DAO is now, and kind of fund ideas that we want. And for me, Blockbuster is a huge part of my life as a filmmaker, as a just like a young person in general, growing up, going all the time. And it aligned very much with my ideas of the changes we need to make in the film space. And seeing as a screenwriter and a filmmaker, it's nearly impossible to get into the film industry. Like today, you might have a little bit of sum of money and you're like, I have this short film idea. I can't make a feature film, so I'm going to spend $70,000. I'm going to make this short film. I'm going to post it on Vimeo. and then you get, 70,000 views and then nothing happens. Like, then you still have to market this short film, and you basically just have a glorified business card. And so
Yeah.
really a huge part of it is financing these projects. And then a huge part, what we're really focusing on is distribution. And for Blockbuster, the idea was creating a streaming platform that's decentralized that uses the DAO to moderate censorship, to help market creators effectively and equitably, and creating a platform where, like, on Netflix, you go to the top 10, but the top 10 is all just Netflix originals. Like, that's biased, right? It's no, it's not. They're not fooling anybody. But
You mean the thumbs up, thumbs down
Right.
doesn't do anything?
Doesn't do anything,
Wow.
right? And I think that was a huge part of it, is just making it more equitable for filmmakers. But on the other hand, I think, and I don't know, has anyone here watched the last Blockbuster documentary in here? Nobody. Wow. Okay. Anyway, a huge part of why that documentary was successful was because there was kind of this missing feeling of the way we or the way we create our products today. It's become so detached from intimate personal interactions, and people really miss that feeling of like going in and feeling like a case and hearing it click, and like there's just something in there. You ask somebody, you're like, do you have this movie in? Do you have any recommendations? Like, give me the most grotesque horror film you have, like, and they'll find it for you, right? Something like that.
So there's something to the tactile experience of speaking to someone at the store, which obviously a lot of us haven't been doing for the last 2 years.
Right, exactly.
Getting that DVD, or back when it was VHS, putting that VHS in, and seeing the warning, not allowed to that there's copyright and you're not allowed to infringe on that, and do not duplicate warnings. I mean, all of that's interesting. And you mentioned fundraising, and just a quick shout out, because some of the projects that he talked about, Juicebox is the fundraising platform that they use, and I believe Assange DAO is using right now. So sponsor of ours here, and we really appreciate their support. But in terms of Blockbuster, was that documentary that kind of triggered it in your head and said, you know what, this is a brand that's really gone to waste?
Absolutely. And I think, part of bringing back a brand, you could look at comparable decisions by, like, say, maybe Ty Lopez. He's a YouTube marketing guy. He has a SPAC where he buys all of these old businesses.
Buys the IP for them, basically?
The IP, yeah. And one of them being Radio Shack. And so the idea with that was they were going to take Radio Shack and just make it a crypto company. But they didn't really have any, like, idea. There was no intrinsic value. They just said, we're going to take this Radio Shack and make it a token swap app. And everyone's kind of like, well, I don't need that. I don't need another token swap app. We have Uniswap. We have Pancake Swap. We don't need Radio Shack Swap. Also,
rolls
right?
off the tongue.
Yeah, it is. And it's kind of heartless, right? So part of when I started the Blockbuster DAO thesis was it needs to have an intrinsic value as well as extrinsic value. So it needs to make people money. Obviously, that's why a lot of us are in this industry. But there's something also more in Web3 about that intrinsic value. And for me, the DAO part is important for that, because I think community governance can play a factor in how we interact with our artists, whether it's via live stream, and that artist airdrops us like exclusive content during the live stream of their video, of their movie, or it's community collective curation, and having channels where the community can say, here's our top 10 as the Bored Ape Yacht Club. Here's our top 10 movies right now on Blockbuster, right? And the community go, oh my God, like, I'm going to watch all of those. And there's different ways that we can use content to within our communities to kind of create this bigger intrinsic value as well as extrinsic value.
That's great. So you've actually put some time into this, clearly, and thought this through. And I know we have a huge community on Discord, right? That's very active on a daily basis. And so what kinds of sort of models has the community come up with, or have you come up with, for using NFTs, and like, how can we reward contributors? And is it like, we obviously there are a lot of people involved in making a movie, right? When we see the closing credits, you see all the gaffers, all the line techs, all of everyone, the location scouts, right? That's the most important job, actually. And so ultimately, you have this scenario where there are all these people, but they're behind the scenes, and people only know the actors and maybe the director or the producer, right? So how do you make it equitable for everyone?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's three parts, really, the way I see it, to the film model where there needs to be blockchain or Web3 components. The first part is financing, and you can raise that through, there's a lot of different projects out there. You could look at Julie Pacino, who did, she has a film coming out called Keepers of the Inn, and she raised money by, with generative photos from a rehearsal of the movie, and she used all the generative photos to fundraise, and now she's making her final feature film project. There are others who are even using private equity to fund their films, and that's okay. But NFT PFPs, there's a company called, or a group called MoonDAO that's using that. And there's a lot, there's even, there's a new contract by a company called Bima, and they made an R NFT, which allows for revenue sharing later on, which really is an innovative product because if I sell an NFT collection or collectibles at the onset, I can make sure that those holders can get paid from the revenue sharing at distribution, and making sure that those initial investors are paid accordingly through the blockchain. So the first part is really fundraising. And then the second part is what you alluded to, is people who work on the film and creating equity contracts throughout. So like the screenwriter can, I mean, in a perfect world, the screenwriter can mint their screenplay, and that screenplay can be tracked on the blockchain through the whole cycle, so that throughout the film production, every person signed on to a DAO entity for a film, or anybody who creates some part of content within that film can get paid and have those kind of NFTs associated so that they can get revenue at distribution. And then comes distribution, which is really what we're focusing on, because I think there are a lot of different ideas on how to fundraise and how to structure equity throughout the film crew and actors and investors. And I can't wait to see all the ways that people come up with. But at distribution, it's a pretty simple process where you either have your own subscription service, whether that's TV on demand or monthly. You could create token gating for your communities. So if you hold a certain NFT, you have exclusive access to content. There's a lot of ways that in Web2 are already being used, but we want to be able to give those tools to all Web3 creators. And the way we think about it is in Web3, streaming doesn't look like Netflix at all. It looks like Shopify. And it's being able to create tools for creators to be able to have their own marketplaces for their collectibles, for their content, and have them all wrapped up into one experience so that their communities can participate to the fullest extent, and they can be equitably compensated. Whereas today, at distribution, Netflix basically takes everything. They own the IP indefinitely, and people like Squid Games. I don't know. I'll give a couple examples.
Please.
So like Squid Games, for example, insanely popular show. Has anyone seen Squid Games?
Of course.
In here?
Who
Come
hasn't
on.
seen Squid
Right.
Games?
So Squid Games, the creator has said publicly that he's made almost nothing from the show itself after selling it to Netflix. And this is a man who's lost teeth on production. He's literally bled for the film, and he's made nothing because the contracts are so intense and the competition is so intense to get into these distribution channels that it's impossible for creators to actually benefit from their content. And it's kind of disgusting, honestly, the way that creators are treated. Another example is Scarlett Johansson with Black Widow. In the new streaming world, film is still getting used to it. And when COVID happened, Black Widow came out and they said, okay, we're actually not going to even go to box office, and we're just going to go straight to Disney Plus. That way, we can also void Scarlett Johansson's contract for revenue sharing at box office. So essentially eliminated a huge part of why she signed on to the film, and she sued them, and they went to battle over it, and she ended up winning. And after a large sum of money later, ended up getting paid only probably about 50% of what she was actually owed in court. So there are a lot of creators out there who are really at the whim of these larger streaming platforms. And it's really important that we are able to give them the tools that they can monetize and distribute autonomously. And I think that's really what we're doing at Blockbuster.
That's awesome. So right now the model is you create something, you sign a contract, it initially has no value, then people who invest in it invest in the network effect, it gains value, but then the original creators get none of that benefit, right? And so what we're saying now is the blockchain allows us to create something. It may not have value initially,
Right.
but as we gain value, and maybe it's something that you give away for free. We can make a movie, we can give it to 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 people for free.
Yep.
But if they love that movie, they're going to recommend it to their friends. And as that movie grows in popularity, and so will the NFTs that are associated with the photos that were taken on the film set and the various other assets that were built around that time. So this whole model of creating assets before they have value or without the intent necessarily of them gaining huge value, but maintaining that equity is really important. But tell me, go
sorry,
ahead.
I just want to add in, there's a really good point in there about in the film industry, there's a lot of what we call creative waste. So you create a film and you have bloopers, you have still photos, you have behind the scenes, you have drafts of screenplays, you have notes on bar napkins. Like you have so much like story there in tangible things and digital things that go to waste. They sit in an archive or they go to a museum, and some of those things are still applicable. But for a smaller creator, you can actually now use those to sell as collectibles. A blooper reel could sell for a lot more money than a regular NFT. And I think otherwise they really serve no purpose other than to just kind of help you leave the movie feeling a little bit better about the movie or feeling a little bit more attached to the cast and crew. And I think in an even better way, now you could own that blooper reel. And I think that creative waste and being able to monetize on it and utilize it is really important for creators and gives them even more power over new revenue. And it's a new revenue that we're calling CVOD. It's not something that which is collectible video on demand. It's not something that I think is for all types of content, but now you could publish your content for free and monetize solely on collectibles and be able to give everyone equitable access to your content around the world. And in and of itself is marketing itself and making the money on the collectibles.
Right. And there's some of that now, right? But it's a secondary market.
Right.
Like you have maybe props from a movie that are being sold, but the original creators get none of that. They're completely locked out of that market. So this is something, some way to give them some equity in it as well. So tell me, I mean, from the perspective of community, creating this as a Web3 entity, as a DAO, I mean, you don't have it all figured out, do you?
Oh, no, not at all. And part of it, that's why I'm here, honestly, is because I'm not a DAO expert. I'm not I come from the space a bit, but I'm looking to all the experts in this room to figure out what the best way to do that is, and I have some favorites in mind where, I really like projects like Orca Protocol or, I could name a few, but I'm looking to the DAO experts in this room to kind of help guide me and my team in the best direction. And we obviously have some ideas and we have some nuances with our organization that I think differ from a lot of other organizations. But yeah.
Well, I really like that methodical approach. I think a lot of people rush to, create an NFT or to create some kind of, piece of art, but they don't necessarily understand how the system works.
I always tell everyone on our team to not rush greatness. And I think there's a tendency for people, especially in this space, to say, oh, we have to go now. Or, oh, no, there's churn in our Discord. We were at 8,000. Now we're at 790 or 7,900. And it's like, oh, my God, we need to market more or we need to do more. And at the end of the day, no, we don't. We don't need to. Churn is fine. And coming from the e-commerce space, churn is acceptable at certain levels. So I think it's important to not feel like everything is happening now. And if you fall behind, you're falling behind indefinitely. I think it's better to be methodical and make sure that you're not rushing into a DAO and saying, oh, well, we just need to get to market. Let's just incorporate in New Hampshire and figure it out. Like that's probably not the best method to do it. So
Yeah.
we
Well,
definitely try to.
Our
pace
dozen
ourselves.
lawyers tomorrow can definitely help
Yes.
you with that.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and my DAO, the Meredith Island's new option that came out today. So from the perspective of community, what does your community look like? I mean, you've got a Discord. What are these people doing, if anything?
Yeah, I think that was definitely our first struggles because we had such fast growth. When I first tweeted, we had 2 followers. I had 2 followers. By the next morning, the day after Christmas, we had about 5,000. And now we have about 15,000 on Twitter and now 8,000 in Discord. And I had no idea that all that was going to happen. I just wanted to publish this idea, feel it out, maybe get some sentiment. And obviously it was very validated. But part of that was enabling people to feel, to start contributing right away. And it was hard, especially with no treasury and wanting to make sure that we weren't monetizing, especially I didn't feel comfortable monetizing since I wasn't doxxed. And I'm still not technically, but
Technically.
yeah, if you do your research, I'm sure you can figure it out.
Who's got a face scanner?
Right. So I think for us, it was dividing people up into working groups and really creating zoning essentially for different backgrounds, right? Because we have film experts, tons of like film industry experts who have no idea what Web3 is, but they want to help and they know there's something wrong. So being able to enable them to do what they do and be able to contribute, but also having the Web3 DAO experts come in, having people from all different walks of life and different content types, even from the YouTube space, coming in and saying, how can we help influencers create channels? How can we help people who work specifically in short film or spoken word? And there's a lot of different content types that have different problems. So it's been a real challenge, but we're finally at a point where we've really divvied up into these working groups and make sure that all of our conversations, for the most part, are happening publicly. And then using products that are Web2 based, like Notion, are really helpful for creating a wiki where people can see information. We have so much conversation happening that I've literally brought on 3 or 4 people just to recap conversations in Discord and then publish it on Notion. And it's worked great because I'll have people on Twitter be like, oh, I just found your project. Where can I get updated? And I'm like, oh, go to the rewind on our wiki on Notion. And they go and they read and they're like, oh, okay, gotcha. I'm already onboarded. And it's been a great tool. It's probably not the most efficient tool, but especially because there's a lot of manual labor involved in that. But it's been very helpful to have recaps of our Discord published somewhere so that people could stay updated, or possible investors, people who have not a lot of time to be on Discord or in our social channels, and they can go and they can stay updated.
Is this something that you're keeping track of as people are contributing their time to do the recaps? I mean, this is going to be much more valuable as time goes on.
Absolutely. Yeah. So every week, I think we do it every Wednesday we publish, and we make sure it's like on a regimented schedule.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, this is, I mean, a legit thing, though. I hear that you've recently actually started talking to Dish Network. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't talk too much about it just because of just my respect for the relationship that we have so far. But things are going really well for us. And right now, I think a lot of people get confused on what our true motive is. And I think for a lot of people go, oh, well, we're just trying to buy Blockbuster. And we're basically, that's it. Like all this other stuff is just kind of extraneous filler, but we really just want to buy and own Blockbuster as just like just an entity. And I think that's just the total wrong thinking about it. And it's kind of toxic. And I try to direct people that, okay, so we buy Blockbuster. Where's the value, right? The value is just in the brand. If we create a platform and we're ready to launch, where we've created partnerships, as soon as we do an IDO, we could launch within 15 to 30 days, right? And then if we go and buy Blockbuster or partner with Dish to license the brand, then we can launch within 15 to 30 days with these partners that already exist. They're already solving these problems and have been for the last 2 to 3 years. And we can provide value for the DAO beyond just a brand. And we can have a product. We have creators lined up that are ready to start contributing and start using the platform and are dying for us to start. We just need to be able to like kind of combine all of the elements.
Cool. So, I mean, it sounds like you're really just mobilizing all of these different parts. I mean, Blockbuster, clearly well-known brand that should, you know, do its job in terms of the promotional aspect, making people aware of, oh, Blockbuster's back. I mean, that should get some good PR, which you've had no problem with because you've been on national television, not in person, but, you know, have you done any of those like
shadowy
things? Yeah.
No, not yet. No. I've been waiting, but I to be honest, I'm at this point, I came here in person because I just like, I want to show to my community that's watching probably right now or will watch whenever they see this video, is that it's really not important for me to stay doxxed, and it's not a huge part of my ethos, but it has been beneficial at the onset to make sure that I'm just protecting myself as kind of this like extreme growth happened. But now that we're at a point where everything's lined up, we're ready to start fundraising, you know, I'm getting ready to be at a point where I feel comfortable with it. And, you know, I've had a lot of support from people around me, and I've appreciated that.
But it also shows that that it's cool, that it's okay to be anon if you want to be. We know a lot of people who don't like to be public for whatever reason. Either they're private people or some are trans or gay and they don't want to come out in public.
1,000,000%.
For that, right? So there's a lot of reasons why they may want to be, but those people probably shouldn't be running like the governance, tokenomics, and financing, right?
Yeah, and obviously in a true DAO, it's okay to be anonymous because a true decentralized entity should be able to have back checks and be able to, you know, kind of corral any kind of suspicious activity, whether it's a doxed person or an undoxed person. So I really do think that anybody out there who maybe feels conflicted or lesser than because they don't feel comfortable being doxed, I think I would just tell you that it's okay, and that I know that there's for me personally, I respect the decision, and you know.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's why DAOs are important.
So do you want to tell us your name?
Not right now. We'll get there.
First name?
Yeah. No, not right
Initials?
now. No?
No. Tasavila, guys, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. If you have any questions for him, you'll see him around. I'll take that. So we are going to break now for lunch. Take a few minutes, walk around, stretch your legs, get some food. You have about half an hour. We'll reconvene here right after that. We got some music in here. Yeah, right?
Wait, let's just walk over. Over here. Okay, I think we're live. So, hi everyone. My name is Adam Miller. I'm here with Mike, aka Multi-Chain Mike.
That's right.
And we're just going to try to keep you company for the live stream while everyone else here in person is grabbing some lunch. So I'm going to be interviewing a few folks. I'll tell you a little bit about myself and my own projects. For now, Mike, would you introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, sure. Mike Frieda, and I'm founder of Empire DAO. I'm also a board member of the Monkey DAO, and I'm a degenerate NFT collector of NFTs on 15 different chains. That's hence why I go by Multi-Chain Mike.
Tell us a little bit about Empire DAO. Sounds awesome.
So it's a six-story building in Soho in Manhattan, and it's going to be all Web3 projects, co-working space. So it'll be NFT enabled. We'll also have a token, so you can book monthly passes, day passes, conference rooms, etc. And we're going to have interesting DAOs within there too. So maybe the Links DAO might have a golf simulator, and one that maybe there might be a Blockbuster room where you can check out movies and talk to someone live about a movie that you're looking for. So it's a bunch of the Web3 minds right now in New York are going to be there. And yeah, it'll be, on the first floor, it'll be a gallery as well with a bunch of NFT projects with QR codes, etc. But have those hotel lobby vibes with like good coffee, good music, and hang out and just be amongst your contemporaries in Web3.
Awesome. And is Empire DAO organized as a DAO today? Are you on the path to decentralization?
Yeah, we are not today. We are only in name. We went to be centralized pretty quickly when we had 15 different versions of the deck and what we were doing. We said, okay, let's get some pods here, let's get some committees. So we centralized a bit, and we're running it a bit like a startup now as we get funding. And we're on path to have a DAO. Once we have our token launch, we're going to move that to the DAO, which might be in the Marshall Islands, is what I heard today. So we're still a few months out from actually creating a DAO entity.
That's awesome. Yeah, and if you're wondering, we just did a product launch today for my new project called MoonDAO, which we're providing a new type of legal entity for DAOs. It's a DAO LLC based out of the Marshall Islands. So if anyone's interested in that, obviously reach out or go to MyDAO, MIDAO.org.
Right on. So you guys are already set up there?
We're set up there.
Yeah.
It's not like e-commerce yet. You got to fill out a form, and then I'll actually get in touch with you and talk to you about getting things set up.
Yeah.
We're ready to go. So the first DAO LLC actually launched today. So there's now one DAO LLC based out of the Marshall Islands, and hopefully from this event we'll find the next 20 or so.
That's awesome. Really cool. Really cool. Well, if anybody's in the New York area, we have a little inactive Discord right now for people who are going to be working out of there. We should be opening up in late March, early March, hopefully. But yeah, and it's multi-chain disciplinary. So we have people from Stacks, Polygon, Solana, ETH, Algorand, Secret Network, a bunch of different chains in there. So if you're in the space, come on by and hang out.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks so much, Mike. Nice talking to you.
Take care.
All right. We have our next guest, maybe unsuspecting because he doesn't know what I'm doing here, but Mark Lurie was one of the speakers from this morning. I'm keeping our live stream audience company during the lunch break since they don't get to have lunch with us here in person. So just finding some people I can interview and.
It's lunch.
It's lunch.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, looking good. Okay, all right, awesome. So Mark, tell us a little bit about yourself and your involvement with DAOs.
Sure. I mean, I run Shipyard. It's an exchange group for decentralized finance. So we build specialized exchanges, DEXs for different users, and our first DEX is Clipper. It's focused on retail traders, so it's the best prices on trades under 10K. And to me, DAOs are an enabling tool to do what we already do better. Like, we're digital natives, and it's just easier to have rules on the blockchain and and kind of agree on them upfront transparently. And so that's why DAOs are so important to like what we're doing. But I think beyond that, it just feels like a better way to do business. It like makes sure everyone knows the rules, sticks to them up front, and instead of bullying people after the fact. And so I think DAOs are like really, really important for that and like a step forward. So anything I can do to help them and learn more about them.
Awesome. So
I'm into it.
Awesome. My last conversation, I mentioned MoonDAO, which you're an advisor for this project. And I know Shipyard, one of your companies, has now launched the first DAO LLC based out of the Marshall Islands, which is really exciting. Would you share just briefly, why did you form an LLC in the Marshall Islands? What was the benefit to Shipyard?
So we want our DEXs to be governed by the community, but it's actually really tricky to do that, right? Like we can say that these smart contracts are controlled by the members of the community, but we want to kind of put that down in writing and give ourselves accountability to actually make that the case. And it's kind of too soon to write everything in code. So an LLC allows us to kind of tie the real world to the physical world and create real world accountability for the physical world. And so we really needed a place to create an LLC. And we also, there's a couple other things. Like first, we need to sign contracts. We need to employ people. So like in order to do that, we have to comply with the real world laws. So we need an LLC. And second, we wanted limited liability. Like I don't want to be sued by everyone personally, and I don't want our users to be sued by everyone personally. And so like the only way you can get those two things is if you incorporate an LLC. And the problem is there's just no real good jurisdiction to do that today. But the Marshall Islands turns out to have passed a law that makes it really easy. And MoonDAO helped us doing that. So we're like pretty honored to be the first client and also the first DAO in the Marshall Islands. We feel like pioneers. And that's part of why crypto and DAO space is like so exciting, because you get to pioneer things. It's
Awesome.
pretty fun.
Awesome. All right, cool. Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, everyone, for listening.
Yeah, we got to find our next victim. So, so come with me as we go explore the venue. See you, Mark. All right. We are going to venture into the main venue. So you guys probably recognize the stage where all the action has been happening. And I'm looking around for someone we can talk to. Someone we can talk to who I know is doing something interesting. Let's see. Now, we just heard from Tasfilia from Blockbuster DAO. I wonder if I can track him down. People are asking him questions. All right, let's see. We're going to explore. Hey, what's going on? How's it going? Good. Clarence. Yes. Can I interview you for the live stream? We're just trying to keep people company while we're all having lunch and they don't have anything to watch. All right. Thank you. So, hey, everyone, this is Clarence. And Clarence, I'll let you introduce yourself to the crowd.
Hello. I'm Clarence Wooten. I'm here at DAODenver, trying to get smart about DAOs.
Awesome. And what are you working on with DAOs?
I'm working on a quasi-secretive project inside of a big, giant internet company. Trying to convince the company from the inside out that doing a DeFi DAO for good is a good thing.
Cool. That's awesome. And do you have one key takeaway from today so far that you want to share with everyone?
Yeah, I think you guys should check out my DAO. It's an MIDAO. It seems really, really interested, and this is the guy who'll show you all about it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. Thanks for chatting with us. All right, I'll see you around. All right. Here we go. We're going to find our next victim here. Let's see. Oh, I found someone good. Hey, Javi. I'm keeping our live stream audience company while we all have our lunch break here. Could I interview you for the live stream?
Sure.
All right, awesome. So everyone, this is Javi.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. So Javi, tell everyone a little bit about yourself. What are you working on in the DAO space?
Yeah, so I'm a developer, been around for a while, and I'm working on a sort of no-code tokenization platform, specifically focused on governance tokens.
Cool. What's it called?
It's Valorize, Valorize.app. It's in alpha right now. We're signing first customers, and we have a wait list going if you're interested in tokenizing. Basically, getting access to the more, a little more custom features that some of the bigger DAOs have built into their tokens. We're basically giving templates for you to do that and doing that without having to hire a Solidity developer.
Cool. So what are some of the features that you get with a Valorize token that otherwise would have been harder to build into an ERC20 token?
Yeah, I mean, so basically what we did is we looked at the landscape of functionality that the bigger DAOs that have recently been launching are putting in their tokens, and it turns out it's the same generally, right? They're tweaking the parameters each one, but generally what they're including in their token is the ability to airdrop tokens to their users. the way that ENS did it, actually, they only allow for one airdrop built into the thing, but we built multiple airdrops, so you could like airdrop n amount of token, or you could do n amount of airdrops as you go forward. So that's a big one. And then the way that they're distributed is like it's a cash efficient way, so users have to like claim the tokens instead of you pushing it out to everyone. That allows you to do very, very broad airdrops. So we're handling all the verification for that and all the cryptography, so people can just go to the website and claim their tokens that are airdropped to them. The second thing is sort of the time lock mechanism in order to introduce new supply of tokens into circulation. So the way that this ENS did this, but also Bankless DAO and I believe Friends with Benefits also have the same mechanism, where they are allowed to mint new tokens, but there are requirements under which you're able to do so, right? So you cannot mint every day. You have to wait. Usually it's 365 days to mint a new token, and then you have a maximum amount of tokens that you can mint within each minting period. Okay. Yeah. So those are the ones that we started, and we definitely plan on going forward with that. But we saw that there was no one specifically meeting this market, so that's what we're doing.
That's awesome. I'm really excited to try out Valorize at some point. And you said they can find you at valorize.app?
Yeah, valorize.app. You can sign up there to be our alpha, to be in our alpha testing. We have a small wait list, but it's still very accessible. We're also going to be, it's going to be an interesting thing because we decided not to go with traditional VC funding, right? Actually, some of the people that working in the core team are in traditional VC, but we decided to forego that in the spirit of DAOs to do a sort of crowd raising fund, which we're going to do through an NFT, and we're playing a lot with like the interesting ways that we can incentivize sort of different rarity traits, but putting all of that on chain as opposed to being metadata in the contract, so you can actually use the rarity traits to be rewarded. So if you contributed more in the beginning, that gets recorded into the rarity of your NFT, and then that gets rewarded proportionally to the rarity of the NFT. So we're also excited to be building that out.
Very cool, very cool. I'm going to be trying to get one of those NFTs for the record. One more question for you. Do you have one key takeaway from today, or a favorite takeaway that you've noted for future reference?
I mean, this was from yesterday and today. It's the idea that we're rebuilding, we're reinventing a lot of things that already exist, and I'm super excited about it because we're sort of introducing new, like we're reinventing them, yes, but we're also building the new versions on fundamentally more accessible foundations, for more people to be able to access them with a lot of so it's not bogged down with some of the traditional internet. So actually I was like, so when we come up with like this fancy like DeFi products or DAOs or things like, aren't you just like a corporation really? It's like, yes, but with completely different foundations. Yeah, we're kind of rebuilding the same systems and benefits and all that. Like we are rebuilding it, but on a completely open, transparent, decentralized foundation that is going to be basically, once we rebuild it, like the possibilities that we have are going to be endless. Yeah, but a lot of the systems are going to look very similar, and maybe for some of the users, it's not even going to they're not going to even notice that it's like whatever you're banking. You get a 2% in your 0.1% in the savings account now, and then you won't notice that much of a change, but it is going to be like in a way that now people in Guatemala, where I'm from, will be able to benefit.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Javi. Really nice chatting with you.
Awesome.
All right, I'll see you around.
Awesome.
Thanks. All right, so just a quick reminder of what's going on right now. My name is Adam Miller. I'm part of DAO Planet, the DAO that's hosting DAODenver today and tomorrow. And I am just keeping you company in between the main event. So here on site in Denver, people are taking a lunch break. It's about a half-hour lunch break. Let's see how much we got left. About a half-hour lunch break, probably about 15, 20 minutes to go. My goal is to find interesting people here at DAODenver to chat with, just to keep you company and give you something to listen to if you got this live stream on while we're on lunch break. So I'm going to start wandering around again, looking for someone we can talk to. Let's see. All right. back in the main speaker area. I see Taspila from Blockbuster DAO would be a great person to talk to, but there are a couple folks speaking with him already. Let's see. Some people sitting around on their laptops. I don't know. Let me show you what the venue looks like. So here's the stage, and I'm just gonna kind of rotate around so you can see what's going on here. I wonder if I can flip my camera, that'd be better. Let's see, video inputs. Back camera, okay. All right, check this. All right, hear voices coming from someone else too. All right, so here you can see big DAO Planet logo up on the wall. Very cool. We got some of our sponsors here. DAODenver, Bankless, Blockbuster DAO, Kudos, MyDAO, that's my company. We're the ones who are offering the DAO LLCs. Swarm by Unanimous AI. Swarm is a really cool tool. If you missed the talk this morning, really cool way to collaboratively come to decisions or figure out what everyone thinks in a group. Got some other sponsors here. Really cool venue. I'm going to show you the chandelier. Awesome chandelier. And again, DAO Planet, written in LED lights on the ceiling. Super cool. Let's see. There you can see the bar in the back of the room. All right, well, we're just going to have to pick someone kind of at random here. We're going to see if Kelly wants to talk. Hey, Kelly. Would you like to be interviewed for our live stream?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Okay, all right, I'll put the front camera back on here. All right, thanks, Kelly. So just as a reminder, I think I mentioned this to you earlier, I'm just keeping the audience company while we're all at our lunch break. So we've got our live stream audience listening in, just giving them a chance to get to know the people that are here. So would you tell us a little bit about yourself and your involvement with DAOs?
Yeah, for sure. So I am Tasa Fila's partner, the founder of Blockbuster DAO. And so my experience has been very unique in the case that everything that I've come to learn and understand has been because he has thoughtfully taught me in a way that has really empowered me when it comes to wanting to be more involved, as well as also just like continue to learn more. And also the goal is, and the big reason why, other than supporting him here at this event, is I really want to find my place in this world. And so I have been kind of listening in on Twitter Spaces and doing my own due diligence, but I'm definitely still a beginner, and I'm very happy that everyone is very welcoming.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Do you have a favorite takeaway so far from today's presentations?
Well, it would be biased because it was Tasa talking.
Yep.
It was his first time talking on camera, so that was definitely something that he was looking forward to, mainly because since day one, he has always talked about how he will never, raise a dime without, first off, like doxing his name. But he's to the point now where he's comfortable at least showing his face. And again, before he starts raising any money, he will eventually dox his full name and just like him as a person, just because he feels that that's the right thing to do for Blockbuster. But so definitely watching him talk today was just very exciting. I'm just obviously have been his #1 fan since the very beginning, and I swear I still just remember Christmas Day, him working on this whole thread, and I'm just like, I didn't even know what he was working on at the time. And I just remember the next day, he's just like, you won't believe it, but my tweet went viral. And I was just like, what tweet? Like, I need to read this tweet. And so it's just been very exciting to watch him grow as a person and just find his space in this whole, world, just because, everyone's kind of looking for their right group, their right mission, and so he's really found his, and thankfully he's been really empowering me to also do the same.
Cool. That's awesome. And in case anyone doesn't know about this concept of doxing, so, historically, doxing was when someone would maliciously tell the internet someone's contact information, like who they really are, because they were doing something that they didn't like. And then that person would potentially get death threats or even be attacked and that kind of thing. Now in the world of crypto, especially with DAOs, a lot of people are using pseudonyms in addition to or rather than their real name. And so we've taken over the term doxing to now refer to when we choose to actually tell everyone in the world who we really are. So I think when you're talking about Tasfila, right, he goes by Tasfila, but
yeah, it's a peaceful transition in this case. When it comes to him eventually sharing his name. I know the host today was really eager to get him to say his name on camera, but I mean, him just being here on camera was the first step. So
yeah, that's awesome. All right, cool. Well, Kelly, thank you so much for chatting with us.
Of course.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Keep watching.
All right, I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's see. Who's next? Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, I'm Adam, nice to meet you. Yes, by any chance, would you be willing to be on the live stream?
I would love to,
okay,
especially
let me come around.
I'm on the next, I am on the next channel.
Perfect, we got the speaker.
Hi.
Awesome.
And I have to talk tomorrow at 2:30 about DAO Discovery and community best practices. We just launched DAO Discovery on TopGG. If you go to top.gg/DAO, you can check it out. We are super excited to be here and also be sponsor of DAODenver.
Nice. That's awesome. Tell us a little bit more about the organization and I'm also curious if you guys are a DAO too, or if you're not a DAO.
We are not, but so TopGG is basically the discovery layer for Discord. So we index all of the Discord bots and servers. Been working with a lot of DAOs as they kind of spin up their Discord servers and share best practices, etc. And that we really want to make Web3 accessible and found that we're really well positioned to kind of, be, I call us like Web 2.5 in a sense. So we're super excited. We just launched DAO Discovery on TopGG to help more people find DAOs and learn about them. And we've done a couple different workshops with, we did one with the DAOist in Lisbon last year. That was a lot of fun. And we do different workshops with DAOs like Global Coin Research or others in the space like Rally, just about Discord best practices, how to build your community, etc. Because Discord, I mean, if you haven't used it before, it can be so confusing and overwhelming and a lot. So definitely tune into this next panel. I myself love DAOs. I think I'm pretty new to the space. In September, I learned about them. Someone said like, "Hey, TopGG should become a DAO," and I was like, "DAU? What? I had no idea." So I dove down the rabbit hole, and which DAO did I join first? I think it was Protein or Shark DAO, which was a lot of fun. And then for Crypto Culture and Society, I was the original backer, and then I had the opportunity to be a core contributor and work as a community co-lead and design their onboarding process, which was really, really cool. So I'm still pretty involved, especially around like learning and education DAOs.
Cool. So I wonder if you would agree with me if I say that for anyone who wants to get involved in DAOs, really the first step is find their Discord servers.
Yes.
Join the Discord. It's like, if you don't know what that is, it's a chat application with a lot of extra features. Join the Discord and say hello, and you're part of the DAO in most cases. And maybe there's like levels or other steps at some point.
You just got to get in there.
Just get in there. Just get in there and say hello and introduce yourself, and you're in the DAO.
And you can contribute in so many different ways. Like I honestly felt so much imposter syndrome in the beginning. I was like, I'm new to Web3. Like, what can I do? But people need people to take. You can take notes. You can help out. There's just so many different ways. You just got to get in there. And people are so friendly in this space. Like honestly, and really, really welcoming.
Yeah.
Everyone's it's changing and growing every day.
That's such a good point. Yeah, that's such a good point. Do you have a favorite takeaway from the event so far today?
Oh my gosh. I think. What is that quote? I think DAOs are going to eat the world or take over the world, right? We're in the right place. I'm just so excited about this event and meeting so many other folks at DAOs. And I was just listening to the Blockbuster DAO talk, and I think there's just going to be so many interesting projects spinning up. And I'm personally just really curious about that intersection between like DAOs, and Web 2 corporations, or even like government, society, etc. I guess as someone who so my background's mostly Web 2 and creating content ecosystems like LinkedIn, Twitch, Pinterest, SoundCloud, and now TopGG. But I think, and I have a product background, and I've always tried to build like with and for the community. But I think DAOs are the first time where you can truly build with the community. Like you're giving ownership, you're giving creators ownership. Like in the past talk, the speaker was sharing how the maker of Squid Games just made Squid Games but got nothing. Like, that's just messed up. It's wrong. Like, platforms should be working with founding creators and rewarding their contributors, not, making kind of money off the backs of creators and always trying to take that cut. So I think DAOs just pose, we're in the early stages, but they're really transformational for the ownership economy.
Cool. And would you just remind everyone your name and how they can find you if they want to learn more?
Yeah, so I'm Kristen Chen. I'm CEO of Talk.gg, and you can find me on Twitter at Kristen, KRISTIN, Chen, CHEN. So yeah, come check us out. And if you're looking for DAOs, check out Talk.gg and join their Discord server and contribute.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay, bye. All right, just a quick reminder of what's going on right now. We are in between just panels and speakers here at DAODenver. There's probably about 5 or 10 minutes left until the next speaker comes on stage. And so you have me keeping you company in the meantime. So my name is Adam Miller. I'm part of DAO Planet, which is the DAO that planned and is hosting DAODenver. I'm also a founder of MyDAO, MIDAO.org, which is a new, and we're providing a new legal entity for DAOs. It's a LLC based out of the Marshall Islands, based on a new law that was recently passed there. So obviously happy to talk to any of you about that if you're interested in learning more. And now I'm going to try to find another person to talk to, another victim who's willing to be a part of our live stream. All right, I see someone overheard me and is indicating that it's okay to come over. So, hi.
Hey man, how you doing? I saw your speech and I loved it, and I love the concept of what you're doing for legal frameworks for folks who are building DAOs, which is one of the things I'm on the path to doing.
Thank you. That's awesome. So, you probably overheard me. We're just keeping the live stream audience company in between sessions.
Yeah.
Would you please introduce yourself and tell everyone what you're interested in or what you're working on?
Yeah, my name is Will. I'm interested in giving people better ways to take climate action and integrate it into their daily lifestyles and get rewards for it. The company I'm here with is DeedStack. It's a little bit stealthy right now, but we're building a bunch of tools for people to integrate DAOs and climate action and rewards and community into what they do, and get everybody collaborating so they feel hopeless right now. There's hope out there if we apply new tools.
It's awesome. Where can they find this organization if they want to learn more?
It's such a crummy, how when you launch out, you do such a crummy job. We've got a crummy website.
Oh no.
But it's taking early, signups for people who want to learn more. It's at deedstack.com. It's like stacks of good deeds. So we're trying to systematically create ways you can stack up your deeds, collect them, treat deeds as an asset, do asset management.
Oh, wow.
And so, it's got a lot of legs to it. We're conceptualizing. But again, your stuff is so perfect because we're looking for some of that legal stuff and insurance and other stuff to do treasury as well.
Awesome. Very exciting. And what is your favorite takeaway so far from the event today?
Oh, man. I think probably the concepts that of money that one of the other presenters was, and how what we're all doing now is looking at new ways to sort of unlock new functionality around money and around trust and what people are doing. Ask me tomorrow, I'll probably have a whole bunch of other things.
Yeah. Awesome.
Again, thanks for your work. It was great today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for chatting with us today.
Nice to have fun with your audience.
Thank you. I'll see you around.
All right.
All right, we are getting close to the next session here at DAODenver. In the meantime, I'm going to look for one more person, one more victim here that we can interview live, unsuspecting of a live interview. Let's see. We already talked to Javi. Say hi to Javi here. Who else do we want to talk to? And Kitty, are you free for a second by any chance?
I sure am.
Would you like to say hello to the live stream?
I sure would. Okay, wait, that was it. As I watch, okay, cups, hold on. So, hey guys, I know. So how are you? I'm trying to get lighting.
Okay, good idea. Yeah. I gotta learn these things.
Yeah. So here we go. So we got face it. So there we go.
Okay.
Hi.
All right. So, would you please introduce yourself to our live stream audience?
Oh, I know. Hi,
tell them
everybody.
what you're working on here.
Yes. Well, my name is Nkechi. I'm Nkechi Live, otherwise Pure Joy, and I'm so excited to basically be producing this event. It came together lightning speed, mostly because people are just so anxious to learn about what decentralized autonomous organizations are all about. And so that's what we're doing. And anyway, so it's been fun. We've been like having little mixers and parties and just listening to people dream build. That just the possibilities are endless. So yeah, super excited. And you guys know that we have our fundraiser that's been.
Tell them about the fundraiser.
Yeah, so our goal is obviously to like raise money to make this whole experience free for everybody. You know, just do the traditional fundraising thing, but there's so much generosity within this space that we are wanting to offer this kind of experience free in years to come. So please look us up, DAOplanet.org, DAODenver.org, and come sign up with us, and I'll talk to you another time.
Thanks, Casey.
Yeah,
Appreciate
this is
it.
great.
All
And
right,
this is
great
Adam.
job.
You guys know Adam, Crypto Mondays. And
Mondays,
yeah, bringing the
MoonDAO.
fun, the
Yep.
experience, MoonDAO, yeah, bringing the fun and the experience here. And we're going to go back to the speaker soon.
All right, thanks. All right, awesome. So I am going to sign off now. Pretty soon, the stream will switch back to the main stream, and we have our next speaker or panel coming up very soon. So nice spending time with you. Again, my name is Adam Miller. I'm with MyDAO, MIDAO.org, and also DAO Planet, which is the DAO that's hosting this event. Please go to DAOplanet.org or DAODenver.org, and I believe you will get to spend another break with me either later today or tomorrow. So hopefully this has been fun. At least keep you occupied a little bit over our lunch break, and we'll see you all again soon.
Like we had nothing to lose.
So next here, an awesome speaker who has been doing a lot of work in the DAO space. I'm sure you all have heard of Aragon. She's going to be talking about where the next 10,000 DAOs come from. Now, Aragon has a lot. Hey, folks, those who are having conversations, have them somewhere else, please. Tesafila. We're gonna get things going here. So I know I'm gonna mispronounce her last name, but if you'd help me welcome up Juliette Chevalier from Aragon. She is going to talk to us about where the next 10,000 DAOs are coming from, and they've got a lot of institutional experience with DAOs. Juliette.
Thank you, Igor. So, where are the next DAOs going to come from? I think that Denver, right on. I think asking otherwise, and it's certainly the question that us at Aragon have been asking ourselves, especially the last year. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably thinking, how this gonna know where the next 10,000 DAOs is going to come from? And so I'll start off by introducing myself. My name is Juliette. My Web2 friends call me Jules. You may see me on cyberspace as Juliette.eth with a very cute search NFT. Essentially, I am a developer advocate for Aragon. For those of you who don't know what Aragon is, we build infrastructure for DAOs and have actually been doing so since 2017. Now, of course, because we've been doing it since 2017, that means that we currently have a wide array of projects going on. And essentially, in our product roadmap, we've decided that we're going to build just one consolidated product. Now, this is a great and exciting idea, but of course, it took us into a huge rabbit hole to better understand what the system was like and where it was headed. So let's start from the beginning. What does it look like today? Of course, the very first rock we stumbled upon was asking ourselves, how do we define a DAO? And I'm actually, excuse me, because the slides that are currently being presented are not the right ones. Just give me 1 second. Ooh. All right, yes. Now we're on. So the first rock we stumbled upon was, what is a DAO? And it seems to be actually a more controversial idea than we originally thought. We first came up with it with a simple definition of it's a collaborative token-enabled community. And so what this really means is that we have 3 big pillars that are going on throughout a DAO's progress. At the center stage, of course, the community, which are the ones being the core members of the team, the one contributing towards the project, the one in ownership and investing on it. Then we have the treasury, because in order for the community to execute work streams and progresses, we're actually tapping into the treasury and the funds. And because we're dealing with money, then that means we also need a coordination process, often called governance, often called voting, in which we decide where those funds will be distributed. Now, once we came up with this very simple definition of what DAOs really are, we then started studying the numbers. We got this information from DeepDAO and CoinMarketCap, and it was so interesting to see as I was preparing the slides how often these numbers changed. I think what really came up the most was seeing the rise of DAOs in the past 12 months. So only 12 months ago, the amount of governance token holders was around 130,000 people. Now it's 1.7 million. That's almost 130 times the amount of people within the ecosystem. Total treasuries, 9.1 billion US dollars. Market cap, 24 billion US dollars. And so we're seeing proper, decent money coming into the space. And when we mapped out the amount of organizations, we found out it was around 4,000. So the next step was going in deeper as to what those 4,000 organizations were really looking like. We went into on-chain data. We started querying the blockchain, and to our surprise, we wanted to understand the amount of DAOs that were actually active, which wasn't a simple query to find, right? And so we came up to figure out that the amount of DAOs active were really based on the amount of DAOs putting out proposals to their community. And what we saw was this graph that was very shocking. We were expecting something to be a bit more flat. No, organizations putting proposals once a week, once every few months. But really, we found out that it worked in spikes. We had organizations come in like active bursts and do a bunch of proposals over at 80 organizations at a given, 80 proposals at a given time. And then we just saw them decline. DAOs were doing active bursts of activity, but then they were disappearing off the map. Why? And so we started overlooking at the DAO activity throughout time.
we found out that out of those 4,000 organizations, only 40% have been active within the last month. And out of the ones that were not active, 25% hadn't been active for over 800 days. So there was clearly something that was happening into the ecosystem that means that DAOs were essentially falling off the cracks. So after looking at the qualitative data, we realized we needed to do some research. And we started diving into user interviews. Now, user interviews originally started just being a quantitative approach. We wanted to speak to the most amount of user personas that were building and working in DAOs that we could. We reached out to our Twitter network, we reached out to our community, we reached out to people working in other DAOs. We focused on diversity, we focused on gender, we focused on geographical location. We tried to map out a holistic ecosystem of what was going on. And to our surprise, we realized that a lot of these people believed in the hype, they wanted to be a part of DAOs, but they weren't really focusing on the decision-making and in the building process of the DAOs. So they weren't understanding the struggles and the pain points of why these organizations were disappearing, but rather they were believing that they were going somewhere and really trying to sort of lurk around and look around organizations. So that led us to go in a bit of a pivot. And it meant that we needed to tap in really to the builders. What were the builders doing and where were they struggling? And we created a map that looks like this, where we wanted to understand, number one, the profile of the people, where they were coming in from, how they got into crypto, what skills they were bringing into the table. Then understand their inspiration and their goals, what drove them to want to create a DAO in the first place. Go through their journey. How do they get started? How do they get into today? Where are they headed? Why do they even run a DAO? Why not a company or an NGO? What does their community look like? What do their core members look like? What's their profiles? How does it extend and keep growing outside of that? What are their needs? And ultimately, what toolings were they using to fulfill those needs? And to our surprise, we came up with what we're calling now the intermediate builder. Why? Because the original wave of DAOs were the OGs, were the crypto people who were building these products by themselves. They didn't need any advisors. They didn't need any end-to-end service providers. They were coding this themselves, and they were doing really crypto-native products. But now that DAOs are becoming a bit more mainstream, then that means that that builder is not necessarily an advanced crypto OG human, but rather an intermediate builder. It's a person who knows WordPress, can automate flows through Zapier. It's not intimidated of Googling and reading documentations, but they're not necessarily a professional software engineer from 8 to 5, nor are they a noob. They're usually Web 2 entrepreneurs or Web 2.5 executives. They could be creator of communities with a large audience, influencers, product people. They're essentially tinkerers who are willing to play around and really decipher as they're going. Aside from that, they share a mindset. So they have this big, complex vision of what their DAO should be and what it should do, mostly fenced off of referencing other DAOs that they've seen that have made it through the space. And ultimately, we really saw this big design upfront mentality. So they were referencing these bigger DAOs and they were saying, how could I implement this large vision that is already matured into the project that I'm trying to build? And ultimately, this only got even more complicated as you add in more people. So currently, the people contributing to DAOs come from all sorts of walks of life. I think I saw a stat the other day mentioning that VC funds are investing in DAOs to an extent of somewhere above 50%. So that means that you have different stakeholders. You have the Web3 workers, the engineers, the writers, the marketers. You have DAOs building products. So now they're also playing into the product ecosystem and understanding their user base. They're offering services, they're receiving services, they're implementing different frameworks, they're referencing other leading DAOs. And so we're seeing a very complex ecosystem to play with, which essentially leads to this. Across all of the interviews that we did, we saw these problems being referenced over and over again. Number one, tokenomics. Where does it start? Where does it end? How do I produce it, distribute it? What should the maximum supply be? It's super intimidating. It's very complex. How to stay legal? Our current regulation across the world is not set up for the rise of DAOs. How to make sure that the product that they're building is actually within the legal framework? That's scary. What about contributor reward frameworks? We're seeing globally across countries a great attrition of people leaving their jobs, not feeling empowered, not feeling motivated, not feeling adequately rewarded. That's something that is just translating as in the DAOs, we're really establishing a new way of working in the future of work. We're also seeing community management, onboarding, how to keep the lurkers and turn them into contributors that actually support the products of the organization, how to keep the community engaged so the voter participation is not low, and ultimately, it ends in confusion. Why? Because it's a nascent space, there's complex information everywhere, and we really have a strong confusion of the complexity that is being arised. These intermediate builders are having a hard time really crossing that chasm, and they're feeling alone. So they'll go into the web, they'll surf around, and they have a hard time mapping all of that signal into all of that noise into signal that refers exactly to the use cases that they're building. There's a bunch of information out there, but how do I apply it to my specific idea? They're overthinking and getting ahead of themselves because there's so much to do that it becomes hard to decipher what that next step should be. And ultimately, because these smart contracts are set, deployed, and done, they feel like they can't experiment. And our biggest analysis, conclusion, was that those who jumped on the experimentation train were the ones who were actually able to cross the chasm. Why? Because they were grabbing these bigger, complex ideas, and they were turning them into smaller packets of information that they can now start working on, iterating, moving over, testing stuff out, and moving forward. So originally, we started looking at a creation journey that looks like this. Got this information from SuperDAO. They're doing great research, and it really resonated with what we've been thinking. A person has an idea, then they gather a team. Once you have that team, you start working on a work stream of tasks that you want to be running. But then in order to implement them, you need funding. So you go through the initial funding. And if you have money, then you got to have some governance structure on top of that money to make sure you use it appropriately. Then that treasury becomes mature. So you start going through diversification techniques and start thinking of finance in a more complex way. Now you have money, so you work through the product development process until you eventually reach sustainability. But really, whenever we're building an organization, it's not a linear process, right? I think a big part of the creation journey is that it looks very much like a design thinking journey, where you're solving a problem with a cross-functional team of professionals until you iterate and hop on from one point to the next until you eventually get to where you want to be going. And so after many interviews, we realized that it was actually looking a lot more like this. First of all, the big thing to take from this is that builders were spending from 6 months to a year just learning what this space was about and what to do about it. So the learning and the testing phase, the rethinking of this was huge. And then once they actually accomplished it, they went through a set of emotions, right? They felt energized, then they felt sad, they felt frustrated, then they felt excited, they had a vision. And once they started testing, then they started actually launching and seeing the community grow and started dealing with a bit more complex problems. So after seeing a bit of that overview, we go back to the original question. Where are those next 10,000 DAOs going to come from? And like I said, we started looking at waves. So originally, the first DAOs came from the more crypto-native projects. They came from the DeFi protocols, the NFT collectors, the Web3 infrastructure builders. But as we've moved into a bit of the more mainstream waters, we've reached a bit of this second wave, where we're seeing the rise of investment DAOs, of VC DAOs, of gaming guilds with a big play-to-earn trend, creator communities where influencers and creators are really bringing back ownership to their audience, services, user-generated content platforms, and media. And this is where we're currently at. And then we're seeing a bit of the rise of this third wave, where we're seeing the transition of DAOs getting nicher and nicher. So we have the talent platforms, decentralized science. We're seeing people trying to get ownership and tokenization into real life assets and land. We're seeing social missions, social groups coming together. And really, we're mapping out a waves of seeing a transition of new DAOs that are nicher into their origin, nicher into their output, and nicher into their communities. And so ultimately, what we've realized is that the next 10,000 DAOs are merely going to come from the same place as the next 10,000 startups. Why? Because DAOs are essentially trying to build a product, provide a service, solve a problem, and it's the entrepreneurs, the builders, the tinkerers who will be creating these organizations. So what do these builders need, having all of that research laid out? Number one, they need simplicity. The current ecosystem is way too complex. And entrepreneurs, if we want them to thrive and survive, they need to have simple information being displayed to them so that their roadmap is easier to create. Number two, modularity. If we're really going to have organizations come from everywhere, then we need our tooling to be flexible. And we had this struggle in the beginning as well. Aragon, since we started since 2017, our first products were very monolithic and with a purpose. Back then, DAOs were even a more abstract, term than they are today. And so that meant that we needed to provide people with some concrete way of what it meant to go through and actually create a DAO. But now that organizations are spawning up from everywhere, people are getting more niche requests. And so that means that it no longer suffices them to get just one template to run everything that they can, but they actually want to be using different tooling specific to their goals. And the third one is that builders need their tooling to adapt with them. Like any organization, these organizations are growing and evolving at their own pace. We're all seeing how fast the crypto clock is running around. And if organizations are stuck in building the things where they first created, then we're in a bit of a pickle, and the organizations can't grow. So these are problems that I laid back earlier. We realized that they're not really problems. They're opportunities, and they're opportunities for tooling. Because the next DAO tooling will define where the next DAO generations come from, right? If we're building tooling for developers, then the next 10,000 DAOs will be DAOs for developers. If we're building tooling for creators, then the next 10,000 DAOs will be for creators. And so mapping out all of the existing problems that DAOs are currently struggling with, however tools will come out of that, will be the ones defining where these DAOs are headed. That's why in the last year, we spent a lot of time building the DAO Global Hackathon. We raised over $200,000 to give to winners, and we saw winners come up with innovations that are already kicking off in their own spaces. And it ultimately looks something like this. So we have a tool that comes through the organization. That tool then defines the culture of the organization, which then defines the coordination process that that organization is using, which will then define the next tooling that they use. And we're seeing this loop over and over as organizations are headed, and it's why that tooling is so important. It's why whomever is building DAO tooling needs to make sure that their tooling is agnostic to technologies. It needs to make sure that it's not opinionated, so that the creators and the builders themselves can actually enforce whatever they want to be building and create the product that need their output. Now, having that said, what are we doing with all this information? And like I said in the beginning, we're building a new product. The next product is meant to be a DAO platform that grows with you. It's meant to be adaptable. It's meant to be filled with integrations. We realized that the monolithic approach that worked in the beginning of DAOs doesn't suffice the builders of today. It needs to be flexible while also being human-centric and user-friendly. It needs to have learning integrated as you're building. and needs to be adaptable so that as you're going and evolving with your organization, your DAO platform grows with you. We're putting a big emphasis on integrations because we can't do it alone. And a lot of people are building great products that they should integrate into ours and create a better ecosystem as a whole. So we're going to have a strong SDK so that developers can come in and implement whatever tooling they want. And ultimately, the idea is that we're all going to make it together, especially at the speed at which crypto is headed. We can't really pretend that we're the only ones who will make it out of this. And so the next strategy is to just allow for tools to be integrated and make sure that the tooling that we're building is agnostic, user-friendly, and allows for learning and experimentation to be a huge part of its success. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Juliet. That was really informative. Appreciate that. I'll take the mic. Thank you so much. All right, one more hand for Juliet. Okay, so has anybody here used this app called Discord? Anybody heard of that? Yes? 1, 2 people, maybe? Okay, the laziest audience. Blockchain people are lazy. Discord is, of course, an app that started out for gamers primarily. And these days, it's being used for DAOs. And obviously, the folks that are focused on making our Discord servers better are under a lot of stress because it wasn't really made for this type of thing. So what we're going to do is have our panel come down here. And I'm just going to fix this slide real quick. We wear many hats. We wear many hats. And we're just going to basically allow our panelists to talk to us about Discord. We've got some more mics here. So take one down and pass it around. You sit in the position of power. And you've got the mic now, so you're in charge. Our Discord panel, folks.
Awesome. Everyone, you guys for doing this. It's good to have some OGs in the house who can help everyone get on the right path of creating and managing a community in Discord, which has become the de facto space where everything happens together with to a certain extent. Say like just 30 seconds about yourselves and introduce yourselves. That would be cool.
I'm happy to go first. Hey everyone, I'm Kristen Chen, super excited to be here today. I'm the CEO of TopGG, which right now is the discovery layer for Discord. We index all the Discord bots and servers, and we actually just launched DAO Discovery, if you want to check it out, TopGG/DAO. I also am a contributor to a couple different DAOs, most notably Crypto Society and Culture, where I was the community co-lead last semester.
And I am Above Average Joe. I am a community manager at Bankless DAO, and that's basically my home. You can find me all over the Discord servers throughout the industry, but if you want Bankless DAO is where you go.
Awesome. So let's start from the beginning. I'm just stumbling into the server, and the person that actually manages it, I have to have an idea of like good tools and process and practice for helping new contributors be onboarded into the community. Can you give some ideas around that?
Can you rephrase the question a little?
So practices and tools helping new contributors be onboarded into the community.
Yeah, so some of the things that I tend to tell our contributors whenever they join Bankless DAO is there are two main places where you're going to want to get connected. One where you are passionate and one where you are skilled. The skill may not always overlap with your passion,
but it likely has a powerful impact on what your capabilities are within the DAO. And that skill is something that you can then teach to somebody else who is passionate in that area. And by plugging in both with passion and with skill, we are re-engineering the way that human talent is placed in an organization like this and optimizing in a way that the corporate structure never could.
Yeah, happy to add a little bit from, I guess, the Discord perspective. So I think onboarding is incredibly important, and if you're creating a community, you need a very clear path to onboard someone into your server. Most DAOs I've seen usually start with having really clear values, almost an FAQ kind of description of their DAOs, like different channels and server, how everything works, where people have to acknowledge it. And then last but not least, a channel for introductions. And I think in terms of, onboarding someone from a new member all the way to a contributor, there's a lot of different ways to go about that, but the most important thing is to make it very accessible. And there's a lot of different Discord bots that can help, different bots such as reaction roles, the YAG bot, Me6, et cetera. But I think that the most important thing is showing like a really low barrier to entry. I think a lot of people who are new to DAOs often get nervous and they don't know how to contribute. So, having a mix of kind of automated process, but also that human touch can be really important. So making sure they have a place to go to ask questions if they get stuck in onboarding.
And you talk more about bots tomorrow, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. I will plug my talk tomorrow at 2:30, where I'll be talking about DAO discovery and also kind of Discord bot and community best practices.
Awesome. So you mentioned like channels and people seeing how things work, but we know that there's always a lot of internal coordination happening. So what's your take on bringing transparency? Should all channels be public? Should everything be communicated publicly inside a DAO?
I think that there is a balance that needs to be struck in what is public and what is not. Obviously, things that carry personally identifiable information, it is of a sensitive nature, and to leave something like that wide open can potentially create problems for the membership. And something like that, it makes sense to gate. But when you are looking at the overall contributions of the organization as a whole, we are at large a community. And in a community, communication is everything. And it is very difficult to communicate if you can't find anything that's been said. So transparency tends to be the default option to take. However, the growth of a system like Bankless DAO is such that when you are experiencing the sum total of what is available, it's too big of a fire hose to drink from. And in that respect, you want to curate that transparency. So you're not preventing people from accessing the information, but you are giving them a view that allows them to easily sift for the parts that are most relevant to them.
Yeah, I have, I guess my answer to sum it up is really, it depends, and I'll share a couple of different examples. I think that it really depends on the size of your community and also how you want to design your community or the experience for new members to become contributors. So in crypto society and culture, one way we designed it was that we had a public Discord server with kind of campus channels that everyone could access, and also a set of channels for people who are backers. All of our channels initially were transparent, but we kept it to a small number of channels. And just because so much communication happens on Discord real time, we also had some core contributors that would write up a daily summary of kind of key discussion points in the server and share that out in a different kind of announcements channel that people really enjoyed. And I've seen a couple other DAOs kind of have that role as well. However, in other DAOs, such as Odyssey DAO, that are really large, sometimes in the onboarding, they'll set up kind of a list and say, hey, depending on what you're interested in, are you an engineer? Do you want to learn about DeFi? Do you have a product background, et cetera? Kind of reacting to those things will open up, specific channels, because sometimes new users can be super, super overwhelmed. So I think just think about the scale at which your community is. And then also I think it depends on how you're going to structure your staff to kind of manage those channels and engage with the different members in the community.
Having a scribe is essential. I'm in like 150 servers, and I just read what the scribe sends. That's it. But both of you mentioned about like different access levels. How do you think about of the Discord server and specifically the interplay with on-chain identity? How do you guys think about that? Maybe Kristen can
Sure,
start.
yeah, I'm happy to start. So gating, I would see, yeah, it depends. I guess a lot of my answers are, it depends, very customizable. Many DAOs, will use tokens to gate, and some will even use NFTs. The two most popular bots that we've seen are one by Guild. It's called kind of the Medusa Agora bot, which is really helpful. And then another big one is Collabland. I will say though, be very careful about scams, but we'll get into that a bit later. I think additionally, there's other ways to gate that are not necessarily relying on on-chain mechanisms. There's a lot of different leveling bots that you can use that gate certain channels depending on someone's activity in your server, however you want to kind of customize and design it.
Yeah, gating is something that is useful, but only in a limited capacity. I do agree with that. So if you are attempting to get a valuable talent group and plug them into your organization, then gating becomes a barrier of entry to those people who have talent and want to apply it to your organization, but they may not be up to whatever gating criteria are required. And giving an avenue for those people to plug in is something that really allows for DAOs to capitalize on the human element, which is where they tend to specialize. It is utilizing that social energy that is so abundant to its maximum capacity. But when you're looking at things like governance for the overall system, the person who doesn't necessarily have skin in the game may not be the one that you want to get that input from. So you would want to gate more of that participation to those who are token holders or otherwise involved in a meaningful way. Right now, Bankless DAO is also looking at ways to sort of break down that barrier for those who have the specialist talent that is more unique to the situations at hand. So if there is a volunteer that is really potent in their knowledge set, then gating them out of that participation can also be detrimental. And engineering ways to get the input of those who are most qualified is something to be well considered as a caveat to any overall system of gating.
So like scholarships and stuff, sort of thing.
Yeah, and allowing the person who has a PhD in something to give you more of a context about what the proper dynamics to approach are as compared to the guy who did 2 minutes of research on Facebook.
Awesome. Kristen, you mentioned scams, and in our space, it's a very prolific subset of content that we have to fight through. Any tips or tricks of how to protect the community from all of that?
Yes, I have a lot, and I also am always urging, even if you have a smaller community, it's really important to have kind of measures in place because I guess when you grow, you never know when this could happen. So I will say there's a lot of scams on Discord just in general, but specifically there's so many scams around NFTs or trying to get your seed phrase. I think and foremost, in your kind of onboarding, I would definitely include some educational resources around phishing scams and warnings. And then also, I've seen a lot of DAOs have like a nice channel where you can report if you notice something wrong. So that's one piece. I think there's other things that are really important to consider, more so regarding verification for your server. You don't know if bad actors are coming in or bots. There's different bots you can use to prevent kind of fake members joining or crack down on this. You can find a lot of those on TopGG if you want to check them out. And then I think also just, having your staff or contributors stay vigilant for this is really, really, really important. Because, right, once it gets reported, you want to be able to take it down. But I think things like CAPTCHA verification or kind of there's even phone number verification on Discord too. It seems small, but it can really cut down bad actors from entering your Discord server.
Absolutely. And proactive is the only way to handle this because many of these scammers come in without even being part of the server. They can DM the members that are part of your group and really take advantage of the ignorance that's there. So getting ahead of their approach to the individual is the only way that you can really get the individual aware of and prepared to deal with those sorts of things when they happen. Our oldest member at Bankless DAO is in his mid-70s, and we actually had him fall prey to a seed phrase scam that was targeting him as a sort of fake support person. And gating your ability for onboarding new members into your system is one of the best ways to prevent that because a person that's new in your server may not understand what demarcates somebody as a true person of authority in your server yet. And an impersonator coming in and saying, oh yeah, come DM me and I'll get you set up with whatever you need. And then in the DMs, they ask for that seed phrase. That is something that the only way you can prevent that from happening is getting ahead of that person, either ejecting them from the server before they get a chance to make such a false presentation of support, or you've got to get to the individual and say, if they ever ask these questions, that is not just a stop sign. Like, do not touch this if they ask or broach these areas because this is not something that legit organizations do.
Okay, so I mean, scams are a problem of everyone, but especially of relatively bigger communities. So if we want to go take a step back and think of growing a community, you have a project, you want to build an ecosystem around it. Should you face trade-off, right? You can focus on a wider net of more loose interactions and more incremental contributions, or a tight core of like almost full-time contributors. How would you go about addressing that trade-off?
I think that the focus tends to be nuanced in an internal and external sort of capacity. So for the person that is more of that core contributor spending their full-time area, you're going to want to be more selective about who is able to fill those sorts of positions. You want to make sure they're well qualified, that they have the base to actually execute on the vision and the overall goals of the organization. And then the external facing tends to be more useful when you are attempting to reach a wider audience. So that would be, rather than focusing on internal development, that is the outreach side of things. You want to cast a wide net for somebody if you want to bring them in and start using your protocol. And in those instances, a lower barrier is better.
Yeah, I think it really depends. So I think whenever you're starting a DAO or designing a community, I would really kind of sit down with the core group of contributors and think about what you want a member's journey to be. Do you want a smaller community where everyone's contributing at a high level, or is your community more about awareness and that there'll be kind of some people can learn, but you'll have kind of shades of members all the way to from part-time contributors to really core or full-time contributors. And so with that in mind, I think there's several tactics that you could take, right? Like one aspect I loved about when I joined DAO Masters, Nelson reached out, he was running onboarding, and he set up like a one-on-one with me, and they were intentionally curating, you know, a really engaged, smaller community, which I thought was awesome. I've seen other servers that are more about kind of awareness, where they open it up to everyone, and then they make sure they have clear channels for people to raise their hand and share their specialties if they want to contribute. So I really think it can go either way. I think the most important thing is to make sure that your processes, whether it's onboarding, you know, spam prevention, et cetera, or processes for contributors, scale with the size of your organization.
Ivan, we have just a minute left here. I wanted to see, is there anyone in the audience, because you have two of the foremost experts on Discord sitting up here right now. Does anybody have any question, specific question about Discord they want to ask? Here, I'll give you the mic.
I'm just wondering, as you look towards the future, is Discord the thing, or does it get replaced by a new tool set? Is it up to the task?
Discord is a tool, and as most tools do, it can wear out or become inadequate to the task that is expected of it because the job itself has changed. And I foresee a future where Discord was the original, but it is looked at as legacy, same way that AOL has. It may be powerful for onboarding the masses, but in terms of what a well-developed ecosystem looks like, it's not necessarily the forever home.
Yeah, and I just want to jump in and say, I used to work at Twitch, and I worked there as Discord was kind of spinning up, and something is that Discord, you know, OG is really designed with gaming in mind, and I think, you know, they're branching out, but that's kind of the core, and I'm particularly curious about kind of decentralized solutions for Discord. We were actually just talking about that earlier, and I know you mentioned, I think one that Seed Club invested in. Yeah, comment. So I'm really curious to see, you know, what will emerge in the future, but I think it's pretty kind of early stages.
Awesome. Thanks to both of you for sharing your knowledge with us today. And we'll probably go individually to have follow-ups. Thanks, Tan.
Yeah, thanks
All right.
so much.
Thanks for our speakers. I'll take the mic.
Also, sorry, I am on Twitter. I had to turn off my Discord DMs, but my Twitter is Kristen M. Chen if you want to check it out. And I'm going to give more of a deep dive workshop on Discord community best practices and bots tomorrow at 2:30 here if you want to check it out. Thanks again.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. So up next, we have another panel of experts. And this one, maybe we just call it Griffin 2 Erics. But it's the institutional knowledge of running DAO. So these are sort of people of wisdom. So Griff Green, Eric Hill, Eric Benz, come on up here. You have anything? Just
No,
riff it.
I can riff it.
Yeah, riff it. Riff it, griff it. Okay, here's your mic. Here's your mic. Are you joining us?
Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys so much. Wow, I'm so happy to be moderating this one because I've definitely had more than a few of these. So I'm Griff Green. I started out in crypto with the DAO. Oh, hey, are you moderating?
You want to switch over?
No. Yeah, sure, I guess so. You're just not on the presentation, but we'll get in there. So I'm Griff Green. My first project was the DAO. Didn't work out all that well, but I've been DAOing my heart out for the last 7 years and have made countless mistakes beyond just the DAO. Currently, I help organize Giveth, the Common Stack, and DApp Node, and I'm just going to ask these awesome guys a bunch of questions. So for maybe each of you could introduce yourself. You want to go first?
Sure. Hi. Great to be here. My name is Eric Benz. I've been in the crypto, financial services space for the past 15 years now. Started a bunch of companies, including the likes of GoCoin, BitReserve, which is now Uphold, and Changely, and was CEO at Changely past few years. And now I'm launching the DAO.
Nice.
Hello, my name is Eric Hill.
and I'm from Canada. I'm a lawyer, and I've been involved in the DAO space for almost a year. And I function mainly as in the legal guild and the ombudsman's office at Bankless, where there's a lot of discovery of friction. And I do some other DeFi contributions to Shapeshift.
Hello. Hi, I'm Michael Healy. I'm half Singapore and half British. I've been in the crypto space since 2010. I worked for WikiLeaks, built their Android app. The government froze our bank accounts, so we started using Bitcoin. Since then, started a number of tech companies, ran a popular social network with a few million users. More recently, been building Unit. And what Unit's trying to do is create a world where there's millions or tens of millions of DAOs. So each of us, individually, we're going to have DAOs. This venue is going to have a DAO or a token. And what this is going to do, it's going to distribute value much more equitably. The customers, the employees, they're going to have a piece alongside the founders and investors. So I'm really excited for the next 8 years. I think the world's going to change in ways that we can't even imagine. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Wow, what a nice panel. Here, maybe we'll just switch so you guys are all under each other's names. That might help the audience understand. Maybe Michael, you can move your chair in the middle there, and I think it'll just help everybody. It'll definitely help me too. Although I know you, Michael, we've hung out more than a few times. So I guess the most obvious question is, what's your biggest mistake in building DAOs? Does anyone want to start?
I'll definitely. We took this approach, this is the year of the DAO. This is the whole point of why we're here. 2022, year of the DAO, DAODenver. Okay, enough buzz. But the real interesting thing is we have to make sure that we take into account community. Without community, we have absolutely no ability to actually provide a utility-driven like experience. So when building and choosing where to place your DAO, make sure that you're understanding how to attract that community, because without that community support, no matter what blockchain you use, that's a whole separate panel. But you really need to harness that community support, because that DAO is the most important thing. That's a community-driven experience, and without the community, you have nothing. So I'm not naming names, I'm not pointing fingers, but when I'm choosing a DAO, I want to make sure that community spirit is behind me.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think community is such a key aspect, and taking community, to another level. I really think the long-term sustainability of the community. So, similar experience in 2017 or 2014, where it's mania and it feels like things are going to last. I think, when people are building DAOs or tokens or NFTs, if they take the approach that, they're building a DAO for the next 10, 15, 20 years, and, understand that whatever they do, it will still survive, a bear market, or when the market maybe doesn't have this mass mania. So really have so much respect for people who are not just building for the year or 2 years, like now when people are crazy about NFTs, the crypto's on, or like crypto and it's on the Super Bowl, but the next 2 years that follow, when maybe it's not as hyped or the in thing. So it's kind of having this long-term vision or perspective, really like that, and the sustainability aspect.
I think that one aspect that can be missed when you're starting out is that everybody says, "Oh, it's an experiment. It's an experiment." We're weaving our way, and then what happens is, if you think about if you transpose to real life, if you're an experimental aircraft, you wouldn't fly without a parachute, right? Without a safety valve, and there tends to be this sometimes a narrow focus that says we're going to resolve every problem the same way. And so we have a one-size-fits-all, we're going to vote, and we're going to vote this way. And then what you just do is you discover is there's different kinds of votes, and some of them are governance votes, and some of them are about the products and services, and so they're not the same. And not everybody, the bigger your DAO becomes, not everybody is informed enough to make the best choices, and so you get this situation where everything is a yes all the time. And if you had considered the risk in the first place, this proposal might not have passed. And so something that at least I observed is that if you're making a governance system of voting to pass things, you need to have a safety valve. And I don't see it in any DAO where you say, as opposed to a product or a service, you would say to change the way we govern. So it's going to be in force only for 90 days. and it's going to revert back to the old way so you can get out of it when it doesn't work and it's a sinking ship. And then you can, if you've proven that it works, then you can go ahead again, right? So there's urgency to solve a problem that may or may not be real. And then you make this irreversible change and you can't get out of it. And then you're stuck with it because you can't get the votes or whatnot. So it's something that's not thought about, I think, when people are starting out, putting their foot forward.
Well, words of wisdom, for sure. Do you guys have any individual stories, like hopefully a shortish story, where the DAO did something or it attempted to do something and it didn't quite work the way you expected and you learned something huge?
Sure. So I'll tell you the story that goes with what I just told you. So at Bankless DAO, started out one way and then a quorum requirement was passed. Everybody just voted for it. Sounded like a good idea. And then what happened is we discovered that we couldn't reach that quorum ever. And now we were stuck because we can't vote out the quorum requirement. Perfect example, like a conundrum.
Sure. So one thing I'm really passionate about is how to tie real world assets, for instance, this venue with a digital token. And, this idea of tokenization has been talked about for like 6, 7, 8 years now. And I think that there still aren't really successful case studies of people who've tied a real world asset to a digital token. So, one mistake that I've made is thinking that, the speculative value or, let's say if a token trades at a certain price, that gives it its inherent value, And one thing I learned from that is that even though something is traded at a certain price, you need some level of connection between the real world asset like this venue to the digital token. So one thing I learned from that is a nice solution is to tie a digital token with a digital token. So imagine if this venue had a token, you could see the amount of profit or value it's generating, and if you converted that to digital assets, things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Polkadot, Solana, and you tied those digital tokens, held in a trustless way to the token of this venue, then you can start to establish a relationship between this venue and a digital token. So this was a key takeaway, realizing that, a real world asset, the enforceability of it is very, very difficult. Most people depend on contracts or lawyers or, judges, but it's very hard to do that at scale. To enforce, to take someone to court is expensive. You need to have a network. And, for tokens to really work at scale, for millions and billions of tokens around the world, we need some sort of measure of credibility. And one key learning I've had over these years was that a really neat, simple solution is to see, if everyone dumped the token of this venue, what would be the floor price of it? The price at which, everyone would be able to redeem some of their tokens for. So that was like a nice takeaway.
I think for me, one of the interesting things, at least trying to attempt this, is this whole notion around how to make a DAO gamified. That whole gamified experience of a DAO, which is kind of what we're doing, obviously, at CanadaDAO, is to how do you engage community and create an ecosystem of value whilst making sure that the traditional operations of the DAO and the voting mechanisms and all that are happening. So you're going to see a substantial amount of this gamified governance taking place, and that does a couple things, right? There's a lot of belief or ideas, especially from the regulatory side of things, that, a DAO is a security, right? Poppycock, as I say. But it's not. It's if you can guarantee and provide that experience, that holistic experience in a DAO ecosystem, you can gamify that concern and alleviate it in a very creative and innovative manner. So I think there's going to be some really cool things coming in order to not avoid regulation, but to navigate it in a very creative and innovative fashion.
That's great. And I loved what you had to say about gamification. I feel like there's a lot there within DAOs. We're so used to The first DAOs I consider are the blockchains, right? Bitcoin, Namecoin, and the like. And they have one reward mechanism, mining rewards. And I think with DAOs lately, we're really experimenting with more of a polycentric reward system where the rewards are coming for all sorts of things. And I'm really curious what your guys' thoughts. Yeah, you can just dive in right off of that.
I mean, the cool thing is, like, you have the DAO and then all these guilds that now get to access the DAO to really preserve and show and have their interests. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you can have a limited amount of guilds to now bring interest in this DAO. It's a phenomenal model. But yeah, any you want to add there?
Yep, and also I guess being open to the idea of DAOs tokens. Like I remember I came to the first ETH ago, and I spoke to some people at the Ethereum Foundation, and the consensus there was, why do you need another token? Why don't you just use ETH? And it's amazing, in a space of 4 years, how perception has just shifted completely.
I am blown away. Can I swear on stage or no? I am fucking shocked. I am absolutely blown away because I remember being in 93 East, which is a bar in East London. This is 2014. And it's some, weird East London pub, whatever, early. And Gavin's on stage, literally on stage, and he's doing this, and it's just DAO. And I was in the back drinking a beer, and I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, DAO. Ethereum's not even launched yet. Like, what the fuck is going on? And here I am on stage, launching my own DAO. Now we have thousands of DAOs, soon to be millions of DAOs, and then billions of DAOs. I mean, this whole scale, it's amazing. It's incredible. So that's a little story for you guys.
How does Bankless DAO reward people? Is it pretty varied?
There's a couple of different ways. There's tipping, there's social signaling, there's coordinate, there's bounties, and then there's some standing rewards, per season. So there's at least four different ways that people get rewards. There's also like a level 2 acclamation by soft poll consensus by your peers. So at Bankless, they're experimenting with a number of different ways to both reward and recognize contributors.
Do you think that there's any other reward systems that you'd like to see included, like work that people? One of the things I really would like to see is, a more varied approach to rewarding people. Obviously, people get salaries. There's tips. There's other methods like just getting a DAO proposal passed, earning some sort of rewards. Are there other pieces that you feel like are underrepresented in the current reward systems of DAOs, especially maybe Bankless to start?
Yeah, I think the tooling isn't there. I think we're limited by this set of tooling, and I think everybody's hoping that it's coming. That around the corner, whether it's a layer 2 or somewhere else, somebody's going to build another set of tooling that'll allow sort of a more frictionless, more gamified, more unified. This goes to the whole tooling issue, right? You have to use like 5 different tools just to stay on top of what you're doing every day. And so nothing's really, there's not really a holistic sort of solution there that lets you come in and out of it, and you can, and it's developing, but in small pieces.
I think there's 2 things. One thing that's missing, which we're trying to solve, real world rewards. Like, people farming and regenerative agriculture and all these real world cool things that are happening that need to be tied in. But the problem with doing that, well, not for us, but there's this regulatory friction and barrier, right? Regulation stifles innovation. Ever heard that before? Okay, good, because it's true. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with antiquated regulatory frameworks, I respect regulation, I really do. But at the same time, it's antiquated and written for a period of time that we do not live in. And we're smarter than that, and we're more connected than that, and we're better than that. And because we're using more of our muscle and becoming smarter and more intelligent, we now have the ability to do things in a different way. So there's this tipping point right now where we need to make serious changes, and regulation needs to adopt and advance to allow this wonderful benefit and real world integration to DAOs to actually coexist. Because without it, we're going to be at this back and forth tug of war for too long, and it's not working.
And touching on this point of regulation, I think we're just so early in terms of the DAOs and tokens. If you look at the internet, if the internet tried to verify or to audit or to regulate every single website, we wouldn't have millions of news outlets, millions of websites. So I think what's going to happen is tokens, DAOs, blockchains are just going to leapfrog. The same way in a lot of nations in Southeast Asia or in Africa, they never built landlines. They just went straight from straight to mobile, straight to data, cellular. Same thing I think is going to happen to tokens. And I think where NFTs, DAOs, tokens are going to emerge is the parent entity, or like the holding entity for every single LLC, every single limited company, every single fund. We'll have a token, and the token or the NFT or the DAO is going to be what's determining the credit worthiness of it. It's going to be the way by which people can buy into something, their incentives can be aligned. And us at Unit, we're a DAO builder, we're a token builder. We have 100 DAOs or tokens created on our network. We imagine
501.
All right, there you go. And we're excited for every single person to be a DAO, every single athlete, every single musician. And what this is gonna do? It's gonna align incentives much more effectively, and it's also going to give people much more opportunity. The same way the internet provided access to information, the mobile phone gave us access to communication super readily and freely. Like, I'm really excited for DAOs, for NFTs, for tokens, because it's just gonna make money like a much different experience. The idea that a small minority of the world doesn't need more money. The rest of the world is kind of living check to paycheck, and this is gonna, make the rich richer. It's gonna pull everyone else up, and then even like everyone's just gonna live a much more comfortable life and build focus on things that they are more passionate about. And this decade.
This tomorrow there's going to be like 12 lawyers here, so I'm not going to touch too much on that. But one thing, looking down here, oops, we didn't think of that springs to mind when you talk about regulation is DAOs don't do themselves any favors when they borrow terms from the real world that have a legal meaning that a regulator might go crazy about, when in fact it's not interest, for example. So don't call your reward interest, because the person who's opposing you will say, you're the one that called it interest, so you can't say it's not interest now, right? So, I mean, that's something that springs to mind all the time, and I've been talking about it at Bankless for a long time, and we've moved away from that a little bit, but by borrowing these terms that are sensitive, call them what they are. Call it a reward. It's a reward,
Verbiage and language is such a powerful tool when navigating this space. So it's very important to choose the right words, especially when you're writing your white paper or any kind of documents that when you're doing something from you need to make sure that you take into account all the moving parts. If you run before you walk, you'll get a knock on the door.
I think that's something that's so common with DAOs, is this almost the just DAO it approach. You just go for it,
Just DAO it.
Yeah, just DAO it. But maybe going a little slower could help a lot.
Well, this is the sort of, I'll call it a risk assessment for lack of a better word. So if you correctly identify a risk, let's say you say centralization is a risk because you want a DAO that's not hierarchical, but that's flatter, then you would properly identify centralization as a risk. And when you bring a proposal, it would go against a checklist that says, does it consider the risk of centralization? And if you follow those cookie crumbs, you might find all of a sudden that having, and then you would gameplay it, and you'd say, oh, look, because this happened to us, where the purpose of the quorum was to avoid centralization, when in fact it did the opposite. because the purpose, they say we don't want whales, we want everybody to have a fair vote, so you want so many. And the only way to unlock that is to go knock on a whale's door and all of a sudden carry the vote to wash it out. So you've lost the credibility of what you're trying to do. So so it's about the risks, and the risks of the wording in the white papers, right? The white paper says we want to securitize everything. Well, you just shot yourself in the foot, right?
I prefer green papers, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Nice. Well, is there anything else that you feel like you've thought of that came up in this conversation that you really have an itching to bring in?
Maybe one thing worth mentioning is, the DAO landscape at the moment is very much based on perception or perspective or opinion, and it's not very quantitative. So, people are looking at different protocols, look at different tokens, and it's a bit religious or a bit cultish. And there aren't definitive, measures or quantitative measures which go, okay, this is doing much better because of this particular reason. It's the same as with the internet, with the dot-com bubble. People looked at internet companies and they're like, this is doing so many page views, this is in this many countries, whatever. But it wasn't. People felt the internet was different. It felt like you didn't need to have a business model, you didn't need to make money, you just keep raising more money, right? So I think, my hunch is that the next bull run, the next 3 years, we're gonna have a few tokens which are not just based on speculative demand or let's say how many billion or hundreds of millions valuation. It's going to have a floor. People are going to know that, okay, this floor is rising because it's providing products and services, and that floor is growing, that decentralized floor. And then the bull run after that, in maybe 6 years, every single token which doesn't have this floor will be a bit Ponzi-ish or a little bit scammy. And people won't just look at a token on protocol and go, hey, so-and-so is in it, so-and-so says it's good, I like this person, that's why I'm going to buy into it. It's going to be much more quantitative. And then what this is going to do, it's going to give opportunity to people in rural parts of the world who don't have the same network or reputation, and then it's going to incentivize tokens or DAOs which are lower priced. So you wouldn't buy into something which is super expensive because it's got less upside potential. You support people who have more growth potential effectively, and I think that's what's really exciting for me.
There are serious problems in this world, and a lot of those problems can be solved with a DAO. That's all I want to say.
Sure. Time left, I guess I can up with some lessons learned from the Ombud's office. So this is this one size fits all. So when you have if a DAO and there's only like one financial pro, it's pretty straightforward. If you have a DAO that has 14 guilds, designer guild, dev guild, legal guild, writers guild, what you discover is that the custom and the practice in each of those industries and trades is not the same. And so you probably didn't think of this when you started your DAO and said, we're going to do it one way. And almost exclusively through the first couple of seasons, 90% of the cases, if you will, we listen to involved at the pod level, like at the project level. You said, so what process did you use to come to that decision? And they're like, well, what do you mean? Like that there was no process, or they used a process that looked completely different than a process for somewhere else. And so you need to have that flexibility, that not to have one size fits all, because it won't fit every industry. And there's often this sort of single thought, this is the way the DAO is going to run, this is how we're going to vote for everything. And it needs another layer of flexibility in there.
Just to jive off of that, I think advice process is really underrated. This is something that comes out of holacracy, of whenever you have to make a big decision, you go and consult experts, the people who think they're experts, and the stakeholders, the people who will be affected by the decision. And while it's a one-size-fit-all principle, it's of course going to change for every instance. And I feel like it would be really nice to see more of those principles be kind of emergent within these DAOs and recognized as something that like everyone can uphold. Sorry, Michael, you were going to say something?
I was just going to give a fun story. So there was, I was just spending the past few months in Bali, and there was a really bad road that was connecting two major towns, and the government basically didn't do anything to fix the road. It saved basically half an hour of travel time, but it was super dangerous. It was like a broken down road. And it needed $50,000, and the community, didn't have, a single person who wanted to pay for it. So what we did, we created a token, a bunch of people chipped in. And the cool thing of the use of a token or DAO here was the people who financed or funded, the people who are philanthropic, were able to get a return or able to get remunerated from the people who later benefited from it. So this is an example of, public infrastructure which could be financed through the use of a DAO or a token, and it rewards the early stakeholders, the people who bought into something which might not have any profit potential. It's a road, doesn't charge a toll, but it has value.
It doesn't charge a toll.
It doesn't charge a toll.
So then how are the returns coming?
Because it has value to society. So the same way, if you built a basketball court or let's say, a school or a library, it has a lot of value to people, but it needs to be financed. And what typically happens now is, a philanthropist would buy it, would pay for it, put their name on it, and, they would feel good. Futures where this library would have a DAO, a bunch of people would chip in, and when the students, people in the community benefit from this value being created, they would buy these tokens back from the initial philanthropist. So it just opens up so many new business models. And
are you saying this road thing actually happened?
Yeah, for sure.
And so then more people bought the token afterwards?
Yeah, so it gives a nice example of public infrastructure, which typically is dependent on governments, and it's a social.
And what was their motivation for buying the token after the road was fixed?
I guess just showing appreciative and gratitude for the fact it's being fixed. And they didn't chip in originally because they were worried that the people who raised the money would run away with it. So it's just really exciting because it just shows that tokens can be really applied towards almost anything. And if it does have a profit engine, then that makes it sustainable. It builds up the floor. If it doesn't, then people know that if everyone sold at the same time, it could drop down to zero.
I want to add something, Michael, and then I'll throw it to you, Eric. But this is something I learned in Giveth, is that in the States, we really donate and then expect work to be done afterwards. But in other countries, most other countries, it's the exact opposite. They actually prefer to see the work done and then retroactively reward. And it's just a cultural shift. I assume it's the same. Yeah.
That's how I was paid in Russia when I used to work there. It's like, oh, we're not going to pay you. You got to work for it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I need to live. Like, no, you got to do the work and then we pay you. That's how we do it. And this whole notion of a DAO, by the way, is actually not a foreign concept. I know it's a new word, but like this whole idea of community spirit and community participation, this is Hawala. African villages and communities have been doing this for thousands of years. This is not a foreign concept. We're actually just repurposing what should have been the case, and we're stripping down all this useless layers and going back to roots, right?
Absolutely. And soon we'll have better tools for it than they did. No.
I would have put a toll booth on that road.
No.
Okay.
No, but I do think, so this is the common stack model. We're out of time, but I don't see anyone taking it from me, so I'm going to keep talking. There's a question. Okay, let me just say, on this road idea, I think that you could turn it into a startup, right? And you have a startup, a group of people actually build this road and they succeed at it, they get more funding, and the people who buy these tokens and get rewarded with those tokens, they have governance over which next road gets fixed. And the actual decision power over public goods that are being created is the incentive.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Okay, we got a question in the back, but maybe I'll grab you the mic.
Thanks for the talk, really cool and really share the mission. As a DAO tool developer, do you think DAO tools should be evaluated any different? Because I'm used to building, Web 2 startups. How should they be evaluated to be, growing, basically? Sorry. Did you get it, or?
How do you evaluate the tooling or which DAO to choose? Like which?
Yeah, how do you evaluate DAO tools so they can be adapted as quickly as possible? Because we're building them and then...
Sure. For me personally, I was looking at a lot of things, and having a Web 2 background myself, it's really important to understand what problems these tools are actually solving. And once you can understand how the tools will coexist in a real world landscape, whether it's a Web3 or traditional enterprise, you'll know kind of, what is really fit for your purpose. So for me personally, there's a really cool set of tools on Near protocol called AstroDAO. Jordan from Star Pulse, he has a phenomenal set of tools that really are tailor specific to a lot of the different things that I was looking for. I'm not saying that that kit might be best for every DAO, but again, think about the purpose and the things that you're trying to achieve, you know, when looking at that. And it just requires research. All this information, by the way, the reason why Michael's so smart here is because all this information is free. There's no barrier to access it. Go have a 2 a.m. moment. Go get inspired. There is no barrier to getting all this information and education and understanding exactly where to put your business or where to put your time.
This is super great points. I highly recommend look at Substrate. So Substrate is basically a blockchain building framework, and it allows you to build your own Bitcoin, build your own Ethereum. You know, currently a lot of people are building on, you know, existing blockchains like Ethereum or Solana or Matic or whatever. The cool thing about Substrate is it's built by the Web3 Foundation or Polkadot. It basically lets you build an application-specific blockchain. And what that means is you can build a blockchain specific to whatever application you want, and then Polkadot or Kusama is securing your blockchain. So really think that, you know, the next coming years, what's going to happen is we're going to see thousands or tens of thousands of very specific blockchains, and all these blockchains are going to connect to one another. The status of blockchains at the moment is kind of like email servers. It's kind of like, imagine you use Hotmail, I use Gmail, he uses Yahoo, he uses MSN, and we can't really email one another. If we both, I've got, you know, Hotmail for emailing him, I've got Gmail for emailing him, and the really exciting thing is when it becomes interoperable, and Polkadot, you know, things like Kusama really solve this.
Steve, do we have 27 minutes left? Is this, or what's the story? We got a double! Hey!
I love doubles.
Yeah.
Double down, DAO.
I guess this is specifically for Eric, but everybody's answer would be awesome.
Which Eric?
Oh, sorry, Eric Hill. But I'd love to hear everybody's answer. When you were talking about the guilds, and you were talking about how you have to treat maybe each of those differently and that it's not a one-size-fits-all. I mean, does that go everything from not just governance, but even tokenomics and yeah, is it almost like, okay, how's this function DAO? How's this function DAO? How's this function DAO?
Sure. So I guess I could share like sort of advice that we've given, which is sort of like, I don't care what process you use, but just tell me you have a process, right? This kind of goes along with, you know, what Griff is saying, which is inform yourself, take advice, but like whatever that is, and just decide if it's very big and the organizations are substantially different, industries or trades or crafts, that just let them self-govern. But the issue tends to be, do you even have self-governance once you're down at that lowest level? And what you find is if you let a lot of self-governance or you try to ensure that it's going on by just teaching people, like, hey, guess what? You should self-govern in here. Here's some tips. What happens is you end up having fewer problems that escalate, that create frictions, you know, within the broader system. Because in this coordination of guilds and projects, it's like an assembly line. And if some piece of work doesn't come in, because somebody rage quit, because there wasn't you know, some self-management that's going on at the project or guild level, all of a sudden the assembly line stops and everybody else, because you're relying on these people. And so you're relying on the product to come out, right? So there's some things that are still true. And the other thing that I would add, which is, so first of all, like, does that sort of answer your question, or is that?
In the model we're looking at, these guilds would be highly interdependent as well. You know, so they're separate pieces of technology that then would depend on each other. You know, so just investigating different ideas.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of experiments going on. For example, on Bankless now, different guilds or projects have their own multi-sig, right? So that you can decide at that level how to distribute the rewards. You know, it wasn't always that way, because there's a lot of experimentation going on. But yes, like ultimately, again, even the rewards may not be rewarded at the same rate in different groups, and that's a decision to be taken by that group.
I want to add something to this from the TEC. So the Token Engineering Commons, we also have guilds. We call them work streams or working groups. There's all these groups have circles, work streams, working groups. You know, it's a common pattern that they kind of break it into smaller pieces. We started out with just 3. and then it evolved into more. But we started out with a framework that said before any decision is made, you have to decide how to decide, right? It seems kind of funny, right? How do you decide how to decide before you decide, right? But it's so important that you know what done looks like. How do you get to a finished decision? So before we even had any working groups, we started with like, hey, how would you even form a working group, right? And how would these things coordinate after that? So we have a kind of a coordination. We have a working group for the stewards, right? And we have like a framework where, okay, every working group needs to have a steward in the working group, and they also need a working group lead who's going to kind of be the point person for the working group. This is very much modeled after holacracy. Right? And so we built a framework before we had working groups for working groups that could evolve, right? But that was aware of how things could evolve. And then if people want to start a working group, this is the process. And it's just like Eric is saying, you got to have these processes in place before you get started. But guess what? The speaker who actually is supposed to be speaking in this slot just arrived. So we have to call it. So thank you all for joining us. And well, maybe we can just say, like, do you have a Twitter or something that people can follow you at? I guess it's up here.
Yeah, there's near Ape 420, my Twitter. Pretty easy to remember. DAO related. And if you want to get more information on what we're doing and how we're using community to disrupt a $1 trillion industry, which is, by the way, bigger than crypto, then check out CanadaDAO.org and reach out to me, and happy to have some time. We're doing a lot of different things this week, so excited to see everybody here.
Well, thanks so much. I'm at Michael on Telegram, or m@mihealy.com, or at Michael Healy CO. Please feel free to reach out if you have an idea for a DAO or a token. Excited to support, invest, get behind it, and have lots of successful case studies so people can study it and make their own successful tokens and DAOs. Thank you.
I'm just Rotorless everywhere. Rotorless at Hotmail, Rotorless at Twitter, Rotorless. You can find me. I am a lawyer. I do practice in the space. I'm at Bankless DAO. And thanks for listening.
Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you to our speakers, our presenters. That was so good, we couldn't cut it short. So next up, we have another well, this one's actually another panel. Lauren, are you down there? Want to come up and join us? Okay, so we've got, can we advance the slide to the next one? You don't have it on there? Not working? All right, well, you guys can come and sit down and introduce yourselves.
I do.
I'll take it.
Cool. Well, since my name is in the title, I guess I can kick things off and lob it up to you guys actually to maybe introduce yourself, just kind of give it a little brief background on who you are and what you're doing. So Lauren, why don't you start with this?
Is it on?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Lauren. I work with Giveth and the TEC, and at Giveth I do mostly communications, and the TEC I'm a steward, and we're really actively involved in governance in all of those DAOs, so I'm happy to be here.
Hi, everyone, I'm Tyler. I've been around DAO Masters since it started. We're really focused on kind of putting together the organizational best practices for DAOs. There right now, I kind of help with our leadership team and then also run our research division. So do you have issues within your organization and the DAO in general? We're happy to chat and talk about that. And if you haven't figured it out, come tell us how to do it right.
Cool. My name is Chris Powers. I work on governance at DAO. DAO is a fully on-chain organization that is approaching its three-year anniversary. We manage a couple different DeFi products, and we distinguish ourselves from most other DAOs because we use non-verbal, reputation-based governance, token-based governance. So I think the title of this, I guess, is Rock the Vote, right? Which I think was like a cool campaign in like the 90s. I remember Puff Daddy like hosting some concerts about voting, and like that's important. I think better governance, I guess, is a little bit more appealing to me. I don't know if we can really define what better governance is, but it's kind of like a way that we're kind of like moving towards there. So maybe like if we just kind of start with maybe from like a systems perspective of like how you think someone that's going about wanting to institute quote unquote good governance should go about that in designing, say, like their structure or initial voting system. And so Lauren, why don't we start with you and then we'll go to Tyler.
Sure, yeah. Well, something I really like is something we've been doing at the Token Engineering Commons, which is collaborative DAO design. Basically, we did something called collaborative economics, where I really think it's the best way of going about things. Instead of just having like a one-size-fits-all solution, we involved the community and educated them all about all the different parameters, the way that they're going to affect the community, and we ended up designing our governance system and a bonding curve with community input. And we did it in like an iterative processing. And so we had we had these parties where we got people to come in and people who knew a little bit more about the systems that were being proposed, the different parameters being proposed, could explain to other people how to use them. And we had this whole dashboard, and then basically anybody who's involved in the community could start putting forward proposals for the DAO using this dashboard and coming to these parties. And then we had these debates where people were communicating with each other and debating different parameters. And we basically built the entire system from the ground up. And it started with like an entire year of cultural build of like working together as a community, understanding what our values are, defining the mission, the vision, the values.
I think that, like we can like almost call that, it's like the life stew, right? It's like the stew that creates life that like exists before. You're not really sure what these ingredients are or what's going to happen, but then like a bolt of lightning happens, or then like kind of things form and kind of do that. So Tyler, I guess, like what are some initial design structures or systems for like maybe that, like what would be that goo that makes up that like, you know, initial creation of life?
Yeah, for us, it's been interesting at DAO Masters. We're a relatively small team, probably about 30 to 40 core contributors. And what's been interesting, you know, for anyone who's starting a DAO or new in the DAO there, our governance has been pretty laissez-faire, I'd almost say, where it's more about almost coalition building and going out and those real core contributors spending time in the community and just getting a sense of where people are at in one-on-one conversations, in spending time just in the Discord. And whenever we've put things up to a vote, I think in the early stages, we've almost always known that, you know, the community is behind this. And so it's been interesting to look at the governance at the early stage and see it almost as this coalition building process. You know, how can we go out and get everyone jazzed about, you know, this general direction that we might be going? And then, you know, as we've been growing, we've been thinking more and more, Hirsch in the audience is redoing our tokenomics right now, and we're starting to think about these things like the reputation and decoupling that from the financial token, because I think ultimately we have relatively strong opinions that those things should be decoupled. And then it comes back to a question of, I think, employing a process similar to what you all said, Lauren, of this almost emergent governance process. You know, where do people want to be, you know, spending time putting their vote? How are we going to think about doing that? So we're in the very earliest stages of that. And I'll stop there. I have stronger opinions about it.
No, I think we've got like some room to run here with this. Yeah, because it's like Ethereum DAOs, like we did not invent public goods or like governance of them. On-chain management of them is a like new evolution, but there were ways of managing public goods. I think a lot about like managing open source and like the governance around open source, right? Open source software has been around for a long time, and the way that is iterated upon and governed like has been predates like, you know, the blockchain land. And really what's happening, I guess, with this on-chain governance is we're actually formalizing some of that governance around those communities. And so I guess it kind of creates this tension though between like creating formal structures for governance that like create accountability, transparency, and like all of these things that are good that we want to have for these public goods that can grow and we want to see foster. But at the same time, like, does that like stymie growth, innovation, or kind of like, whatever. We were actually talking backstage before this, we think of open source management and governance, you think a lot about like the benevolent dictator, right? And so like, is there a room for the benevolent dictator in DAO governance? And so Tyler, since we're chatting about this, like, what do you think about, benevolent dictators in DAO governance?
Yeah, it's interesting. Trying to look at some of the case studies as to what's out there. I was telling Chris, if you look at Ethereum, Vitalik had his initial vision for it, and then, recently comes out with Ethereum in-game, and that's quite different than what that initial plan was 5 years ago. And yet you see the community totally galvanize behind it and say, this is absolutely where we want to be going. If we try and think of a counterfactual or an alternative, it would be like the most opposite thing we could do would say, hey, community, everyone submit their proposal for where we think Ethereum should go, and then somehow we're going to have a sense-making process as to how to get there. Both are valid ways to do things, but as like when Vitalik comes out and says, hey, like we're going here, the benefit of that is you can move faster, and it kind of puts in those guide rails. And to me, that's something that is very beneficial for DAOs because it lets them move faster, right? When you know where you're going, then all of a sudden it's easier to design some of those governance mechanisms to say, we now have these core objectives. And so what do we need, like what governance now makes sense to put in place to make sure we hit those core objectives? And I think that's something that's been interesting to watch and see. And even at DAO Masters, we struggle with this, how much should the sort of core leaders be setting the vision and stuff versus how much do we need to rely on the community to pull that up? And I think it's an open question, and I don't think there's one right answer, but I do think there are clear benefits to that kind of benevolent dictator type of governance.
Right.
Yeah, I would love to add to that. I think, for me, when I think of the benevolent dictator, it's often the benevolent role. So it's somebody who maybe has expertise in the field. And I don't think that it's best to have people with expertise in the field to make the decisions ultimately, but I really like the advice process. So it's like including the opinions of experts in the field and people who are affected by the decisions, and then like bringing those things together and then informing the community. And it's like, and having all of this transparent as well. So like the people in the benevolent dictator roles can also have opinions, and then their influence might sway people one way or another. And maybe because they actually have expertise in the field, and maybe because they actually have a good idea of how things should go, but then people actually are able to make up their own minds. And then I think that this comes down to like then how we capture the voting process. So it's like we could have something that something that I get frustrated with in voting is when like it's not really anonymous. It's like you're voting with your ETH address, and it shows like people know it's me. You can just find out it's me. So then that actually prohibits me from voting in the way that I want to. So I think like having anonymous voting, and then also having it so that you don't see like real-time results. So you don't know how the benevolent dictator voted finally, and you also are able to vote anonymously, and then it's like we can actually capture community perspective with including the opinions of experts in the field, and I think that that's like really...
Yeah, and I think kind of what I'm hearing is like, it's almost like decoupling all of the different functions that maybe like the benevolent dictator did, but like, okay, you can still like provide the vision, but in terms of like the decision and implementation, like that can actually go through like a different system. And I think that's what like having these on-chain structures, you can actually like, peel back those different functions. To kind of switch a little bit on a different topic, but related, I think for any blockchains, one of the first things that a blockchain is trying to protect against is like a Sybil attack or like a spam attack. And I think for governance systems, perhaps it's not at the level of like a Sybil attack, but you very quickly do realize that one of the most important things in terms of a governance system and a governance culture is how do you manage the attention of voters, or like the fatigue, or what people call voter fatigue. And I think deciding like what is a proposal, or even the idea that like, is everything that is voted upon like created equally? And so maybe like, how do you think about like what you would define as like quote unquote governance decisions from a community? And like, how should you delineate between those decisions on some that are maybe like very large or some that are like small? And like, where do you kind of like, how do you direct those to them? So like, Lauren, you want to start us off with?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we need to just have different systems for different types of votes, really. Like, there's like, I mean, I was reading like some of the questions that were proposed by people, and I was reading the panel description, and one of the questions was like, which votes should be on chain and which votes should be off chain. There are also a lot of questions about like, what's the ideal quorum, and I think that like all of these things, like, you need to consider like what you're actually voting on. Are people voting on controlling the treasury, or are they voting on like whether or not we should change what we call ourselves from givethers to unicorns?
Change the
or,
mascot.
you know,
I was
it's
gonna say
like,
change the
you
mascot.
know,
That
it's
was
like,
literally exactly
it's
what I was
like
gonna
some
say.
things
You
are
had-
more
yeah.
important and critical than other things. And so I think that like the parameters which we use to control those votes like can be adjusted based on the votes. And then we can create like modular systems on an as needed basis. So it's like you start out with like this kind of decision-making process, and then as you're going through the process of being a DAO and making decisions, then you can add like layers on top of that, like new voting structures as new problems arise.
Yeah, although I do think maybe the mascot change might get more voter engagement and,
Yeah.
and discussion
It was really
than the treasury
contentious. It was
movements.
really contentious.
Tyler, do you have anything to
Yeah,
add on that?
yeah. I guess my thoughts on this are a lot around who does it affect? You kind of ask like when do we vote, or what should a proposal be? And if I'm thinking about like what needs to be an on-chain proposal, then to me that needs to have an impact on the majority of the DAO, right? I don't think I need an on-chain vote necessarily for, should we have a research meeting at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, right? Like that very simplistic example, right? But then when it gets down to, we're talking about, should we change the bonding curve on Uniswap? Like that becomes all of a sudden, this is very important, everyone should know. And then my other opinion there is that there should be it's good to have very measurable or clear outcomes on the things you're voting on, right? I think it needs to be that very clear, like yes or no, or A, B, and C. I think a lot of DAOs get caught up in, we need to be decentralized, and so we need to have these votes on everything. And at a certain point, like you can't set a strategy with a vote, right? We can put up 3 different strategies and then say, which one do you all think we should execute? And then that ultimately can be a vote. But I think thinking about, what needs to go out there and actually be like discussed in advance before we actually put it on chain to vote on is actually pretty important when you think about that whole governance process.
Yeah, and just to give some DXDAO perspective here. So I think if you add up mainnet, Gnosis Chain, and Arbitrum, I think we've passed something like 1,300 proposals since inception. So we actually take kind of almost the opposite view of this, which is more of like lots of things on proposals. So like every worker proposal is a proposal. We make like signal proposals on these things. And one of the things, like there's kind of 2 reasons that we're able to do that. One is our consensus mechanism of holographic consensus is also like a quorum management tool. So anyone can submit a proposal, but to get a proposal into the boosted phase where it doesn't need a majority to pass, there's like a mini prediction market or a staking period. Where people are betting on whether or not that proposal should go up there. So that's the way you kind of manage the spam element to that. And the second reason is we are very okay with like what people might like call low voter participation. Like I love when I see certain like team members have their worker proposal and like I see the people vote for it and it's like they're other team members, right? And like I actually maybe haven't worked with them, but like I'm glad that proposal is passing. I don't need to vote on that, but it like kind of there's a certain level like of transparency to the DAO and to the community, and I think it allows like kind of in a little bit of a contrast you're talking about like who like people not wanting to know who is voting, where like with this method it's the people that are voting for this proposal that kind of give it its legitimacy, because maybe those are people that are like well known in the community or something.
Yeah, one thing I'd love to pose to you two, since you're all part of these much larger DAOs, I think at the early stages, you want to say yes to everything, and you don't want to discourage people by voting down their proposals. And so I think that's probably a large reason why we don't send so many things to a proposal, is because our contributors, I think, as everyone knows, are the most important part of your DAO. And so you want to create a culture where you can feel like you can say yes or no. So to your Anon point, but I'd be curious to hear from your all's experience, how have you created that culture where you can, vote yes or no, and people are okay with that and want to stick around? Or Or is it a feature that when you say no, they want to leave, and that's kind of what you want?
I just say it's really tough, and I would say the first proposal from most DeFi contributors is probably like their most anxious moment since like middle school. Like just like I'm putting this on chain, I'm putting myself like out in front of people. This is what I'm going to work on, and then people are going to vote for it. So like that itself is kind of like a big jump that people like want to make sure they have everything set up before they like go to that level. Of course, we have like a wonderful contributor X team that helps people through that process, so it's no longer intimidating for people to onboard to DAO.
I think something that really helps for me personally is like having clear criteria of like, so it's like we have I've been working with our communications team on creating like really good documentation. So it's kind of like we have our covenant and we have like our code of conduct, and like the things, like the proposals that are being put forward need to first agree to that. So then it's easy to vote no on something that's going against like what we agreed as a community is like the way that we define ourselves. And then I think then we also have the advice process, which is also in our documentation, and it explains that proposals need to be on our forum and need to like generate comments for a period of at least 5 days before they can even go towards the DAO. And so it's like there's already like this stringent criteria. It's like, okay, these are like clear no things. And then in the advice process, it's like once something goes up on the forum, it's an opportunity for anyone in the community who's getting involved or who cares about that decision to make comments, and then the proposer is able to respond to those comments as well. And so I think it's like having this open communication and also having like really clear boundaries around like what's acceptable for the DAO and what's not acceptable for the DAO makes it really easy for me to vote. And then I think this then the last stage of sometimes I still want to vote no, and then I feel uncomfortable because I don't want to be like the naysayer. But then I think it really just takes having a culture where it's also okay to say no respectfully, and it's also okay to disagree with something and then communicate about it and then like work together. And I think that like that's something we're really focused on building. So I think then like having the cultural care is like another element of ensuring that like good proposals go through, and then proposals that aren't good for the DAO don't go through. And yeah.
Just to underscore the comment about the forum, because we haven't mentioned that yet, and I think like forums are so terribly important to DAOs and like kind of how they should be governed, and things that happen before the proposal process, as you were saying. So just because we only have a couple minutes here, just to kind of close out, I wanted to talk, just kind of throw out maybe a contentious topic or people just have like lots of opinions on, but one of the ways that I guess that people think about like streamlining DAOs, efficiencies and operations is through some type of like delegation. So I don't know, like either like if you guys are very pro delegation or very against delegation, but maybe what are some like areas where you think like delegation could be helpful, and where could it be harmful for you guys in your communities?
Well, I think this comes into the conversation about quorum, and it's like, it was really interesting listening to Eric, and he was saying they set their minimum quorum too high and they could never reach their minimum quorum, and that just like really messed things up. So I think that this is really interesting, and like where delegation comes into play is like then community members who are not as active, but then they have trusted other community members they can delegate, and then those delegates can vote for them. But I think like another really good process is like being able to like check up on your delegates. And we have this like one voting process in the Token Engineering Commons where there's like a delegate voting period, and then there's a period after where the vote is still open that like delegates can't vote anymore, but then people can check on their delegates' votes, and then if they don't like it, they can say no. So if like other active community members like really want to jump in and check on their delegates, they can. And I think that like the delegation really helps to ensure that you're getting like enough voter engagement, and then having the ability for community members to keep their delegates in check is like another necessary step.
Yeah, not too many strong opinions, and we have 30 seconds left. And the way I almost think about delegation is from an organizational structure standpoint and less from the voting standpoint. And so, like, if you look at kind of what Yearn does with their governance model, where they have these individual teams that are each in charge, I feel to me that's almost a way of saying, look, like, as a part of Yearn, I agree that this team is best suited to make a decision here. And so I'm going to agree with whatever outcome that they choose. And so that to me is just another way to think about delegation rather than assigning it to someone, is we can actually do it at the organizational structure level and say, we're gonna almost elect or come up with these teams, and then based off that, we're gonna agree with the decisions they come up with. And that's more of a softer delegation than like, here's my votes. As you do with, an ENS or something like that.
Cool. Well, thanks, guys. This was a lot of fun. I think that's it. So maybe let's get a round of applause and we'll head off.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. No, it's individual. Hey guys, thank you so much. Thank you, Lauren. You guys were great. Thanks so much. So right now we have a multi-DAO governance, which is basically James is from NEAR, and he does a lot of work with the token engineering commons. Is that right? So he's going to talk to us about multi-DAO governance. Make sure that's on. Yeah.
I can see. All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. So I'm going to manage complexity of this topic and keep it really simple. I've only got a few slides, and I'm really interested to hear your thoughts and hopefully answer questions. But my goal is to explore how and why DAOs connect, collaborate, and coordinate across dimensions of creative communities. So if you can go to the next slide, I'll talk through coordination. So this would be my approach to visualizing multi-dimensional governance using a simple two-dimensional coordinate plane. So if you look at the y-axis and the x-axis, they might represent two DAOs. And the value would represent success as a general metric, which we all think about in organizations, right? And it's a very common question. How do you measure success? How do you measure impact? Well, we're going to extract those questions for now and just do one success metric. And when you're talking about coordination of DAOs, you might have to create this coordinate plane representing success for each DAO. And the tricky part is making each unit equivalent or equal, if you will. So the one box is the same, it's a square. It's a, one as a coordinate would be exactly equal to what you might expect. And this way, to visualize multidimensional coordination paints a picture of how it's really oversimplified all the time. So even with such a useful tool as the coordinate plane, we miss all of the other dimensions, and we haven't even delved into what success means for each independent DAO. So this is my best attempt at simplifying what it means to establish common value systems for alignment between DAOs as they cooperate or collaborate. So you don't want to have results end up in the negative quadrant, number 3, the bottom left. And you really want the top right to be the outcome. Obviously, you don't want it to be a negative for either in the win-lose or the lose-win scenarios in the other quadrants. But that's kind of the goal when you're thinking about DAO-to-DAO coordination, is you want to create positive impact on both DAOs and ideally make more impact as a result of this gestalt effect. It's the whole being greater than the sum of its parts. So next slide is probably a little bit more accessible. You could think about the overall DAO ecosystem as a singular thing, but I love pluralization. So really, it's about singular DAO ecosystems, which are plural. So that's a funny little paradox, which might be useful from a topological standpoint, but really it's about building connections in and across these universal communities. You might say there is an Ethereum community, and I work at Near Foundation, so I would say there is a Near community. But really, we're building connections within and across those universal communities to create a multiverse of DAOs, or a ecosystem of DAOs. And the question is, do we really want ecosystem DAOs or an ecosystems DAO? I think actually it's more about ecosystems DAOs, which is really weird, but that's the funny little paradox I'm to lead into my next, which is an example of multi-DAO governance. So we have this DAO on Astro, the main DAO platform that runs on Near, and it enables multi-DAO governance in a really cool way. So this Creatives DAO emerged from the Mint-based project, which started a community around creativity on a blockchain, namely the Near protocol. So that started an off-chain community over a year ago, which led to the Creatives DAO starting last year. And from that Creatives DAO emerged various creative DAOs, plural. And so now the overall creative multi-DAO is governed by various creative DAOs, which you see here. And this is just 6 of them. There's actually 14, but didn't fit into the screenshot and the slide. But just wanted to give a basic example of multi-DAO governance. All it means would be multiple DAOs voting on proposals in a DAO. So if you go to this QR code, you will be taken to the Astro platform. It's a different DAO linked here, but it's an experimental DAO we call the Community DAO. We're doing some fun experiments this week. So if you're interested to play around with Astro, that's a link to take you straight to the platform. But yeah, that's my basic example of multi-DAO governance happening already. If you're really interested to learn more, Chloe Lewis, or AKA Chloe the Dev, is giving a presentation Thursday at the Near Lounge about multi-DAO governance from a position of greater experience as a leader in the multi-DAO presented here. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thursday afternoon at the Near Lounge right across the street from the Sports Castle a block away. But the next slide goes into a more general example of a DAO, which is multi-dimensional. You know, we're using the term governance as a way to identify explorers who are doing research about DAOs, about governance. So this experimental cross-chain multi-DAO research group or initiative comprising various research groups and projects is all about learning together. And it really, accentuates that idea of multi-DAO governance because we are trying to achieve common goals about DAO research. We have these various topics to explore, questions to answer, problems to solve, actions to take or do. And I'd love to share more about it. We have assemblage on Thursday, right after Chloe's talk about multi-DAO governance. And our main objective for that experience will be to gather questions, problems, ideas, really anything pertaining to DAO research and, further inquiry and experimentation required to better understand not only multi-DAO governance, but governance in general, and thinking about how we can take this to the next level. So that's my pitch for governance. If you're interested, you can join our Telegram. And we're actively recruiting co-researchers. So part of the goal is to build a research DAO. And that research DAO will help us better understand research DAOs. And the best way to do that is through multiple research DAOs coordinating. And we have an experimental DAO for that purpose on Astro. And I'll be glad to share more about it after this. But that is my presentation. If you want to learn more about any of this, you can talk to me afterward. You can go to near.org to learn about Near, astrodao.com to learn about Astro, and you can check out the Token Engineering Commons and the Token Engineering Academy to learn more about what they're doing in the context of governance. And with that, I really just want to say thank you for all you're doing in the DAO ecosystems. And hopefully we can build connections together and really explore the furthest reaches of our multi-dimensional universe. So thanks again, and I'll take questions if we have time, but really excited for this week of creativity and hope to speak with you soon. Any questions? Thank you. Yeah, so that Creatives DAO is probably the best example I know because it's a large number of DAOs coordinating and each of them has one vote in another like multi-DAO structure. So that's a really cool example. I actually think partnership DAOs are another cool example because it's not about getting so many DAOs involved. You could have a multi-DAO that just involves 2 DAOs and they vote in each other's DAOs, or they actually have a combined DAO where they're making decisions about a shared resource. So that's another cool one. We had a contest between 2 projects in our ecosystem, Croncat and Cheddar. Croncat is a system for automating any kind of actions happening on Near, and Cheddar is a DeFi staking protocol. And they did a meme contest and voted on the winners together. So all of these Cheddar Cats memes were voted on by each community, and that was a way to balance powers. If I had to boil it down to one reason why multi-DAO, it's about the balance of powers. Because if you have one DAO to rule them all, or the DAO, it's actually not reflecting truth or actual complexity of the organizations, plural, which make up that emergent structures and processes.
Anyone else have questions? I'm going to walk around with the mic. No? Well, I have one question.
All right.
In all of these DAOs that are being created right now, there are a lot of overlapping skill sets and a lot of guilds are being created. But folks that, let's say you're a developer or you're a creative or you're a finance guy, you may be part of many different DAOs that are focused on different interests that you may have. But would it make more sense if there were collective guilds that all developers maybe were part of, or all creatives were part of, or congregated that way? Because, and those could be multi-DAOs, but like many-to-many sort of multi-DAO relationships. Do you see that as possible?
Yeah, so I guess the name itself has a lot of impact on the day-to-day or like the activities of a DAO or a guild. So if you are the developer DAO or the design guild, you might think, oh, well, I'm going to get all of the designers in the world and we're all going to be working together happily. I think that is unrealistic because you have certain goal or you have this overarching purpose of design, but really there's 2 kinds of roles, oversimplification, but you have coordination and then you have the contributions. So there's going to be a need for coordination that introduces a competitive aspect. So there might be multiple DAOs recruiting developers and multiple guilds recruiting designers because they want to be that one developer DAO or the one design guild to rule them all, so to speak. And I think that where it's going would be acknowledging the complexity of such attempts, not taking away from the remarkable efforts and remarkable work to recruit great contributors and drive adoption, but rather acknowledging that it is multiple organizations coordinating and there is a balance between these different aspects, not just collaboration and cooperation, but also competition. And I think, it's possible to envision the one DAO to rule them all, but it doesn't happen without multi-DAO governance. And I think what I'm trying to say is multi-DAO governance is the DAO to rule them all. And it's more about, doing valuable work than, getting people into the DAO. So if you're just thinking about getting everyone into one place, the question is why? And if it's just to get everyone in one place, it's already off
Well,
wrong
I think the
direction.
answer is you want everybody in one place so that you don't have a duplication of efforts. I feel like many of us right now in this space are working on the same things, but separately. And competition is good, but when the field is so spread out and so distributed, you don't necessarily get the best practices bubbling up to the top.
Well, that's part of the goal for Governance is to bring multiple DAOs together so we can learn and avoid the duplication of efforts, but also the duplication of mistakes and really just going down the same paths of plutocratic token-weighted voting systems, for example, or prioritizing strategy over culture. All kinds of learnings that we've had not only since DAOs were a thing, but since governance was a thing. And I think it's understated how DAOs connect via people. So you might have a developer who works with 5 developer DAOs, and that connection is what brings that multi-DAO together.
But
So-
it would seem like onboarding someone from Web 2 to Web 3 would be much easier if there was one place that all the developers knew they could go.
That's the false, like assumption. You're actually assuming that there will only be one because everyone agrees there should only be one, whereas in reality there will always be one.
More than one makes sense, but at what point does it not make sense?
Well,
Meaning,
what I mean is-
if we have 5 or 10, what is it really? Look, we can agree on certain things, we could disagree on certain things, and that may cause divides in the community. But ultimately, there shouldn't be 10 different opinions on what coding language to use or
Right.
what stack to use.
Well, in the context of onboarding, you're talking about having one place, and one place is different than one DAO. So I get what you mean. Yes, if it's one place to send people and it's got all the DAOs, great. But I think even in that higher level, aggregation layer, there's going to be competition. We have various DAO stats providers and DAO insights that are coming from all kinds of sources, and I think that's kind of what drives the adoption, the onboarding and recruitment. It's all informed by various organizations, and it's never one place. Although it would be nice, it's kind of a holy grail.
Well, do you know anyone that's working on potentially bringing multiple DAOs or merging DAOs together? If they're doing the same thing, if they're doing the same work. I mean, I probably in the last month spoke to 20 different people from different organizations, and they were all focused on regenerative finance. Great goal, but if they're all working disparately, then they're not really going to accomplish that goal anytime soon.
Yeah, the typical answer to that question is, oh, let's just start the mega regenerative finance DAO. And what I'm suggesting is the alternative would be coordinating as many or just a few, regenerative finance DAOs. But the governance, we think about all DAOs together as an experiment. We're doing action research together as the DAO ecosystem of ecosystems, and really that helps everyone understand DAOs better, and so that's the goal, is to eliminate that inefficiency by emphasizing the openness of this decentralized science movement, and really supporting anyone who is exploring DAOs through
Awesome.
collaboration.
That's awesome. So anyone who's interested in collaboration, please look into the governance.
Yep, find me afterward. I'll be around all week. Really appreciate your time.
Yeah.
And
Thanks
again.
to James Y, everybody. And just so you guys know, there's another person with his name, but it's not him, and he's also in blockchain and also part of governance, right? Or at least James. There you go. Awesome. Well, our next presenter is David Steen, and he is with Orchid Black. He's going to talk to us about improving the DAO treasury.
Hey, how's everyone doing? Good to be here. So yeah, I'm going to talk treasury today, and I'm going to say this right up front. I don't have anything to shill you guys today. I'm not. I know, right? Yeah, I'm not affiliated with any particular project publicly, so I'm just kind of a DAO contributor, and I'm not even a treasury guy. I don't even manage treasuries, but I've done a lot of research lately. It was a topic that really kind of got me interested because of how much money that treasuries have. And I've seen a lot of stuff in the press recently, Bankless, others that have kind of talked about this big issue. So if we want to go to the next slide here, I'm actually going to spare you guys this slide because I've seen this same slide like 3 times today. So we know that we're raising a lot of money. So the issue is diversification. And so most DAO treasuries are holding just their native token. I don't think this is much of a surprise for most people. And it's not that people just don't want to diversify or aren't aware of this issue. And some DAOs are diversifying, right? Like some are diversifying to ETH or STINs or some other DeFi yield producing assets. But I wanted to figure out why we aren't just diversifying more, right? Because if you think about modern portfolio theory and kind of traditional financial kind of know-how, you would think that you would want a portfolio because a treasury is literally just a portfolio in some ways. You want to make a portfolio that has uncorrelated assets, so that if the crypto market all of a sudden goes down 50%, which it tends to do, and you have some major things that you're supposed to fund or major contributors that you're supposed to pay out, and you need some liquidity, you might not be able to do that when your token, even if you're a big DAO, chances are if the market overall is down 50%, your DAO token might be down 75% or more, and then liquidity dries up. So how do you actually go and transfer that to something that you can actually pay a contributor, unless you're paying the contributors in the DAO tokens? Clap for them. But I think just in terms of long-term sustainability for the space, we really need to think about how we slowly over time start to diversify, both in crypto and outside of crypto even. And so some of the key challenges to this is, one, liquidity, what we kind of talked about, where a lot of these DAO tokens just don't have any, they might not even be on a DEX, or if someone is going to sell, the DAO is going to go and sell $3 million worth of tokens, they might not have enough liquidity to go do that on the open market, even over a course of 3 months. And so that leads us to, I think one of the biggest issues of this is community, where oftentimes, and I'm not saying that the issue is the community necessarily, but it's just a challenge in the sense that when you're trying to sell tokens that other people are holding, they're generally not going to be too receptive to you selling those tokens. And if they're the ones that are also governing the DAO and the ones that are either writing or voting on those proposals, if you come out even with a really, really great proposal to go diversify a part of the treasury, a lot of those people might think, well, what are you doing? This is going to hurt me. This is going to hurt, our token value in the short term, and they might not be thinking about the long term. And so that is an issue, along with other tools and infrastructure. So we all know that tooling is pretty nascent right now, and there's tooling to support treasury managers to invest in assets in crypto. Maybe not a lot, maybe not as much as treasury managers want, but there is that. But then when we start thinking about how we diversify outside of crypto, that's kind of just an open field. Nothing's even there yet. And so that kind of leads into best practices and then all the legal stuff too, right? Like if you want to go own real estate or get exposure to real estate as a DAO, or stock market or any other type of asset outside of crypto, generally you're going to need to be some type of legal entity to be able to do that. And so all these barriers kind of challenge a DAO's ability to diversify. You can go to the next slide.
I don't think there is a next.
There should be more. I built more.
Back. right. Well, there might be a few more slides, but we're going to go check on that.
Should I riff or should I tell jokes?
Just riff. Just riff.
I'm a horrible comedian, so. All right, so I was gonna, on the next slide, start to talk about the different ways that a treasury could diversify. And so, if it comes up here in a second, it'll show, kind of a Venn diagram of there's crypto assets and there's non-crypto assets. And so far, we've kind of just been on the exploring the crypto asset side, and really, you could argue that we haven't even been exploring that side yet. Like, unless you're, an NFT specific DAO, you might not have exposure to NFTs unless you are wanting to go and invest in certain altcoins. You may only be holding your other parts of your treasury in stable coins or some yield producing assets in DeFi. And so then there's the other side of the Venn diagram that's non-crypto assets, which are everything that we're used to, from real estate to stocks to derivatives, options, all those different types of things, and connected to traditional assets. And then in the middle of that Venn diagram is the tokenized opportunity to get exposure to those assets. So tokenized assets, tokenized derivatives. And this is, I think, really going to be really important in terms of diversification, because it's kind of the low-hanging fruit for DAOs to be able to, because it's accessible, right? And oftentimes you may not even need a legal wrapper, a legal entity to gain exposure to those assets. Now there's risks with that. Not all those types of assets are, maybe directly backed by real assets, or, there's technology risk, or there's, often liquidity risk right now because those types of assets are really nascent. But, the point is that we have a lot of options to diversify. And so,
I can ask you a couple of questions just while we're waiting. They're fixing up those slides.
Sure.
But in terms of diversification, have a seat, get comfortable. In terms of diversification, is the general suggestion to just store a certain amount of money in a stable coin and use that as like collateral, or do you think that DAOs are going to get pretty intelligent about how much they have outstanding in terms of accounts payable, let's say, and keep that money in reserve, or keep it in a stable coin in reserve?
Yeah, so I think it's kind of a mixture of everything, right? Like, you need to have, like, it's just asset allocation, and it's figuring out of all the different things that DAO needs to do. Like, it may need to, whether it's running on seasons or whether it's running on a yearly budget, it needs to understand like how much it needs to pay its contributors, it's for marketing, for development, whatever its initiatives are. So, part of that is going to need to be in some type of stable coins, or they're going to have a plan to go liquidate some assets in order to, get it into whatever they need to do to pay those things, because some of those things aren't going to be able to be paid in their native token. And then on the investment side, it's about growing the treasury over time and making sure that your treasury is growing in a somewhat straightish upward line versus where you have a portfolio that's like this, because when it's like this and you need to liquidate or you need to do something, you have way less options. So that's kind of the importance of trying to find some uncorrelated assets in in your treasury and the assets that you're holding, so that you can preserve that value and you can grow it in a more linear fashion over time.
Yeah, so that right now, obviously, the crypto market is tied heavily to the big movers like Bitcoin, at least until the flippening. But let's say the flippening happens and the crypto market is no longer so tethered together. Does it make sense for DAOs to invest in other DAOs, for them to diversify? Let's say I'm in a real estate DAO and I want to invest in a cannabis DAO, or if I'm in a regenerative finance DAO, then I want to invest in a tourism DAO, right? So just kind of differentiating and diversifying by industry or category. So if your industry happens to be in a slump, like travel did during COVID, you're at least diversified by being invested in other industries that maybe are booming.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really, really good point in that. So there's kind of two parts to unpack here. One is that there is, I'll call it alpha, or there's assets or categories within crypto that maybe move a little bit separately or are less correlated, or that move in different trend cycles, like NFTs or maybe DAOs or whatever those different categories are. You've seen, like in this last drop, for example, while a lot of assets did bad, like a lot of play to earn games did good. So there's definitely some diversification that you can do, and some capturing some uncorrelated type of assets by diversifying within crypto. Oh wow, we have my slide, and I forgot what the second part of your question
okay.
was.
Just go ahead with your presentation.
All right, awesome. I think I'm actually going to skip this slide since I already kind of went over that. So if we want to go one more. Awesome. So I think kind of one of the number one things that we need, this isn't the number one, this is 1 out of 3. But we need accessible assets. And whether it's tokenized assets, whether it's just better legal and regulatory and best practices for making direct investments into some other things like real estate or stocks through a DAO. I think we just need to have more options. And maybe diversification, or the extent of diversification, isn't the same for every DAO, just the same way that people's risk tolerances vary. And my portfolio might be heavily concentrated into crypto, but your portfolio might be a little bit more diversified because you have a more risk-averse appetite. So I think it's definitely possible that it's probably true that DAOs, depending on their community, are going to have different risk tolerances. But we still have those different assets available to them. And so, just thinking about all these tokenized assets in the sense of, and even other DAOs, as Igor put out before, where a DAO might have exposure to real estate, and you might be able to invest in that DAO to gain exposure to real estate, and that might be a more DAO accessible, DAO friendly way to do that. Next slide. So the other one is we need multi-asset tools. And what I mean by this is we need tools that work across different asset classes, whether crypto or non-crypto. And the world, like the future, is really going to be like we need to look from a portfolio level, whether individually or from a DAO level, and make things work where we can aggregate insights from every asset that we own and have like a full picture of our risk. Because right now, if anyone out here, like, who owns both equities and crypto? So do you guys have anything that like can kind of show you one picture of like what your portfolio is and how much you're at risk and what you're expected to return, like crypto and equities? Excel sheet, yeah. So exactly, like we need these types of tools so that we can do proper risk management, especially when in a DAO setting where most of the people making decisions aren't just it's not just someone up above and like a treasury manager who's kind of just pulling all the strings. It's the actual community. So kind of leading to point 3 here, next slide. We need the community, and we need the community to be educated about these different portfolio and financial literacy, essentially, and be able to have good relations with the treasury team and the treasury. Those proposals, makes their why they need to diversify, why they need to do X, Y, and Z to sustain the treasury over a long period of time. They need to be able to make that point clearly and be able to communicate that, and also provide some options. For example, if the community is maybe upset that or worried about the DAO going and liquidating a bunch of native tokens, you know, there's options around, you know, lending or borrowing against those tokens so that you can, you know, get some stable coins or something to pay your contributors out and still preserve, you know, the tokens that you have on your balance sheet. So it's really kind of a tools plus legal plus community and education, and I don't know if I missed one, but all those areas kind of need to be worked on. And if we go to the next slide, I mean, I'm just bringing this up so that other people, like maybe people in this room, can maybe focus on this, and we don't have a cataclysmic event where all the DAOs lose money, and then all of a sudden we have protocols that are in trouble.
Awesome. David Steen, everybody, thank you very much. So we're going to take a quick break here, another, let's say 15, 20 minutes, get some food, get some hydration. There is actually a cash bar on the 3rd floor, so it's 8 o'clock somewhere. Free food at Harmony next door? Is that where? Oh, the building next door has some free food, if anyone wants, from Harmony. And so, yeah, so we'll be back here in like 15 minutes. So music would be great.
If you want me, if you need me, I'll be yours. If you want me, if you need me, I'll be yours. If you want me, if you need me. If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours.
DAODenver. I want to appreciate everybody who's bought a ticket, contributed to our Juicebox campaign, all of our sponsors. Looking forward to the party tonight. So just so everybody knows, the agenda is on the website, but right after this event, the programming side of this event, at 6 p.m., we have a cocktail hour till 9 p.m., and that'll be right upstairs in the mezzanine. And we'll clear the floor, and then MoonDAO, our sponsor MoonDAO, is basically transporting us to the moon. This is the Ellis Island landing point, and we're going to turn this whole place into a moonscape, and this is going to be the big party on the moon from 9 to 2. And if people have not checked out our Juicebox campaign, just want to mention, go to juicebox.money. That's right, juicebox.money. I think we're running number 3 on Juicebox right now in terms of, if you scroll down, you'll see the trending projects. And please give, you get tokens into the DAO, into DAO Planet. We plan to do many more of these, and your contribution will help us move forward and do many of these. We're looking at doing these at least annually, probably quarterly, so look out for the next announcements. And without further ado, I'm really just stalling to get more people back in their seats. I want to introduce Eric Mack, one of our core team members at DAO Planet, and he's got some things to share.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, so in addition to DAO Planet, I make my living as a journalist and have for almost a quarter century right now, which is a really super disturbing thing to hear come out of my own mouth. And so I spend most of my time talking at rooms of people like this, or listening to whoever is willing to explain whatever they're doing to me as well. And so my journey to Web3 started with a project I did several years ago. In a way, it's kind of a precursor to my involvement in Web3, and that was that I crowdsourced a science fiction novel with some readers from CNET, and this is back in like 2015, 2016, and I really wish I was able to do it with some of the Web3 tools that we have now, because organizing in like just a Google Doc and a Facebook group was totally a nightmare. But one other thing that I learned as I've been kind of exploring in the Web3 space, in addition to wishing I had those tools back then, is I see in Web3 and in DAOs the potential to solve a lot of the problems that journalism has. I don't think I need to explain what too many of these are. I think we're all familiar with clickbait and the 24-hour news cycle. I don't know if people know what news deserts is, but you can drive, for example, from where I live in Taos, New Mexico, and if you were to head due east for several hours, you'll go through a number of towns, and none of those towns has any local media source at this point. They used to. Within the last 20 years, they've had newspapers, but several of them has closed. That's an example of a news desert. And so just kind of a warning, everything that follows is based on the premise that all of this is actually real, and it's stuff that I believe in terms of the potential of journalism, and it's in terms of the pursuit of truth and being able to actually build a more informed society that can solve big problems. It's something that I've seen this potential realized throughout my career, but more importantly, when you visit other parts of the world where this potential really doesn't exist, it feels different. And with blockchain and Web3, I think we have the opportunity to change that. So what I'm going to talk about really quick is what I feel are 4 pillars of potential Web3 journalism moving forward. So this is not a roadmap. It's not step-by-step necessarily, but rather kind of what I think are the 4 best ideas I've come across in Web3 that can be applied to journalism for the better. So the first one, pretty simple, something anyone in a DAO is struggling with and doing some cool innovation on right now. Just hanging around in DAOs as a mainstream journalist in the past 7 months, I'm constantly looking around for other journalists from the traditional media, seeing none. There's maybe a few, but the reality is that Web3 and traditional journalism don't know each other right now, and I think that's bad for all of us because it means that the majority of the news-consuming public doesn't really understand Web3, and that's the first thing that needs to change. There are some places where this is starting to change, and I'm getting involved. These are basically places I'm getting involved with because I've seen this potential. Junto DAO is at this point just a Discord server that I started with a handful of traditional media journalists, kind of a discussion group at this point. DAO Planet, we know what that is, and Bankless DAO is I think one of the most powerful onboarding tools for Web3 right now. So this is happening in places. But this brings us to the second pillar, which is a little more involved, and that is the idea that with Web3, we can move media from an extractive to an expansive ecosystem. It's probably a phrase you may have heard before, extractive versus expansive. But first, to understand how we can make that movement, we need to talk a little bit about how Web2 journalism, which is the world that I primarily work in, how that works. And one way that it works is that you've probably heard that news breaks first on Twitter, and it's true. Your social content has value, news value. Sometimes it does, a lot of it has no news value. But the problem with this is that all of that value that we all post for free on Instagram and Twitter and elsewhere, TikTok, whatever, is completely harvested both by the Web2 platforms that we post it to and by reporters like me that make a living off of it. And here's just a really simple example. And I'm not talking about Elon Musk posting stuff and then, because this is actually a big chunk of my job, it's just following his Twitter feed. It's a bit of a joke that my agenda is his agenda. But here's an example of what I'm talking about. So this is just an image of Comet Leonard from December. Some of what I cover is astronomy and space stuff. And so I simply grabbed this really cool GIF that an amateur astronomer created with some really expensive equipment. And I grabbed it, threw it in my story that you can see there on the right. And hey, Dr. Janetta, I think, was actually pretty psyched that this was out there. In fact, I know that they were. But the fact is, at the end of the day, I got paid for this tweet. Twitter got paid for this tweet. The person that took the photo with the expensive equipment didn't get paid anything. And something just seems maybe a little bit off about that. So to recap really quick this concept, let's just take a walk back through the different forms of web-based media. So Web 1, taking us back like 25 years, the way value flows in the Web 1 news ecosystem is from the publisher to the reader in terms of immediate access to information. That's what Web 1 gave us. That was the innovation. And on the backside, value flows from the reader to the publisher in terms of subscription revenue and eyeballs to sell to advertisers. This is an age-old business model, right? Things start to change with Web 2. Suddenly with the social media platforms, we have value flowing from the publisher to the reader in terms of access to information still, but now anyone can be a publisher, and you've got that extra audience, and also we all get that little hit of dopamine from likes or retweets or whatever. There's value in that. On the other side, value flows from the reader back to the publisher in terms of not just those eyeballs, but now they're also collecting all of our personal data to sell to advertisers and elsewhere. Here's where we are right now. With Web 3, the value has the potential to flow from the publisher to the reader in terms of contribution to the creation of valuable content, and from the reader back to the publisher in terms of contributions to the creation of valuable content. It's a model that seems a little different in my eyes. So summing that up, the old model, you got eyeballs and attention that are converted to fiat via advertising. That funds the creation of content to attract eyeballs and attention and generate profit. In this new model that I'm talking about, and that many are out there already working to create, engagement drives the creation of content, and that drives more engagement, generating value for the public good in the process. And here's the key: the engagement and creation can be moderated measured and facilitated through tokens and smart contracts. So summing that up in a couple of other ways. So with Web3, we can be expansive rather than extractive. And Web3 is the potential of citizen journalism recognized and civic life revitalized. Okay, so on to the third pillar. You can put information on chain to unlock its power. A couple of examples of how this has already been done. The Associated Press, this is an experiment in 2020. They put election results on chain with help of Chainlink, and they used that to settle prediction markets. Also, some other experiments that are in action or have been tried. Poet was a token-based system that allowed, among other things, allowed publishers to put their portfolio on chain. Ocean Protocol is doing super cool stuff that some of you are probably familiar with in terms of putting data on chain, token gating it, and all other kinds of cool stuff. And then the decentralized science community, some of these folks are here, and I think they're actually beginning to build the models in terms of integrating information and data with blockchain. And I think that what they're doing is a potential way, potentially leading the way. So now to journalism, some examples of how facts on chain might work, and kind of the potential that's there. For one thing, it's an opportunity to make working with anonymous sources a lot more secure and simple for journalists. And I don't know if this is how many people are still concerned about deep fakes. It was a pretty big deal before. We are all worried about COVID, but I don't think the risk has gone away. So I can imagine some sort of system in which if a journalist does a video interview, that file can go on IPFS and be tied to a multi-sig or something like that. And so then if a potential deepfake pops up, you have the original on-chain to compare and contrast. Another simple example of how this might work is you can see a lot of stories get changed, corrected, modified all the time, and it would be good to have a transparent and mutable record of all those changes, and I think that would help build back up trust with journalists. Pillar 4, in the community that I'm discussing some of these things with, the first thing that came up that we should do is, of course, buy some local newspapers, crypto style. And so why not? Why would we do that? I can imagine a lot of reasons in terms of trying out new advertising models and new onboarding models, and just having a sandbox for journalists and media professionals to play with some of these ideas. And just taking it one step further, and then I'll let everyone go. If we put all these pillars together, I think this leads us to where my brain goes, is DAOs as the new wire service. And I know some of the Bankless folks are in here, and when I spend time in Bankless, one of the first impressions I had as somebody new to DAOs was we've got all these people contributing from all over the world. If all these people happen to be journalists, we suddenly have the most powerful wire service in the world. And so hopefully if we get enough journalists onboarded, that's where we're headed. And that is it for me. This process, like I said earlier, can be a straight line or it can run in parallel. And I'm just eager to see what anyone here might be willing to build. So that's it. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Eric Mack, thank you very much, Eric. As Steve said, Eric's one of our core contributors, and he's been a DAOist for many years. So it's great to have someone like him in journalism, because I don't know if he was too humble, but he writes for some pretty reputable, that's a loose term these days, reputable journalism organization. So next up, we're going to have another DAO X talk, and I just want to give you a kind of like a quick intro to what DAO X means. It's really just an opportunity for folks to come up and tell us about the various different projects that they're working on. And so we have another 3 DAO X talks coming up, and they're each going to be about 10 minutes in length. But really what we're going to try and do is give these guys the exposure so that you can see which projects people are working on. And hopefully you will reach out to me and say, Rogi, I want to have a DAOX talk at your next conference. So let's give a warm welcome. Are we having trouble over there? What's the problem? We can just go to the Figma then. All right, well, I'll give you a quick intro. So basically we have Nicholas Weber, who's with Metagame Hub speaking, and then we have a couple of folks from Talent DAO, which is focused on doing research in the space of DAOs, but I'm sure they're gonna give you a much better explanation than I can. And then after that, we have Fearless Plus that is going to be speaking to us about educating children and preparing them better for the world. So without further ado, let's welcome Nicholas Weber.
Thanks so much, Rogi. Pleasure to be here, guys. It's great to be here at this conference. Today I'll be speaking to you about a bit about Metagame DAO, what we do, and how we kind of take a bit more diversified and metaverse agnostic approach to this entire metaverse topic, right? That's currently ongoing. Let me maybe quickly start by saying, okay, personally, right, I'm not necessarily a fan per se of really the term metaverse per se, right? Because it can be a bit contradicting. I like the term open metaverse a bit more, where kind of, there's not going to be one metaverse to rule them all, obviously. We all know this, I think, at this point. I see it kind of more like Decentralized is like New York, the Sandbox is like LA or Denver, right? And so each metaverse kind of has its own niches that it covers, right? And if we start understanding this, then we also understand why all these different metaverse platforms are emerging at this point. And that's what I'll be speaking to you about a bit and how we at MGH DAO are actually approaching this topic. So initially, kind of when we started MGH, we had kind of the idea to have a DAO that is collaboratively investing and governing in lands and other metaverse assets, right? And why? Because right now we have all this land hype ongoing and all these things, right? But at the end of the day, while everyone is always preaching about decentralization, if we really look at the land ownership, it is still fairly centralized right now. And if you look especially at the land prices, right, it's crazy what's going on there, and it's not really something that the true users within these metaverse platforms can leverage, right? Which is why we kind of decided, okay, we take a different approach in regards to actually through the assets that we have in our treasury, allowing people in our community to actually have that feeling of ownership when it comes to valuable metaverse assets, right? And that's kind of the first point that we wanted to cope with. The next point was then that we realized, okay, we can't just start a DAO, raise funds, and just buy overpriced assets, right? So we then started developing a valuation tool and algorithm, to be exact, right? Where we work together with a couple of institutional algorithm developers and so on that are contributors to our DAO, have worked with a lot of institutions, for instance, in LATAM, that then basically developed an algorithm that allows the fair price valuation for lands, which at the end of the day is kind of like the low-hanging fruit, right, when it comes to generally the NFT space, that we have a more neutral approach in regards to how we evaluate these assets. We started, and we still approach this with more the metaverse asset approach, right? Not necessarily the culture or the art NFTs, because metaverse assets are just more financialized, therefore more standardized and easier to evaluate by an algorithm, right? So we developed this algorithm, which is now live. You can check out our land valuation tool, for instance, in our DApp, that allows you to actually evaluate lands in the Sandbox, Decentraland, and soon we'll also having the launch for Axie, Fluffrock, Zone, Somnium Space, and others. The next part then is we have all this data from the algorithm, right? But generally, when it comes to the metaverse, there's a lack of data utilization still ongoing, right? Data is not something, it's one of the biggest, most valuable assets out there, but it's not something that really is attractive And the metaverse really has the power to make data an attractive asset. And if we don't, let's say, have decentralized data ownership there and data sovereignty for the people, then these metaverse providers are going to be even more powerful than Facebook/Meta, right? Because there's just so much data that is produced in these metaverse platforms. So therefore, as mentioned before, we developed the algorithm, and now we are also utilizing then this data for other aspects, such as, we have a data set and a data pool there for the Ocean Protocols marketplace. We have our own chaining node to allow on-chain pricing valuations and so on to really utilize this data efficiently. In the future, we'll also have other endeavors in that regard. So the last part kind of that we discovered that also kind of goes hand in hand with part one is that generally right now there's still a limited access, right? When it comes to the metaverse, we have all this hype ongoing, but what really is the metaverse? How can you really engage with it? How can you access it? And therefore, apart from the portfolio of metaverse assets, we are complementary to this building tools such as the valuation tool, but also others that go into the direction of MetaFi, which is a convergence between metaverse assets and DeFi and integrating them, which is kind of like the low-hanging fruit, not so much in my opinion security tokens, right, in regards to integrating into DeFi, but that's a different topic. And also going into the direction of course, metaverse identity and other forms of assets and generally, tools that help people to actually navigate. The core long-term vision here really is that imagine the way you pull out your phone in the real world, these metaverse, and you open an app, right, to so to say navigate through the real world, or whether it's booking.com or something else, right? Similarly to this, I envision the dApps that we create to be at some point directly integrated into the metaverses. So when you walk around the sandbox, Decentraland, and so on, you can actually leverage these tools. Basically, I'll keep it short here, right? We all know that the metaverse is a huge industry, right? But at the end of the day, that I envision it, right? We currently have kind of like a hype when it comes to the, so to say, layer one infrastructure, right? To use kind of the blockchain terms here. But the next steps in adoption really come from applications and communities that build around these applications. And these are kind of the two parts where we as MGH DAO are coming in, right? And we provide, so to say, a hub, therefore also the name hub in Metagame Hub DAO, and where we are, so to say, that hub for adoption and applications and also community building within the open metaverse. So in a nutshell, right, I've already talked about this. We have on the one hand, the metaverse assets and the respective development thereof, which we conduct through the working groups. We have on the other hand, the metaverse tools, such as the land valuation tool. We have upcoming NFT pools for metaverse assets, lands, especially in the sandbox and Decentraland. We also have upcoming perpetual land swaps, which will be integrated in our dApp, as well as other tools that we're currently building, such as a Decentraland editor, that is basically an SDK that makes it much more intuitive for developers in Decentraland to actually build infrastructure, which is something that surprisingly wasn't there yet. So we have these two angles, right? And basically, we have on one hand the treasury, right, as mentioned, and on the other hand, we have then the working groups, which are basically conducting the operations. And any revenue that is then generated from these, let's say, assets, as well as the tools via, for instance, subscription-based models, this revenue then has a direct impact on the one hand on the treasury, as of course, a portion of the revenue goes back to the treasury to be able to reinvest, for instance, in other metaverse assets, while at the same time, also another portion of the revenue is leveraging autonomous buyback and burn mechanisms to actually have an, so to say, deflationary impact in the long run on our MGH DAO utility token. Because personally, I'm not a big fan of, let's say, having a governance token or utility token where the only utility is the governance, let's say it like this, because then you could just have an NFT where one NFT is a vote, right? So therefore, really, we want to, and we did create and design the token in a way that it's really the oil in our ecosystem, and also holders are, of course, incentivized, right? But that's enough for token talk today. So as you can see here, here's just a couple of examples, right? So on the top left, right, you can see the Decentraland editor, which is the SDK I mentioned. We're also building, for instance, on our premium Snoop Dogg land in the sandbox. We are already developing some metaverse soccer tools for a European soccer club, as well as developing, for instance, a hub for our community in Decentraland, as well as Sonium Space, where we can then also in these ecosystems, of course, have play-to-earn games ongoing and stuff like this, community hubs, really something for everyone, right? And therefore, we also kind of say the decentralized state, a decentralized country, so to say, in the open metaverse, because really we envision it, if you're part of MGH DAO, right, you really have everything you need for your metaverse experience, and that's how we built it. So as I mentioned before, we have a revenue model, but just for some clarification here, I know this, I can't probably go over it in this quick talk, but if you're interested, I can definitely share the slides with you. But that's generally how the revenue works, right? The revenue comes in basically from the community, the users, it goes to DAO Metaverse portal, from when then basically it has two streams. On the one hand, it goes back to the DAO operations via the treasury, or alternatively, you know, the other 50% go back to the, so to say, creating buying pressure in the secondary market autonomously and then burning these tokens to have these deflationary metrics in place, right? When it comes to the data tools, I already talked about this a bit. We have the DApp, right, where we have the valuation tool, but we also, as mentioned, then are hosting an on-chaining node to provide on-chain data. We have the dataset and Ocean protocol, as well as we allow widget creations or direct API access, for instance, for asset managers, DeFi protocols, as well as NFT marketplaces that can then leverage basically the algorithm's data for their respective purposes, right? For instance, to collateralize NFTs and DeFi protocols, to have fair pricings for metaverse assets and NFT marketplaces and so on. So we are quite diverse when it comes to this. And, you know, data is really a crucial part in our MGH DAO model. In our roadmap, or what we've achieved so far, right, we've already completed a founding round of around 1.6 million, which was barely VC backed, right? We did it fully community-based. We then also launched our first tools. We have right now an average of 30,000 requests per month for evaluation tool. We already migrated to a couple of chains, and the next kind of months are really all about further growing the community and expanding across the different metaverses and integrating our tools and aggregating really across different platforms. We've already established a strong team of core contributors, right? Working with a lot of the bigger players in the industry, directly with them, and we are always, you know, happy to have more talent onboarded to our DAO. There's really something for everyone, whether you're an investor, a data scientist, whether you're interested in games, the metaverse, and if you're an NFT collector, DeFi, or generally you're a DeFi, degen, right? There's something for everyone in MGH DAO, and that's why we also have a different set of working groups that you can join, and I encourage you to, of course, join them, reach out to us at any time, and yeah, become part of our mission to really foster decentralization and transparency within the open metaverse. So at this point, thank you guys for listening, and have a great day and time at DAODenver.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas Weber. So we've got another great DAO project coming up here called Talent DAO. And you guys can come on up here. I need one more mic. Thank you. Thank you. And we're going to pull those slides up. All right.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay? Awesome. So we're going to talk for a few minutes today about Talent DAO. And we're kind of focused on two things, unlocking talent and decentralizing knowledge. So we unlock talent by helping people in Web 2 onboard into this space. We're well connected with other DAOs. Many of us have been working in DAOs. And we're also creating like career pathing tools. We decentralize knowledge with our on-chain academic journal, the Journal of Decentralized Work. So, you know, we're a DAO for DAOs focused on research, helping them essentially be able to have best practices that are backed by science and not just intuition. Next slide. Thank you. So I'm Renee.
I'm Lisa. Hi, everyone.
And yeah, let's get started. Next slide, please. Yeah, so basically, you know, at the simplest sort of level, we're focused on providing the best insights so DAOs can live up to their potential. And we talk a lot about this in our manifesto, where, you know, DAOs are essentially the greatest human coordination experiment of our time. And there's a lot of promise, but most DAOs have a lot of work to do before they can really live up to that potential. And we're all very excited about governance tokens and NFT drops and like shooting the moon. But fundamentally, these are structureless businesses, and they still need to have business fundamentals. So we're focused on helping DAOs essentially establish some evidence for what is and isn't working. Next slide, please. Cool. So, why did we do this? Why did we start Talent DAO? I full-heartedly believe that DAOs are the future of work, and there's sort of like 4 governing beliefs that we have at Talent DAO. So the first one is kind of my own personal thesis, in that the Great Resignation is actually from corporate to crypto. So, we hear a lot about, culture or talent retention, blah, blah, blah. I think the real reason a lot of people have left corporate jobs is because they're seeking agency. And they're seeking non-traditional work arrangements, they want flexibility. And COVID, as horrible as it was, basically proved to the world that about 90% of jobs don't have to be done on site. The second kind of part of our thesis is that I think we need DAOs to fix traditional work. I talk about this in an article I wrote where I say kind of candidly, like, work today is designed to suck. And what I mean by that is, like, all these incentive structures essentially encourage top-down leadership, bureaucracy, closed-door politics, and it just makes it really not fun to do work, which is kind of unfortunate because you spend more time at work than you do with your loved ones. The third kind of point that I already mentioned is that this is the greatest human experiment of our time, and I wanted to be a part of that. So many of us at Talent DAO are organizational psychologists, researchers, business consultants, leadership consultants. And when we found out about this DAO structure a little over a year ago, it felt like a new sandbox to play in. And I was like, so many research studies popping through my head. And that kind of gets us to our last point, in that we believe knowledge should be open source, right? So if any of you have sat in on some of the DeSci talks, that's kind of like our newfound sister industry. Talent DAO has sort of been a maverick working with DAOs, not really talking to DeSci. So we're super happy to join them. If you know anything about academic publishing, it's incredibly broken. The centralized publishers have essentially figured out how to keep research that they didn't do behind a paywall and get free labor to decide what gets published. So like if you're a professor, you submit a journal article in some sense, and sometimes you actually pay to submit. And then there's reviewers who review it, they're not paid either. And then the main kind of character behind the scenes here is Elevisor. Now Elevisor, I saw this in a talk yesterday, their profit margins are in the hundreds of millions of dollars, about 37% profit margin, and all they do is rely on free labor to publish a journal that then they don't even allow people to access. So, pretty much all the DeSci DAOs are focused on fixing that, and we're one of them. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's kind of 3 things we do really well and that we're focused on. The first one is obviously research, and I want to highlight a couple of our studies. I'm going to leave the last couple there alone to give Lisa some time to kind of double click on them. But we have sort of 4 studies right now. One's on diversity, another one's on compensation, another one's on network health, which is kind of a concept that I've been creating where I think of DAOs as social systems and it's communication networks. So how can we use social network analysis to assess the health and viability of a DAO? And we're writing a grant right now for that. And then we're doing some super cool stuff with decentralized leadership, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. We also do consulting for DAOs to the extent that we wanna partner with DAOs who really care about science and want to essentially pioneer the science of DAOs and help improve human coordination. So a couple sort of informal partnerships we're doing some work with. We're working with Bankless DAO, both the diversity study and the compensation study. The primary work sample is Bankless DAO people. We're also partnering with Aragon. I'm very excited to do some case studies for them and to help kind of come up with a decentralization playbook. And then we're also doing some work with some Web2 organizations, going back to kind of our first pillar of unlocking talent. You know, if you're a traditional organization and you want to learn about DAOs, you want to figure out how we can be more decentralized or how we can use DeFi to empower our employees through like new reward systems, we do some workshops, and that's mainly something I've been doing personally, but I would love to productize it and have it be something that we offer at TalentDAO. And then the last one is all about education, right? And I kind of believe that if you're in Web3 or if you're a DAO, education should be one of your main pillars, regardless of your business model, because we're in such a new space. There are so many people who have no idea what we're trying to do. And I think if you don't have some sort of education arm, you're going to have a really hard time converting people. So, you know, we do that through the newsletter of decentralized work. We actually just launched that on Substack. And our first edition came out last week. Definitely worth checking out. We kind of highlight a few articles that the community has been doing. Specifically, the purpose of that newsletter is a bit different. It's less editorial, and we're more doing quick data-driven summaries of stuff we're finding out there, because we want anyone interested in DAOs or decentralized work to quickly just read through our journal, kind of get the key points, and then move on with their day. Because as many of you probably are very oversubscribed to newsletters, I know I am. So the second one that we're working on is the Journal of Decentralized Work, and that is fully on-chain, published as sort of IP NFTs. And then, you know, we're storing everything using like Arweave, and we'll have a governance token actually that decides what gets published. So we're taking kind of a community-reviewed approach to peer-reviewed research, and we're doing that using a delegated proof of stake model, where you can actually stake your governance with people qualified to review. And then, you know, we're trying to get our Twitter game stronger. Definitely follow us on Twitter. And, you know, we're definitely always kind of posting interesting articles and interesting tidbits about our study. Next slide. Okay.
So I'm super thrilled to share with you, as somebody who has a deep passion for DAO education and DAO research, a couple of the studies that we've worked on and some insights. So if you are a part of a DAO, if you are looking for insights that might help you advance and accelerate your growth in an intelligent, data-based way, then TalentDAO is a great person to be following, to be connected into. And here's one of the studies that we're finding a lot of value in already from people I've talked to today, and that's our compensation study that we just wrapped up. At the Nemo, who's one of our founders, is actually the primary researcher on this study. And essentially what happened was we surveyed 166 individuals, primarily at Bankless DAO, and gave them 4 different compensation scenarios. Go ahead and flip to the next slide, and we'll show you a little bit about what that looked like. And I won't belabor it, just for time's sake. Know that we will be publishing a lot more on the results of this study. However, there's some key insights that I wanted to share with you today. And one of those is that we already found out through our research that you want to have different considerations as your DAO matures. So you might have put effort into determining a compensation strategy at the onset. As your group balloons, potentially, you want to make sure you keep a close pulse on that. The other thing is there might be things that work for certain subsets of your DAO that do not work or are not the preferences of others. So one of our key bottom line findings from this is that you're going to need to conduct pulse surveys and of different subsets in your group. And this is exactly the type of work that TalentDAO would love to partner with you on and help you with. But what we do understand is that there are differences. For example, as your DAO gets bigger, bounty boards might be less preferred by your population, by your community. So these are just some of the insights that give you a taste for what TalentDAO is up to. If you flip to the next slide, this is the bottom line. We don't want you to make wrong assumptions or comparisons or miss important drivers of what matters to you and your outcomes in your DAO. So in particular with compensation, the bottom line is to survey over time and by important group. The next study that I want to highlight, I'm super excited about. So this one, I'm the primary researcher on with a phenomenal data scientist. Mr. Nobody is actually his name. And so Mr. Nobody has done a phenomenal job at conducting an initial rapid review of the literature on shared leadership. And that's really looking at this, if you want to advance to this idea of decentralized leadership. The graph that you see here is from a Mirror article that I posted on January 13th looking at what is a DAO. This gets us deep into the idea of conducting more extensive literature reviews. So you might be familiar with this idea of DAO versus companies. I know Aragon has a really common one that people see that has 5 different ones. That was factored into this, as well as Bankless's work, Koopa Troopa, whether it's an influencer in our field or a highly credible DAO educator. What we did was we looked at the literature that exists today and updated it for January of 2022 is when this was published and what informed and influenced this. So we know the world of work is changing. And what that does is essentially sets the bedrock for the fact that we need to develop leaders differently in this different world of work. And so that's really what we're going to spend 2022 on, and what my body of work is to advance this year is focused on the idea that when humans organize, we are not leaderless. We will never be leaderless. Leadership naturally emerges when humans organize. But the intent there is the idea that leadership needs to look differently, that we don't need to have gatekeepers of certain privileges or certain information in the DAO ecosystem. And that's what's so exciting, is to look at how does leadership change in this decentralized world of work. And we believe initially that shared leadership and the work that's been done in that space academically can give us some really good insights. And so I've highlighted a couple of them here for you. One of them is that shared leadership emerges in conditions where teammates know where to go and know what's expected of them. This is that shared purpose and clarity of role. They also lend a hand to each other, meaning there's that feeling of social support. So if you don't already have that in your DAO, think of different ways that you can cultivate that. And then they also need to be able to, and this is inherently in DAOs, influence the direction of the actual group itself. So the ability to voice, be heard, and be seen, and show up and have an impact. And so these are the conditions that we know cultivate shared leadership within an organization. And this is something that we believe DAOs inherently have in our structure, but we need to make sure that we're capitalizing on it and giving an outlet for that. The other thing is we know that shared leadership does relate to performance, and this is through, again, an exhaustive review that Mr. Nobody did on various meta-analyses and systematic reviews. And we know that when we do have shared leadership, we see more positive outcomes. And also, when we introduce greater hierarchy, it does increase conflict and does get in the way of human coordination. So we just need to be mindful of where do we intentionally centralize. Because I saw a tweet the other day of, give me an example of one DAO that's 100% decentralized. And it's very difficult to actually find and name one. And I don't even know that that's the point that we need to focus on at this time. What it is about how do we make intentional choices to move forward in a way that suspends our judgment so we don't just copy paste the structures of the past onto this beautiful potential-filled Web3 space. And so those are some of the big highlights from where we're already headed. That was just an initial rapid review. We're doing a much more extensive literature review coming up on this idea of decentralized leadership, specifically looking at leadership in DAOs, and then conducting primary research and interviews in the DAO ecosystem on the topic of leadership. So if this interests you, please connect with me, DM, follow, and please get connected with Talent DAO. We do know that when it comes to DAOs, it is a different world. Each person needs to step up into their own sense of leadership. I say it's about mojo. You're not going to get very far with a lot of ego in this community. You do need to show up, be ambitious, initiative, and up with some mojo. So that's what I'd love to share with you today. We are so excited about these insights, about being connected to all of you, and we're eager to have partners, contributors, and just people who are energized by what we're about. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Talent DAO. I'll take that. So make sure you capture those socials, follow, get connected. Next up, we have Fearless Plus. This is a company that's been started by a friend of mine, and I really love their passion and ambition about helping kids develop better skills for dealing with the world. Let them intro this for you, but please welcome Fearless Plus. Hold this. I got it.
Hi, everybody. I'm really excited about what I just heard. I think I attacked Renee and Lisa as they were going out to talk to you guys. So we're pretty excited the whole community is coming together. My name is Deepali Vyas. I am the founder and CEO of Fearless. I'm joined by my colleague today, Brittany Miller, who is our head of operations. And I actually grew up in Denver, about 5 miles from here. So it's great to be back. I'm a New Yorker now, but it's great to be back here. We are posing the following question to the audience. Are high schools preparing students to be college and career ready? And are colleges preparing students for the workforce? It wasn't a trick question because the short answer, we believe, is no. Our education system hasn't kept pace with the times, and it's really about being stuck and outdated, and it hasn't changed in over a century. And what the world is doing in terms of radical transformation, you're seeing it right before your eyes. The education system is simply not keeping up. Most do not focus on teaching emotional intelligence, adaptability, or even newer concepts, just like we're talking about here, blockchain, NFTs, DAOs, etc. I can't think about any high schools that are out there covering these topics, but particularly these critical professional leadership and life skills that are going to be required for the jobs of tomorrow. So since most high schools do not focus on this, we believe that this young generation is going to be ill-equipped to take on the jobs of tomorrow and today. There's been severe social and emotional learning loss during the pandemic. We've seen this play out in the last 2 years. And we think that the future of work is really around these soft skills, and we need to figure out a more effective way to help these teens gain these skills, and on top of that, showcase these skills.
Enter Fearless Plus. So Fearless Plus is an ed tech platform that's reimagining LinkedIn and LinkedIn learning for teens. So what does that mean? We want to be the destination for teens where they come and they create modern portfolios on our platform that showcases their personal, professional, and academic accomplishments, while they also learn leadership and life skills. We really want to empower the next generation by helping them develop critical skills that we believe they need to be successful in life.
And how we do this is our success framework. As you can see here, the skills and demand for the future of work has really shaped this particular Fearless Success Framework. And we know the formula for success. It's combining emotional intelligence, rationality quotient, adaptability quotient, along with the technical or IQ skills that you're learning in school, and creating this portfolio in order to really showcase these attributes to the world. So by building these, we want to help develop teens have a multi-dimensional portfolio to showcase themselves to the world, and then also be prepared for professional success.
Can we go to the next slide? So this is our offering. Teens can access our community and our content through our platform, Connect. So they will be part of a growing network where they can connect to like-minded peers, mentors, potential employers, and they can also access our short-form content that focuses on topics that will help them develop that emotional intelligence, that rationality, adaptability.
Our content library is made up of 15 minutes of digestible and engaging content. We know that teens have very short attention spans, so we want to make it digestible and memorable. And this is where we want to cover topics like psychology, personal finance, business basics, and as I mentioned, some of these really critical skills that are changing our world today. We want teens to understand blockchain and NFT and crypto and everything in this ecosystem. We don't want them to learn from memes on Twitter. We really want to help them understand what this ecosystem is really all about. We want to provide information on different job functions and industries to help students prepare for important decisions about their future. For example, we have a live expert series that showcases, we have live webinars that feature industry experts and thought leaders, just like we're featured here today, and to discuss what they do, how they've created their path to success, and facilitate a Q&A. thing that we do with our content is to really democratize access for all of the students. That's what's really important to us.
And the next slide shows connect. So essentially, we believe that old school resumes are dead. The resume needs to evolve into a multi-dimensional portfolio that showcases an individual's accomplishments as well as their identity. So portfolios on our platform will include short-form videos so that people can really show their personalities. We'll provide badges for the skills that they learn on our platform, those leadership and life skills. We'll also provide space where students can display testimonials and recommendations that they earn from teachers, from mentors, and from peers. We'll also be a marketplace where those same students can find job opportunities, internship opportunities. They can connect with colleges if that's what they want to do. We want kids to have access to whatever path they want to explore on our platform.
Yeah, we really believe that we're the last mile to that pathway, whatever they choose, whether they want to go to college, whether they want to have access to internships or enter the workforce. So what does this all mean for this particular community? And what the heck is an edtech platform looking at Web3 and this particular community? We want to make sure that we are building a creator ecosystem. So what that means is our ask is we want content creators to come onto our platform and really own a piece of that content and really build a network within this community. As the previous presenter said at Talent DAO, you can see that there's a lot of talent going from traditional workforce into this space. We also want teens to really think about, is the ROI on college worth it? And if not, what are my options out there? There's extreme optionality in the marketplace today for professionals. We want this extreme optionality for teens as they're learning these critical professional and life skills. So we would love to have anybody that's creating content out there that is education and teen friendly to contact us. We are on Twitter. You can find us at fearless_plus. We are also doing a raise, so any investors out that are interested, please let us know. And you can also find us on our website, fearlessplus.com. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, Fearless Plus. Thank you, guys. All right. Next up, we have what everybody's been waiting for, panel.
Hey, everybody. Today, I am very happy to have some of old friends and new join me on stage. Mel Oxenrider from the Index Coop. We've got Carlos coming up, Bitcraft. And then we have an old friend of mine, Lou Kerner, joining. So we'll let you guys our own intros briefly so you can get a feel for where they're coming from. We're just going to spend about 2 minutes up here, and we're going to talk about money and how traditional venture interfaces with this new world of Web3. And the first question I'm going to ask is all about sort of where, what's the lay of the land, what's the market look like right now. But first, we'll do some quick intros so that people can learn more than just your name, sort of just quickly, like name, background, and your maybe touch on your relevance in where it comes to the topic of venture capital and Web3. Mel?
Sounds good. My name is Mel. I go by Mel.eth with the Index Cooperative. I've been there full-time for about 9 months. Recently hired as a full-time core contributor. And I'm a leader in the governance nest there. So I coordinate all of our governance activities and all of the contributors that contribute into our governance activities over at Index Group.
Hey everyone, I'm Carlos. I'm a member of Bitcraft. We are one of the largest investors at the intersection of video games and crypto. So a traditional video game investor dating from 2016 with our first fund, and last year announced our first crypto fund. So to date, we've invested in a number of organizations structured as DAOs, including Yield Games, Crypto Unicorns, and a bunch of other sort of really cool projects.
Hey, I'm Luke Kerner. I became a VC in 2012. I was focusing on tech companies founded by Israelis when I saw the crypto light on June 29th, 2017. Been crypto ever since. I'm now a partner at a firm called Blockchain Co-Investors. We're a crypto fund-to-fund invested in 30 of the leading crypto VCs in the world. We also will do 30 one-off investments this year and 3 months IPO to crypto SPAC. And from a Web3 perspective, Web3 cred, I'm actually giving a talk on community right after this, so that's going to rock, so stick around for that. And I'm a partner at DAOplatform.io.
Okay, cool. So state of the market. So what is going on with respect to fundraising when it comes to DAOs specifically? I guess let's start with you, Carlos, since you've you've been quite active in the space, and you're coming from a traditional venture capital perspective, GPLP structure. So what is the state of the market where DAO investment is concerned?
I think that from an underwriting perspective, the idea is still very much to underwrite great businesses with strong long-term potential and good risk-adjusted returns. I think that the instrument tends to be different in a lot of these rounds. I mean, there's still some equity rounds with token warrants, but there's certainly a skew towards a simple agreement for future tokens, which is a variation of basically the standard YC safe. And there's generally been an acceptance of lower official governance rights. So, you don't have board seats and all that type of stuff. And in general, you're just a normal voting token holder as everyone else. So much more akin to common equity than pref. But the true governance honestly happens through the advice that we give to the companies, the relationship that we have with the businesses. I mean, at the end of the day, if we're enforcing our will via legal protections, there's probably something that already went really wrong. And so insofar as like the way that we generally collaborate is through helping companies, the loosening of the governance rights so far hasn't been an issue. And then the other point that remains very open is the fact that the tokens really don't have a claim to the assets of the business, and so it's a different type of collateral that we have to get comfortable with. But all of that, honestly, I think is way more the things you think about downside protection, which in VC are more of a myth than a real thing. And it really comes to backing great businesses and building great relationships with management teams and being there sort of regardless of what the docs say you're entitled to or not.
Go ahead.
Sure. So, I think, at a macro level, I have a word that I use to describe the tendency of markets to swing between bubbles and crashes, and I call that capital. And pretty sure today we are in the bubble phase. Swing doesn't mean it can't go on for another 5 years. That's about how long the internet bubble went on. But we're seeing valuations and money being thrown that I don't think the world has ever seen. I was there in '99. Maybe it hasn't quite gotten, Bo. I'm interested in you were there in '99, and man, it was crazy. I went to a company that raised $1 billion cash at a $10 billion valuation in January of 2000. And massive amounts of money for DAOs. And like anything else in life, it's storytelling. Right, so the guy that started the ConstitutionDAO, wow, I mean, he told a great story, right? The guy that started Blockbuster DAO told a great story, and whether you're a DAO or a company like Curve where you're trying to make money, for your investors, this is an amazing time, and hopefully tomorrow will even be better.
All right, Mel. So time to jump in. So this is the reason we were so happy to have Mel on stage is because he's the recipient, or his DAO is the recipient of the venture capital. So from your perspective, what's it like to be on the in this great seller's market and to be raising money?
I have to say it feels pretty great to come. Everybody wants to talk to us. Our DAO has had some success. At turning a profit. So we're very attractive to capital. I think we did one raise. We had 10 participants, each around $1 million. And at the time, we did it because we had a specific need, and it was treasury diversification. So if you've been sitting here for a couple hours, there was a presentation on that. It's a unique challenge to DAOs. We have a lot of our native token, which is our coordination token, our governance token. But we need to pay contributors in something that they're not going to immediately sell into, that's going to really take the value of that community and immediately reduce it. So we did this raise to effectively get a different type of capital, really, so that we could function operationally. So that's kind of how we came to it. It was very successful. It's really helped us out as a DAO. So we saw it effectively as we needed some partners to do something to affect a result. In that conception, I wouldn't say we necessarily thought of it. We termed it a VC raise to make VCs comfortable. But ultimately, we had a goal that was something we needed to do, and we went out and did it. We don't know. But that's kind of, at least in my conception, the DAO conception, how we think of it.
So already we've uncovered a couple of real genuine differences between what a typical venture fund round would do. You'd have a lead that led with 60% of the capital coming in, maybe more, and then you'd have followers, right? And that would be the traditional rate. 10 million from 10 participants, at about 10 million early in a piece. So already we're talking about a completely different pattern from what would typically be doing. And in a traditional company, we would raise money and then pay people in dollars, and there was no other economy. So it's just a very different. I mean, you're investing in an economy, right, Carlos? I mean, is that how you look at it when you look at these DAOs?
I think that there's two basic frameworks that I categorize the tokens under. One is by assessing network value, and the other is the traditional governance route. So network value, particularly for single token models, or for utility tokens, or for tokens heavy with utility. We talk sometimes about like how a great game will go from being a game to government, right? Because ultimately what you're doing is you're creating a digital sovereign, and you're basically trying to create the maximum velocity of capital in that sovereign system, and you're clipping a tax, really, either as a fee or in some other way. But basically you're capturing a tax on the economy, and your main goal is to get the capital velocity moving so that there's a lot of transactions that you can capture from. And then on the governance side, that's really, I think, a function of, one is a function of the ethos of Web3, of wanting the DAO to self-govern. But I think a lot of it is also a function of trying to get around the lack of regulatory clarity. And what I mean by that is it's really difficult right now for you to really assign cash flows to token holders without running the risk of being deemed a security. But somehow, if you send all those cash flows to a treasury and then give the token holders the right to vote on the treasury, then the control of the treasury is seen as synonymous with the control of the cash flows or with the receipt of the cash flows. And that gives us another form of valuing those, but certainly very much looking at building ecosystems, building digital sovereigns, and assessing that versus the traditional product model.
I'm interested to hear about what narratives that you're hearing among DAOs specifically, but you can expand it beyond that, that you just simply with. So what we might be holding as a concept that's just dead wrong, in your opinion? Lou, you want to?
Sure. That voting is a good thing, that everybody needs to vote, and the more people who vote, the better. I like to tell the story of the first television shows. The first television shows were people sitting at a desk with a microphone going, hey, now we're on television. They were just doing radio on television because they didn't know any better, even though they had this massive toolkit. And so I feel that's where we are now. We have this massive toolkit, and I don't know what it is, but like my dream is, you know who votes on how a river goes? That's how I think that should go. It should go how the crowd wants it to go, without needing to vote.
That's the swarm that we had,
which was awesome.
Yeah, was. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that to me raises an interesting question, right? So in a VC raise, you acquire some amount of voting rights, right? So if we don't need everyone to vote, and I agree with you, why then is a VC well suited to vote, right, in this token voting economy? In a DAO, as I conceive of it, right, we have a governance token. We want to get that governance in the hands of the best possible deciders. But how do you think about your role as a VC as being a decider in these token economies?
You know, I mean, quite honestly, DAOs are going to be functional. Obviously, have functional governance has to be able to move forward, you know, in a way. And so I'm much less concerned with my voting power, because if it's a dysfunctional DAO, it doesn't matter how much voting power I have. So the question is this a system that is functional? Is this a system, you know, where we're going to be able to move forward with? And that's more what I focus on.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that the traditional VC is holding, at least right now where the market is and post round, they're holding a very different kind of token than traditional retail. I mean, you're locked for 2 to 3 years, depending through total vesting. So I'm not necessarily saying that like there's no wisdom of the crowns or that retail doesn't have like great opinions, but if I had to create a general heuristic of who I want voting for something, I'd rather have the person that is long-term locked into something than a short-term lock, right? Like just as a general incentives type structure.
And also, I just wanted to mention, just because, you know, there is some modest amount of hate I feel in the community for VCs, and I just want to point out, we're just people. You know, some of us are good people, some of us are assholes, but, you know, it's not like we're lawyers.
I would say, I'll admit, I was talking to Bo prior to this, and I said capital's usually the smartest seat at the table, right? We want that capital to show up. We want capital to be interested. I think from the perspective of a DAO, right, and by kind of giving that prompt, I think what I'm getting is we want that capital to not just be the cash. We need things that are more than just cash right now, given that cash is relatively abundant. So strategic partnerships, right? So
yeah, so everybody says that. Right. Everybody said, "Oh my God, you're so smart. I want you involved. Come on." And then the check clears. Boom. You know, you can't get in touch with them anymore. You know, and that's fine. You know, I'm totally okay. I'm not investing in any company because I think I'm going to add value. I'm investing because I think they're awesome. I can if they want to engage. The vast majority of the time, you know, running a company is fucking hard. You know, thinking about calling your VC, I recognize it's not top of mind. And you know, I get asked all the time, well, you know, what's your value add? What's your value add? And, you know, personally, in years of answering that question, I don't think I've ever done a good job, because how do you convince somebody? But you know, what I tell them is the truth about if I'm them. What I'd be more interested in is not getting somebody involved who's going to hurt you, because you know, I've all been on board with fucking VCs who literally talk about extracting value. They're destroying value, which is even worse.
Are there terms that are we see a lot of innovation among the DAOs, and I think that's one of the things that I get most excited about is innovation in governance. How does that impact you as VCs and you as someone taking institutional money? Carlos, can you weigh in on that?
I'm going to do it indirectly because I don't have a good direct answer. I think part of the beauty of what's going on in crypto now is the ability to reinvent foundations and be able to build things more efficiently on top. I think one of the best examples of that are XYK AMMs, where when we think about the traditional configuration of financial markets and the need for middleman and the difficulty of really trading things and establishing liquidity, and then all of a sudden someone says, hey, X times Y equals K, and it's like, what? And like that thing works. It's like, why does it work? And it's like, because the whole infrastructure is different, and like these things are composable. And the other place where there's a lot of innovation is on the government side, or on the governance side, because it's for the first time where you're actually able to submit a bunch of proposals into direct voting in ways that are completely impractical in traditional democracy. However, that does create all the coordination problems that make you question, you know, how much should be voted upon versus how much should the community be providing directional guidance that the management team goes and executes on. In general, I don't think that there's like a term per se that we've been confused about or we've had to reconcile with, but it's more about the concept of really holding something that's akin to common equity instead of pref, and being a soft influencer versus a traditional board influencer. But in practice, the way that that has played out is it's really hard getting into deals. And when we're getting into deals, we're getting into deals because we've earned our spot to be there. We're there because management wants us there. So generally speaking, when we're there, we're getting asked a lot to participate and to really have a soft influence or soft power on those situations so that it really doesn't come to the docs all that much.
Yeah, okay, and let me just repeat some of what Carlos is saying, or emphasize. It is clearly a seller's market. It's hard to get in deals. There's tons of capital out there. There's not a lot of good deals out there. And so there's, I'm sorry, I said that backwards, but you get the point. The other thing you said is that you're not getting in a preferred stake, which is like the only place that a traditional VC would play in a traditional company. It's just not available in the world of DAOs. So for an institutional investor to invest in this world, they have to get comfortable with some very different terms than you would typically see in Sand Hill Road. Am I right? Yeah. So takes cojones. And
Pretty sure they never heard of token before a few years ago, right? I mean, it's all like on the such on the cutting edge.
Right. And God bless him for actually taking, right? I mean, this is great. It does change things, right? And now, Mel, you get to, you know, how does it out in the real world, and like the coordination problems, you have capital. Is this working? You that the coup raised 10 million?
Oh yeah, of course. There's things we can do today that we absolutely couldn't do. You know, I'd say I'm largely here as a full-time contributor because we did that raise. You know, so yes, it's valuable, right? I think it gets a little nebulous. You know, the term capital. You know, I'd say in the traditional sense, it's, you know, VCs have dollars and they want more. You know, and companies don't, and largely the same. I think in DAOs, you know, we have things that we need. We need liquidity for our products right now. We need, you know, that we have different needs through time, and tokens aren't created equal, right? So I think that, you know, to say dollars, maybe it's USDC, which is multi-purpose for us. We can do a lot of things, you know, turn that into a lot of things, but you know, if you have dollars that you can convert to tokens, there's also a lot of things you can do for DAO that you are beneficial than just sending some USDC to a treasury, and cost way less, depending on what other sort of you know, partnerships you might have, things like that. I think that's a concept, right? Of I guess that raise concept. So it kind of flips it on its head. It becomes more of a conversation, right? A governance conversation, if you will. Hey, what do we have? What do we need? And how do we get from A to B? You know, and work with you to do it. So I think it creates this this very long conversation about capital and needs and sort of what we're trying to accomplish. That can be ongoing and really be more of a partnership. And I think, again, that's kind of how what we come back to when we think about it. Yeah.
I want to ask one more question, and then give you guys an opportunity to you know, make a statement if you'd like about something that you'd like the audience to hear, and then I'd love to just, you know, poll the audience, because we've got some amazing resources here. So while I'm asking the question, you can think of your question you want to ask, and then gather the courage to ask it. What was my question going to be? What has changed from the fundraising perspective, if you have a perspective on this, or any of you, in terms of like approaching a VC? Is this the same game that we used to play back in the, you know, in the late 90s and 2000s and teens, or is there something else going on here that we should understand and sort of bake into our fundraising kind of mentality?
I'm probably not a great person to answer. This was the first VC raise that I really participated in. You know, from this side, I've kind of seen things, you know, but yeah, I would say I'll defer on that one. Yeah.
I think that when we compare the venture capital asset class with, for example, the hedge fund, or not the asset class, but the industry, one thing that has always been the case with venture is that venture exhibits higher returns persistence than hedge funds. And so what that means is big non-financial advice, I guess, but past results tend to be indicative of future results in venture more so than hedge funds. And the reason why that is because you have a positive feedback loop where getting allocations into good deals and being a big VC fund lets you get into more deals. The fact that it's different from public markets where you can always just buy public equities or insofar as liquidity allows you to. All this to say that the allocation game that is being played right now, I don't think is different. I'm not young enough to have lived through the dot-com bubble as an investor.
You're not as old as Lou.
Yes, yeah. But ultimately, it doesn't feel like it's different from historical norms to have to compete with deals. It's just that the abundance of capital, particularly institutional capital that has been raised, means that there's more competition. But it's not like a new thing. It's just more of the same thing. And it puts more emphasis in being the best sort of venture shop that you can be and doing the best for your founders and using that to perpetuate the cycle of allocation.
So my favorite VC joke is VC bar. The partner says, "Hey, what do you want?" He looks around the room and he goes, "I don't know. Is everybody else?" And that really is the job. The companies start off, and I have found only one person who is actually able to tell that company, that founder, or those founders are going to be successful. Your VC, do you know who the only person who knows at the beginning for certain that they're going to be successful is? No. The founders' moms. They are fucking certain because their kids rock. But unfortunately for the kids or for the founders, they start off and they go around and they beg for money and they beg for money and they beg for money. And then to some small percentage of them, something happens, and for some reason, everybody thinks that they're going to be the next Google or Facebook and Microsoft or whatever. And then VCs call them and beg to get in and beg to get in and beg to get in. And the same VCs are in the top decile year after year after year for the most part because they have developed a brand, as you were just saying, such that when they reach out and beg like everybody else, and God bless, they're calling you, that's amazing. But for the most part, so the idea of when people reach out to you first, I would say and foremost, get a warm introduction to a VC. Not that it's easy for anybody to get a warm introduction, but I'm overwhelmed with warm introductions, let alone cold introductions over, LinkedIn or, even somebody's got my email address, God bless. But get a warm introduction and if they're a friend of a friend, at least have them sit down and spend some time and, help you go through your presentation, how your presentation get better. And I'll finish. Almost every presentation I see, when I'm giving advice, I give the same advice. I go out to the back financial page, that has the revenue estimate, and I go out to the out year, and I add a 0 to the revenue. VCs want to hear a big fucking story. We want to hear literally about trillion-dollar companies. A company that's going to be $10 million in 5 years is just not interesting because if that's what their projections are, they're not going to make it. That much we know. Nobody makes their projections almost. And so, say you're going to be $1 billion company and miss that.
And then, any questions from the audience? All right, great. First hand up. Got a mic runner coming your way.
Hi, my question is, what are the key factors or things that you look for in a DAO to determine whether it's a good investment for you to back as a VC?
So Carlos, you mentioned before that you were doing some evaluation of what the community looks like, right? You want to see community growth. What metrics do you maybe use to assess that?
Early stage, it's difficult to talk about metrics because they're just not there. And to the extent that they are there, they're indicative at best. I think the earlier you go, the more you're going to rely on the team. Has the team done something similar to this before? Have they executed before? Will they have the ability to pivot from this idea when this idea inevitably goes wrong? Just like that type of team-based underwriting. into a healthy TAM, preferably with low competition or lower competition, and with an engaged community to the extent that you can start seeing the seed of it being formed.
Yeah, and I would agree totally with the last thing he says. For me, it's all about engagement. You know, I don't care how many members you have in anything. I care about how many engaged members you have. And are they getting more engaged or less engaged? Because every community is either growing or dying.
Any other questions?
Do you see a growing kind of competition between retail investors that are getting more capital right in these markets competing with VCs? Do you see that competition, like kind of crowdsourcing?
I think that retail's ability to compete on what I'd say is largely a level playing field in this market is why, like you summarized, maybe VCs aren't getting the preferred allocation that maybe a traditional company would get. There's a lot of options that DAOs have, and if the consideration is to put out your governance token to receive something, there's a lot of mechanism design things that we can do that are not necessarily just an OTC to a VC, right? So I'd say the answer is it can be a lot more profitable if you're willing to be adventurous in DeFi, you know, to give capital in a sense to a DAO that needs it, than as a VC. And we see VCs even participating in a lot of these capital generation programs that retail are as well. So yes, I guess to answer your question.
Yeah, speaking of that, does it appear more attractive to a VC if the community hasn't tokenized yet, if they didn't issue a token for governance or anything? Is that more attractive?
Well, the issue is most times when the company IDOs, the thing rips to the moon. It becomes pretty impractical to invest in it as VC, right? And so generally speaking, if you're looking at a token that's already live, you would, instead of buying it at the retail cost basis, you would take a 2 or 3 year lockup in that token in exchange for a discount and then use that to buy down your cost basis. Because otherwise, like, you're probably just not going to get a venture type return on it.
All right. Any other questions? Good thing I got my running shoes on.
Hey, Jerron, guys, if you look at the future, do you think VCs will become sort of incompatible with DAOs? Because the way I look at it, you guys are a centralized place for hard to reach also.
Not all of us.
All right, I'll finish up. And so, you're a centralized repository, and now there's this new model emerging where fundraising becomes part of the people's privilege, if you will. What do you guys say to that? Do you see a future where you're not getting access to these deals right now, you're hard to find, you're a centralized authority, you're taking you're getting voting rights into these DAOs? Is it even compatible in the future?
Or potentially, are you seeing the future when other people don't?
I think, not being a VC, but trying to answer this question, I think that as we see it, the VCs that are working to try and understand the needs of DAOs are going to be the VCs that are going to be around in this new world. I think also the thing we're finding is we're usually aligned with VCs in some ways. We have a treasury that is full. And you know, the question arises in almost every conversation we have in a contributor, you know, anytime you get more than 2 of us together, what do we do with our treasury, right? We know, you know, we have a plan for that. But those things are considerations we have, and deploying capital in a smart way, I think, is largely what try and do. So, you know, I do think that there's a place for venture capital, really, which is just, I think, experimenting with capital at its core. I think we want to be part of it. I think, you know, and we're happy to engage, you know, with the smart money to this point to figure out how to move forward in those positive some ways.
I think there are certain types of DAOs that have very strong value proposition in the market. An example of which would be Yield Guild and a few of the other guilds that when they're investing in a game, they're bringing a community and they're buying the assets and they deliver a lot of value. I don't think that the average DAO offering right now represents the same concentration of skin in the game of highly experienced investors and operators who are singly focused on the market to advise an entrepreneur, right? And so what a VC shop is an agglomeration of professionals who more often than not have good operating experience and who are absolutely dedicated to market and market research and using that to back the best companies and advise the best CEOs. It's hard to see how huge DAOs are going to deliver on that, especially under the current coordination problems and engagement problems that they have. Now, can some VC firms call themselves a DAO instead of a traditional LPGP structure and get 10 people together that basically act as like almost like a family office or a super angel syndicate and be competitive? Yes, absolutely. And I think that most of that chop is going to affect the VCs that aren't adding as much value, sort of like the lower quartile or lower half of it, right? And so I think the fight is to stay on top.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I got to laugh at the question because, man, the DAOs on average need a lot more help than the companies from the VCs than the companies do.
So, sorry, we've run out of time. I'd love to get to your question, but we do need to move on. Lou's going to take the stage now. I'd like to thank our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you're enjoying the show.
All right, great. So, already been introduced, Lou Kerner, blockchain co-investors, crypto fund of funds. At Kerner, let's go to next slide. So, 10 thoughts on communities. Next slide. So, I think the next slide is, who am I to be here talking about, there we go, community. So I was an equity analyst on Wall Street for kind of the first third of my career. The first company I started was .tv, but my community story really starts in 2003 when I'm 40 years old and bought Bolt, which the VCs had poured $60 million into and then kind of walked away at what we called then internet winter in 2003. And it was a social network with 500,000 kids, and I bought it with the founder. And over the next 3 years, we grew it into the largest social network in the world. We peaked at 23 million monthly kids. We were it until MySpace totally blew us out of the water. And we did 8 acquisitions during the 3 years that I ran the company. I talked to more than 100 kids about buying their companies. I was the first one to call Zuck about a month after he launched at Harvard. Fast forward 4 years, 5 years, 2009, I was an angel investor. Somebody offered to sell me some shares on Facebook. And I thought, I've been an equity analyst. I run a social network. I'm probably the smartest person on the planet to actually know what this is worth. It was actually traded at $16 billion. And I was shocked to learn it was actually worth $50 billion. So I wrote a research report on it and spent a lot of time over the number of years kind of being the expert on Facebook because nobody else was from Wall Street's perspective. And fast forward to 2000, I focusing on investing in Israel, and that was awesome. And then on June 29th, 2017, I held a conference call with 4 leaders in the space. And on that call, somebody said something, saw the crypto light of 24 cents. And what I saw when I saw the crypto light was for the first time in history, we had a tool set to solve for the community instead of the man in the middle. And I thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the history of humanity. And I thought so a little more every day for 4 years until about 6 months ago, I saw something even bigger than crypto. What I saw? Anybody? What? The metaverse. So next slide. So I saw the light. I was literally for 3 months. I thought I knew the future, but I didn't construct. I'm a very active blog because I don't know what I think of anything until what I've written about. 7 thoughts on crypto. Down the hole. It was the red thing tagged Medium for 3 days. After which, according to Medium, I was the 3rd most influential crypto blogger in the world, which not only made me a guy in crypto, but it also proves the first of my 7 thoughts on crypto, which were nobody knows anything. We're at the very beginning of this whole brand new fucking thing, and if anybody tells you know something, they're lying to you. So, right, we use all these words now. Actually, I'm using Web3. I got to change this slide. But from two perspectives, from a tech perspective, when I say a series of technologies that all together allow us to do things in ways that we never could, in decentralized. But at the core is community. Next slide. But there's also ethos for crypto, and for as an equity analyst, I really felt that my job was to tell a compelling story, and it's literally only about a month ago I came up with, I don't try and help people understand crypto because you can't, in an hour or 10 hours. I don't think you people crypto. I think they have to be incentivized to learn it. And this is the best way they incentivize them. I tell them, we grew up in a culture of greed, and crypto is a culture of giving. And we all get to the culture it is that we want to be a part of. I define community as when communities work, all members get more from the community than they contribute. That's what I hope, who's trying to build a community is trying to achieve. Next. So I started Crypto Mondays as a meetup. I had actually been a shareholder in meetup when I was running my first fund. They're really magical. The people you want to show up, just show up. We started at June 8th, 2018, the peak day of market cap for 2 years, had 300 people at the first one in New York, 350 people decided to blow it out around the world, though decentralized. So people call up from Medellin and say, hey, we want to open up Crypto Monday Medellin. Great. We open up a meetup for them. We make them the host. We say we're here to help if we can help, but we're decentralized. Good luck. And a month, 2 months later, we can get we always get an email saying, hey, our next, we're going to have our first meetup next week. We want to make sure it's okay. We can do ABC. And I say, yes, you can do ABC. The only thing you can't do is send us an email asking if you can do ABC. What part of decentralization did you not understand? And the reason it's been a success is because it is decentralized. Because again, I think of it like a community, and unless the person or people running it get more out of it than they're putting in, then they're not going to do it. And the way to optimize for that is to give them 100% power and not in any way put any constraints on them. And what they get back, I can tell you 100% of the people who run Crypto Mondays have done it successfully, get, like what they give to the community gets multiplied and given back. And it's really amazing. The woman who, Erica Gemma, who started Crypto Mondays Miami, totally killed it. And when the mayor of Miami decided he wanted to start an 8-story building, 8-story blockchain center, he hired Erica to run it because she had the best community. And there's been a lot of talk here about giving value to community members. And obviously, money's in Bitcoin and stuff, but there's a lot of other things that you could give people that they would really value. When I was running Bolt, I was running a community, and we wanted to get them to interact with advertising, and we couldn't pay them enough money but we created a badge they would get that ended up, and we could get 2 million of the 23 million kids anything to get a badge, because the badge scrolled around there and conferred status in the community. And status is huge. And the is the problem with giving community members money is money's really expensive. When you say that everybody gets more, it doesn't have to be money. And in fact, I have that the size of a community to what I call value delta. The difference between the value, how much it costs a community or something, and stop going ahead because thanks. I'll say next. So that the community highly correlated to value delta. Value delta being the difference between how much it costs the community to manufacture something and how much the community members who get it value it at. So the bigger the delta, the bigger community. And that's why the big communities in the world, the things that have the biggest value delta in the world, we have a collective name for those things. Anybody want to guess what we call them? We call them religions. Next slide. Religions produce faith at 50 cents a book. And I'm not being pejorative, God bless. What I'm saying is, oh my God, greatest communities in the world, right? For a tiny little cost, a lot of people value their faith more than they value their entire life, right? That's incredible. And as a community, that's what you should strive, right? How can we give them something that they value like that? Next. So I talked about engagement, and that engagement is my belief in running the network. What I saw was, kids would either spending more time, any cohort was spending more time, but once they turned over and stopped spending more time there, getting them back was, I thought, almost impossible. And so I was a massive bull on Facebook for 8 years after I wrote the report. Until for the first time in history, fourth quarter 2017, their engagement went down, and I went negative. I said the epic run is over. I likened it to a great line in Annie Hall when at the end of the movie, when the relationships is over, they're riding a plane across country, and she looks at him and says, I think the relationship is over. And he looks at her and says, yeah, I think you're right. Relationships are like sharks, They have to keep moving forward or they die. And what we have here is a dead shark. And, I think that, engagement was growing, but for Facebook, engagement started going back up. And they actually gave a reason why the engagement went down, because they wanted to stop people from doing the number one thing that people want to do on Facebook, which is read fake news. And so they stopped it, but then, yes, it's hilarious, but it's true. That's the number one thing that people want to do. So they stopped it, and then after 3 quarters, it started going back up again because they decided to let people read all the fake news they want. And that's why I think they're fucking evil. This is number 6, which is that there's really a lot of value. I think one of the most exciting things as I look down the road about DAOs is seeing how DAOs collectively, 2 DAOs, 5 DAOs, 100 DAOs are going to work together. And oh my, when they have a shared ethos, and oh my God. Next. So I've been writing about FAMGA, what I call FAMGA, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, since 2017, literally just a little while before I saw the crypto light. And why their growing share of tech market cap, which had really been more than 50% of all tech market cap since 2010, had been captured by FAMGA. And that was great for their shareholders, bad for the rest of society. And that, I didn't see anything on the horizon that was going to change that trajectory, and I found that very scary. Next. And that's why when I think about the moment that we're at today, for me personally, the reality that I live in is that, again, I said, oh my God, the metaverse, biggest thing to happen in the history of humanity until the next thing I see. But for today, that's it. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be that for the rest of my life. And what, it feels like we're in an epic struggle for the soul of the metaverse. And that, against the community, against FAMGA, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. And it's actually, go to the next slide, to me, actually, remarkably like Star Wars. We're the Alliance, and they're the Death Star. And if you go to the next slide, and what we're out for is, a better world. This really is about good versus evil. And this is a revolution. This is a fucking war. And a lot of people have a lot more tools than we do to win this war. Next. So I talk about Occam's razor. Occam's razor is a monk in the 1400s, and it's basically the most likely thing to happen, or have happened is the thing that happened. And we use a lot of our mind share trying to think of very low probability shit for whatever reason. And so a lot of times when I'm faced with, big problems, I think, well, what's Occam's razor? When I got a big decision. And personally, unfortunately, Occam's razor, while Star Wars was awesome that the Alliance won, but most of the time, pretty sure the Death Star wins. And so, one of the things, two things I'm trying, one is help people, accept my definition of community, or have that be a broad definition of community that everybody understands that we're doing. And the other thing is that we're in a fucking war, and, we're the alliance, and it does not look good. And, the biggest disappointment, quite honestly, in the 4.5 years, and it's been by a wide margin, the best 4.5 years of my life, but has been the little amount of progress that's been made on the two things we need to solve for if DAOs are going to work: token economics and governance and consensus. 4.5 years in, and for me, the biggest step forward in governance and consensus, and by the way, brilliant people in this room, oh my God, but the biggest is, and I'm a huge fan of DAO Stack and Matan Feld. He's a genius in building out this massive stack of technology to help us all make the world a better place. But it turns out that is making a fully formed human. And Amin Soleimani recognized that, in fact, you can't start with trying to make a fully human. What you got to start is with a two-celled amoeba, the Moloch DAO, and so. So this is an awesome chart showing there's nothing but change. At one point, IBM was the dominant market share company. At one point, Microsoft was, and now it's Apple. But at each point along the way, it seemed that, oh my God, there's nothing to unseat them. So the only thing about FAMGA that I said is, I don't see any technology except there's nothing constant but change. And about 6 months after I wrote the first article, I saw crypto. Next slide. Next slide. So when I got into crypto, one of the things I was most shocked to buy was all the vitriol, and I thought it was a real bug. And now, actually, I think it's a feature, because revolutions are messy. And the only way we're going to run this revolution is we have a bunch of really passionate people. So, and everything's a double-edged sword, but, it doesn't bother me anymore. Next. What about regulations? The U.S. government is so, and, but for me, I don't care, because this is happening regardless of regulations. It's just going to happen more elsewhere. And by the way, if I am wrong about that, then I don't fucking want to be in crypto. I am here because of that. I am here because, there is a better way to run the world than it is currently being run. Next. And then Amari's Law. And this is also why we get bubble. And that's because we tend to overestimate the effect of technology in the short run and underestimate the effect in the long run. And that is undoubtedly going to be true about DAOs. Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have another great presenter who's also starting a DAO. And Max is a very knowledgeable person on lots of things, but specifically the ad world. So advertising, brands. So this is what brands want and what DAOs get with Max Lemon.
Thanks, Rogi. Quick thank you to Rogi and everyone that's putting this on, and for you all to stick around for 5:15. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Max. I am, most of my entire career I've been in marketing and advertising. Just to round out the top 3 hated positions, we mentioned VC and lawyers before, so I'm the advertiser. Before that, I was a journalist in New York City covering marketing and advertising, and I've been at 4 holding companies as an executive creative director, chief creative officer, and CEO. And I've been a CMO for 2 companies, one a large spirits brand and another is a medical. Much like what I think I share Lou's and vigor and excitement of what the world presents, particularly in DAOs. So I started a consultancy with a number of partners from the agency world and the brand side world called Platinum Balloon. And what we're trying to do is to basically shepherd in or Sherpa in brands and companies into the Web3 world with soft landings. So I'm going to a few things that are kind of differences between brands and agencies and DAOs, and I'm using brands and agencies fairly interchangeably because agencies and brands are tied at the hip. And they are almost inseparable in certain ways, particularly when it comes to talent. They go back and forth. And I'll point out some minor differences as we get along in the presentation. But obviously, I'm going to start the biggest difference, and I think you guys can all intuitively understand this, right? Is that brands and agencies are intrinsically hierarchical, and DAOs are obviously network, decentralized. It's the D in the word. And when I say hierarchical, I'm talking about they're stringently hierarchical. The chase for titles within an agency, an advertising agency, for instance, is absolutely, kind of like primal. Same when it comes to brand marketers on the brand side, right? That everyone has got a hierarchical way of organizing themselves that is quite antithetical to what a DAO could actually look like, or what the actual ethos DAO is. Next slide, please. Brands and agencies want to message you, right? We know this. DAOs are more about conversation. So even the way that information is being articulated and transferred are fundamentally different. Brands and agencies prefer a direct one way. DAOs is very much in a circular connection. And by the way, just as a parenthetical, as an agency person, I'm now beginning to hear agencies starting to ask, what is a DAO? Right? In the same way that about a year and a half ago, they started to ask, what is an NFT? Right? So the agencies are starting to look at DAOs as not just a shiny new toy, but actually an actionable organism or organizational structure in which they can grow their brands inside of. And I think not to overstep my vision here and overlap on the VC conversation, but funding from the brand side through an agency relationship is going to be on the table. So it's important to understand these kind of cultural and fundamentally kind of organizational differences if you're going to start talking to brands and through their agencies or to agencies themselves. Okay, so sorry for that parenthetical. We'll keep going. Next slide, please. Brands and agencies are inherently extractive. They want to extract value out of communities, out of audiences, et cetera, whereas DAOs are obviously, what I heard today, are accretive. And I think the word that I wrote down was expansive, right? This is a fundamental difference as well in mindset, in ethos. Next slide, please. Brands and agencies are fixated on scale. They're fixated on numbers, and the bigger, the better. Right, when they talk about the number one metric in the agency world and the brand world is impressions, and they want to talk about millions. Whereas DAOs are more qualitative, right? So it's not quantity, it's the value that the DAO has, right? And it's going to be very hard to have a DAO at this particular stage with 700 members and try to tell an agency or brand person that 700 members have intrinsically more value to their brand than 7 million impressions. It's a hurdle that you're going to have to get through. And there's ways, right? Okay, next slide, please. Brands and agencies do not like risk. They like rules. As much as brands and agencies, or agencies in particular, would decry the GDPR that's gone down, they actually kind of like it. I was in the spirit space for a long time. There's the discus regulations, there's all these age gating regulations, et cetera. This is what keeps brands and agencies grounded, and they know how to play in those fields. Any uncertainty turns them off. DAOs live in uncertainty. It's actually kind of the thing that makes them really cool, right? They are risk takers. Brands and agencies typically are risk averters. Next agency slide, please. Brands and agencies want to own the IP. Pure and simple, DAOs share. Brands and agencies want to lock something up, have it for themselves, take their Legos and put them in their closet. DAOs tend to want to share in the value creation, right? So these are some fairly significant hurdles for everyone to understand when trying to contemplate, hey, do we want to bring a brand on board? Do we want to work with an agency, right? These are not only organizational and hierarchical change kind of differences, but they're also mindset differences. They're cultural differences. And so I'm pointing these out in order for awareness, so that there's ways that you can have conversations, ways that you can have relationships that take into consideration these fundamental disconnects. Okay, next slide, please. So for the past, let's say 40 years of modern marketing, it's been predicated on what was called 4 Ps, right? Product, price, place, and promotion. This is what was kind of taught in all the business schools, right? In all the business books, the positioning books and all that. About 4 years ago, a new P came into the scene. It's called purpose, right? And I think purpose can be that bridge or that Duolingo between DAOs and brands and their agencies. Purpose could be that bridge. Next slide, please. So if you don't know about this thing called the Golden Circle, it's probably the 3rd most watched TED Talk on YouTube by a gentleman named Simon Sinek. And he came out with this talk, I think a decade ago, and it really caught fire. And the premise of the talk is that people don't buy what you have, people buy why you have it. People don't care what product you have, people care why you're in business in the first place. So he kind of posited that for most companies and brands, they really know what they do, right? What they sell, they sell widgets, they sell computers, they sell cars, etc. And some have some ownable IP about how they do it, right? So our cars are compact and sporty. Our cars are luxurious and badging, right? But very few companies understood why they were in business, why they existed. And psychologically speaking, Simon Sinek posits that that's what gets people interested. It's not the rational stuff of the what and the how, it's the why you exist. In total shorthand and pardon my French, people need to give a shit about you. And the way they give a shit about you is if you can articulate why you exist and why you matter. Not what you sell and how you sell it. Right, so this idea of the golden circle, and he wrote a book called Start With Why, right? Because his idea is if you're launching anything, is you don't start with the product or your methodology. You start with why would anyone give a shit about you? You start with the why first and you work out, right? And that why is how you explain your purpose in the world. Notice the term purpose. Ironically, or coincidentally, 4 years ago, the term brand purpose was the ANA marketing word of the year. So ANA is the Association of National Advertisers. All of a sudden, and you've seen the Super Bowl spots from 2-3 years ago, right before the pandemic and into the pandemic, all these spots about we make the world a better place, right? This is why we exist. We exist to change the world, help you live a better life, etc. Right? You started to see this messaging that started to articulate what was usually buried in page number 40 in the annual reports under corporate social responsibility, being elevated to a Super Bowl message. So the purpose, like the cause element of what a company was doing, started to become a lot more important in the messaging that the brand was doing. And agencies made a ton of money using Simon Sinek's Start With Why to go in, and parenthetically, one of my agencies did the exact same thing for 7 years, which is let us help you articulate your why. Let's go in there and find out what your ownable why is, right? And then we'll tell the world about it. So, next slide, please. So now you see brands and modern branding moving up the chain from corporate social responsibility. Hey, we gave $2 million, about $10 million, $50 million to Boys and Girls Club of America, to cause-related marketing. You always, know about the Red, Project Red, or the Loads of Hope, or the pink tops on YoPlay, right? You see these kind of cause, like buy this and we'll donate something to someone, to some organization. And now it's becoming purpose-related marketing, and then purpose brands, like Tom's Shoes, like REI, like Ben & Jerry's, who 2 years ago made an announcement that they're in the business of dismantling white supremacy. An ice cream, and they're serious, and they're doing it, trying to do it, right? So you see this elevation that about 10 years ago, all these brands were just playing in kind of like the cause space. Now they're elevating up into the purpose space, right? Next slide, please. And when you see that there's different levels of purpose, this is where DAOs can actually start to play. Because my contention to you is that DAOs need to connect their purpose, right, with either the big P purpose of the company, right, your why, like Verizon is, we create the networks that move the world forward, to a brand, right? So how does this brand show up in the lives of their customers? So for instance, for Huggies is helping to navigate the unknown of babyhood. To the small P, which is I think is one of the most underlooked purposes, which is the customer purpose. How can I live a better life? How can I get this problem solved? I want to go here. Can you help me? I have a problem. What can I do? You're solving those things. That's a purposeful way of going into marketing and advertising. So the key, next slide, please. The key is to align a DAO's purpose with a brand's purpose. Let me stop for a second here. It's becoming increasingly clear to me as an observer that a DAO's mission is not its purpose. And many, many DAOs confuse mission or vision for its purpose, right? I've seen so many different missions and visions that sound a lot like the what of that golden circle. It's not the why, right? So DAOs, much like brands, need to really start looking at how to articulate their why. Why would anyone give a shit about them? Not the product that they're going to build, that's a what. Not the problem that they're trying to solve, that's a how, right? Not the solution that they're trying to provide. Those aren't deep enough. So I urge everyone to just take a look at that Simon Sinek video on YouTube to really understand and start asking some hard questions about getting to the why. But when you do, now you have shorthand to go to any brand, right? And start comparing notes. Hey, your why seems like it's our why. Can we work together? That's the first step, really. What's the client or brand's purpose and does it fit with ours? First check mark. If it doesn't, walk away. It does, continue the conversation. Next slide, please. Second question that a DAO should ask a brand or the agency that's representing the brand. Other than financial, what value does the brand offer to our members or audience? Right? Take money off the table. So one of the shorthand ways of finding a why is, if we weren't in the business of making money, what are we in business for? Right? That can get you to an answer about what value you truly bring, if it's not just money. Next slide, please. Does this brand take risks? Ask that question. And listen to the answer. Does it feel like this brand or this agency that you want to work with Do they feel a little too risk averse? Because if they are, they're not for you. And ask, like what? What kind of risks do you take? And really listen to that. Because that kind of risk tolerance or the ability to try new things is going to be the thing that's going to create the relationship long-term between a brand and a DAO. If you feel that they're not taking risks, walk away. And last question, do you have any Web3 natives on your team? Pure and simple. Now, right about now, I bet that 95% of every agency in North America would say no, but. No, but. We have really great digital people, digital tech. We have great SEO, right? Or no, but we're going to hire some folks, right? That's going to, in the next year, there's going to be, the answer is probably going to be yes, and. Yes, and we work on these projects. But for now, really try to query out, are there Web3 natives in this organization that can actually understand this ecosystem? Because for agencies and brands right now, particularly in the DAO space, it is so new and unknown that you might find yourself hand-holding them rather than them giving value to your DAO. Next slide, please. And so it's important that if you are, when you think about DAO roles, for instance, right? Developer, community manager, content creator, designer, product manager, finance, etc. You may want to start thinking about who is the person that will be the interface between brands and agencies. You're going to need to have that person sooner than later because brands will come knocking on your door. And if you take that knock, if you open the door, they're going to probably introduce you to their agencies. And you're going to need someone that can translate the values and the purpose of your DAO into the ecosystem of brands and agencies who are not adept at understanding what a DAO does at the moment, who have these fundamental ethos differences. And that person has to interface with the ad agency and brand. And quite frankly, if you're going brand direct, I really would recommend starting to work with the community manager. Probably the closest role within the brand or ecosystem that you would want to create like Kismet or MindMeld. And if I was working with the ad agency, I would ask them, I wouldn't go to their digital department, I would go to their experiential department. The people who put on big events and sponsored events for that brand or for other brands, who know how to create community in the IRL space, because they will have an intrinsic understanding of how to create community in the URL space. And that's the interface that you'd like to create between them. Okay, so that's it for me. Thank you. Thanks for listening. I have 5 minutes if there's any questions. Appreciate it.
The question.
Hi, just a quick one. Could you give an example of a DAO being different, its purpose from its mission that you said?
Here. Oh, thanks. I think Friends with Benefits has a purpose that is different than a mission. And I think Friends with Benefits, you're aware of Friends with Benefits? Yeah, kind of. You know, ostensibly, I think the purpose of Friends with Benefits is to project a new way of thinking for creators and for technologists coming together to create products. I'm not totally positive. I don't remember what their mission statement is. I just noticed that a lot of times when I read white papers, I am struck by how DAOs articulate their purpose as mission that is eerily similar to how brands used to talk about, you know, when you walk into a brand's office and they have their mission statement on the wall and it says nothing. It's, you know, we're here to provide the world and our employees with opportunities to blah, 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 blah.
right? And it doesn't get to the core. That's a very rational statement. It's the what, right? And the why is more along the lines of who's my enemy, right? Who's my enemy? Is it apathy? Is it lack of diversity? Is it hunger? Right? And so it becomes a bigger mission. So if you could elevate your mission statement into something that creates a more visceral, a more emotional connection rather than a rational one, it starts to become a purpose statement rather than a mission statement.
Any other questions?
Hi. Great talk. Thank you so much. My question goes, so you mentioned that there is likely going to be a person that sits between brands, ad agencies, and DAO. What exactly does this person do? That's my first question. My second question is, do you think in the future, each brand, such as Nike, Adidas, is going to have their own DAO, or there's going to be a delegated DAO for a lot of brands? For example, sports category. 2 questions.
Great question. So let me answer the second one first. Yes, absolutely. I think every brand is going to want to have its own DAO, 100%. If they can have their own fans and create value for their own fans on an ongoing basis and not lose any of that value or have a third party extract that value, whether it's a gated community like Facebook or something else, they would want to create that value, and because they know that they're going to have lifelong fans forever if they do. To your first question, I think the key component to that person is to make sure that the value to the community is not diluted in any way or adulterated in any way by the brand or agency that is working with it. So it's almost like a bouncer to the community, right? But think about like bouncers. I'm going to sound so terrible and sexist, I apologize, right? But if you're 5 guys deep in this nightclub on Friday night and there's a bouncer out there, you're probably not going to get in as fast as the 3 girls that are walking out of the limo. Apologize, I'm sorry, that's very sexist, but I'm just saying. So that the bouncing element that you have is, how do I add value to the vibe? How do I add to the appeal, the sexiness, the attractiveness of other members to come into my DAO, and keep out the riffraff, right? So that person is going to be first and foremost the bouncer to the DAO, but also a translator, right? A translator that can understand what the brand and its agency wants to accomplish for the brand in highly ROI-able ways. We want awareness, we want sales, we want affinity, whatever those things are, and create and be the translator to, this is how we can work together. This is how we could create a campaign or create a messaging hierarchy or create some events or sponsorships and whatnot that adds value to the community, to the DAO, but also achieves your ROI-able metrics. And if they don't meet, then they don't meet. You don't have to force it. Because right now, brands can just buy into their metrics. They can go to a Facebook right now and just buy their eyeballs. They're going to have a much harder time doing that with DAOs.
We have one more question right here.
Hey. Hey, Max. That's a great story about why a brand wants to work with a DAO. Why would a DAO want to work with a brand?
Oh.
Or the nice version of it is which DAOs and what kinds of DAOs are going to want to work with brands?
It's a great question. I mean, on the very, very, very base level, money, right? Growth, access to certain infrastructure or tooling or media that might help the DAO, whether it's to grow or to articulate itself or to, kind of like actualize itself a little bit more. The other is, if you can find, like for instance, I mean, I think of Lynx DAO, if you know, right? I think Lynx DAO would want to work with a Ping or a Wilson or a Titleist, right? in order to create value add to the membership, right? So hey, every member of LinksDAO gets a personalized golf bag, or we're going to work with, I don't know, I'm not a golfer, some club, right? To give, there's 10,000 of us. They're going to give us 10,000 clubs for you guys to try out, and they're going to aggregate the stories or the feedback from you guys trying this out, and they might create a campaign out of it, right? Where they might have like, hey, check out our new putter, road tested by LinksDAO, by 10,000 members at LinksDAO, right? So there's becomes that kind of symbiotic relationship where, hey, members of LinksDAO get some swag, some cool stuff, some only they get, but then the brand can say, we're LinksDAO approved, right? Or we have a relationship with LinksDAO, et cetera. So I think not all DAOs can have that really kind of immediate commercialization that LinksDAO has, but they're certainly opening up doors between this two-way street between value to members and value to brand.
And I think the answer, actually, you mentioned this earlier, in that sometimes in lieu of seeking funding and in lieu of taking private equity or some other type of investment, you can actually utilize a brand as a funding mechanism. So a brand that has a lot of bank can actually fund DAOs and fill their treasury so that they don't have to take venture capital or something else at a more expensive rate.
Correct.
So Max, thank you so much. That was a great talk. This is going to be our last session, and this is really a treat because, my next guest needs introduction, and his next guest needs no introduction. So here's Eric Mack.
Let's just come on up, Pablo. Pablo from MoonDAO, everybody. Give that a test. Get another mic. Test. All right.
Hello.
All right, I got my Red Bull to get us to the end and to have some energy left for the MoonDAO full moon party come up. So, so this is, Pablo, go ahead and say your last name for me, just so we get it on the record and I don't butcher it.
So I have a hyphenated last name, but it'd be said Moncada La Ortiz.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're trying to be fancy, it's Moncada La Ortiz. Yeah,
all right, there you go, ladies. Great, so we're here because of MoonDAO, this fantastic success story that's literally going to space. But before that, you were involved in another even more well-known success story, and that's ConstitutionDAO. So why don't we start by tell me a little bit about yourself, your background, and how you ended up part of ConstitutionDAO.
Yeah, for sure. So I worked in big tech for about 3 years. I worked at Google in virtual reality, and I worked at Waymo doing autonomous cars. But ultimately, I guess I just saw the whole DAO crypto revolution, and I aligned a lot more with the values. I felt like, something that has great potential to change the power structures in the world. And I kind of wanted to get into the fight, a little bit. I wanted to see where this thing was really going to go and maybe, try to shape it. And so I quit early in 2021, my regular job to focus on DAOs full time. And there I worked at I'm still working on a project called Junto DAO. And somewhere along the way, ConstitutionDAO happened. And, for me, it was I'm a huge fan of Ben Franklin. I love, I don't know, he's just a really interesting character in U.S. history. And
flying kites in the rain.
Yeah. So I love the whole, I don't know, the idea of like there have been a bunch of DAOs that have been thinking about like writing like something like a DAO Declaration of Independence for the metaverse, or like something like that, or a DAO Constitution. So there's like a lot of these ideas floating out around there. And not only that, but I mean, I guess the first time I saw ConstitutionDAO, I thought like, oh, this is kind of silly, like just buying a piece of paper, like one of 13 copies of a piece of paper. But then I was like, wait, there's like a lot of symbolic weight here, and this could be the moment where DAOs really through to the public consciousness. So yeah, I thought that, you know, I kind of wanted to help out. So I started reaching out and then got involved.
And so ConstitutionDAO famously raised over $40 million for an auction to buy a copy of the US Constitution, but then failed to win that auction. That happened on a Thursday. You exited ConstitutionDAO the day before. So share what you will about why that happened, why that went down.
Yeah. Well, so it was like, imagine like 30 to 40 strangers, like in their early 20s. They've all just suddenly been thrown into this like insane world where, you know, they're raising millions of dollars. There's a lot of status, you know, power, yeah, money on the line, and there were like kind of, I guess, like internal power plays, and just like I characterize it as Moloch. So Moloch, the demon of human miscoordination, and Moloch was very active in those chats. You know, there was, you know, at first, like I think in general for DAOs, having private chats creates it creates a misalignment between the core contributors and the will of the DAO, and so there was just a lot of there was a lot of tension externally coming in from people who didn't know what was going on and people who wanted to help out. And then there's a lot of tension internally because there's just all these people that, you know, have suddenly raised millions of dollars. And I think that it expressed itself over time in just like these clashes back and forth. And at one point I was just like, you know, I tried to push, I guess, as much as I could for the values that I had internally, and I just kind of hit a wall. Like at some point, it was just like not happening, and yeah, I was like, all right, well, yeah.
You're out of there. Well, I mean, it wasn't too long after ConstitutionDAO that MoonDAO sprung up. I think beginning of December, right?
Yeah. So MoonDAO formed after ConstitutionDAO left their Discord. Basically, they kind of abandoned the project, and then you had like all this energy, all these people that kind of like they wanted a place to run, I guess, or like they were like, whoa, like this is crazy. Like I didn't know this was possible. I didn't know people could raise this much money. I didn't know that, you know, just any person could coordinate on a Discord and make this happen. So there's just a lot of energy there, and there were a few other Discords that popped up after ConstitutionDAO kind of broke up, and one of them was a DAO that was trying to vote on what they wanted to buy, and one of the things that they wanted to buy was the biggest lunar asteroid in the world, and I thought this was really exciting. Just kind of the meme potential of buying the biggest rock, but not only that, it's like a moon rock. So like we're going to the moon, and, you know, it's kind of dumb. But then we started to realize like, okay, there's actually something here. There's something here in that like space is this new frontier, and so is crypto, and there is massive potential to unify people around the world to you know, coordinate in these new ways. And you know, we haven't been to the moon since 1976, but we're going to have that capability again. And how do we want to do it? Do we want like a World Economic Forum, like government, like, you know, global government that just decides what the power structure is top down, or do we want something different where, you know, people just kind of come together and decide like for themselves how they want to like collaborate and work together, and, you know, eventually go to the moon as a DAO.
Cool. You know, I was down in New Mexico last summer when Richard Branson went to space with Virgin Galactic for the same time, and being there as a member of the press, I definitely felt a little bit co-opted into, you know, some grand planetary PR campaign, and you know, I actually feel pretty passionately that I find it a bit disturbing that basically, three men are kind of determining, well, really one man is kind of determining our direction in space as a species. So can you talk a little bit more kind of about the mission of MoonDAO with respect to the future of human space exploration? Is that part of it?
Yeah, so our mission is to decentralize access to space research and exploration. And so in 2022, our big goal is to send one of our members out into space, or multiple of our members. And this is, in a way, sort of like a marketing gimmick. It's just a way of really saying, like, wow, like, these DAO people, like, they can do all these crazy things. Like, they can raise all this money. They can literally, go out into space. And our long-term roadmap really is more focused on funding community projects. So collaborating with different, like, we have a huge Chinese community that's totally awesome. We have people from Africa, from Europe, from South America, and like, we're trying to figure out, how do we collaborate? How do we translate things, from one group to another? And it's just, the energy in there is just incredible. Like, I think space really just captures a lot of people's imagination. So we're attracting, like, some incredible engineers, like, incredible, just, like, very bright minds. And I think that, like, a DAO is very well positioned to compete with these private companies, and so, like, for example, SpaceX can only hire people in the United States. Like, they have a massive talent shortage. But something like a DAO, like, you can permissionlessly and, like, in a decentralized way, just bottom up, start funding, like, crazy projects. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility for something like a DAO to, purchase a small aerospace company, or, start coordinating its own plans with rockets. And that's sort of where I hope things move. Yeah.
So, like, what strikes me is you didn't have to still be here. I mean, this is a project that, it kind of started, like you said, as kind of a joke. We're going to buy a big moon rock, and then it became a much bigger thing with much bigger resources than I think you imagined. You were going to raise about $450,000, and you ended up at the time with several million worth of ETH. So was there ever any time where you're like, okay, this was just going to be a meme, man, and now we're actually doing all this stuff? Did you ever want to hand it over to somebody else, or what made you want to stick with it? Was it something you were passionate about all the way, and you were hiding behind the meme, or?
Yeah, I like to think of it as like a tightrope. So, like, I feel like DAOs work best when they are fun, but they also have some, like, meaningful thing behind it. So yeah, it did start out as sort of like, it's like, our token is called Mooney, like money, but Mooney. Shout out to my friend Chris, who came up with that. But yeah, like, it's like, I think that like, there is a lot of potential to be captured just by making a fun community, something that people like to, like, work on. And not only that, but then set up incentives so they get paid more than their traditional jobs. So yeah, I mean, we started out raising, or our goal in the beginning was to raise $450,000, which was the quoted Virgin Galactic price for a ticket. And then it got out of hand, basically. It really, yeah, just took off in a way that, I mean, it's not that, like, I hoped that it would take off in this way, but then when it actually happens, you're like, wow, like,
Right.
It was just a really wild ride. But I think, like, we have a long-term roadmap, and we're not just like a short-term, like, just buying tickets and going up and then that's it. We really do intend to be a competitor to these private space companies, and work in a totally different way than these, like, traditional companies have been run. So yeah, like, I'm in it for the long term for sure. And yeah, like, I think that the potential for something like this is huge, because space is going to be probably the greatest wealth generation opportunity of our lifetimes. Just all the materials that are out there, and just basically, if you create any sort of, like, colony or something on another planet, then the company that does the trade in between the two civilizations is going to be, like, insanely, like, they're going to be insanely wealthy. So either we try to fix these problems that exist right now in these private companies where equity is just held by just a few people, and we basically have these like incredibly wealthy, just like super billionaire or trillionaires at this point, or we find new models of organization where the profits can be sort of distributed in a way that is like more equitable, more inclusive to everyone in the world, not just maybe like the United States. Yeah.
Is beating Elon to Mars on the roadmap anywhere?
I mean, he's got a pretty sizable head start. We made the Discord in November, end of November, November 24th. So this is only, what is that, like 2-3 months in, which is crazy. Like, yeah, we have a treasury now of, over $30 million. And so like, it's just like, we're still figuring out exactly how to, like, I think that if done correctly, if DAOs in general are done correctly, then the advantages of a DAO, they really speak for itself. Like they move at 10 times the pace that any company ever could. And you can get not just, maybe thousands of people working on an idea, but you can get, hundreds of thousands, millions of people working on something productively if you can set up the right incentives. So I really do believe in the technology, and I think that maybe we won't beat Elon to Mars. I don't know about that, but once we get there, what kind of governance structures and incentive structures do we want on Mars, and do we think that something like a DAO could offer new ways of coordination that might be better out there?
So what have you learned about that process so far as you've been, taking flight here in the last couple of months in terms of managing a community in which you've got people that a lot of them, I assume, just YOLO'd in because you're like, this is cool, we're going to the moon, we got Mooney tokens, and then you've got, people that are passionate about the mission, and then maybe people that are more forward-looking with the roadmap, like where are we going to find the engineers to start doing this? How do you manage all that in one community? Have you figured anything out yet? Any tips?
Yeah, it's really crazy actually. Like there are a lot of just degens that want to pump the coin as much as possible, and that's like it's tricky with governance because it's like you want some amount of like you want the token price to go up. I think like that's nice for everyone in the community, but there are short-term ways to do that and long-term ways to do that. And I think the long-term ways to do that will vastly outperform anything that can be done in the short term in terms of like, burning treasury or doing things like that. So, I mean, I think over time, like definitely in the beginning in MoonDAO, we had a lot of people that were very focused on the price of the token and how to maximize it. But over time, like we've built it's really cool. It's like a self-reinforcing culture at this point. Like new entrants that come in, they just start to talk to people on the Discord, and they see that like, okay, this isn't just like a meme token. Like these people are like serious. Like they want to do something real, and then I think like that just energizes them more. So we have a really, really strong community, and yeah, it's really cool.
One thing I'm pretty sure some people in this room might be interested in is, you raised millions on Juicebox. How? Like, what was the secret? Was it just the meme?
Yeah. There are a lot of investors in China that love this stuff, and I think that there's definitely some of that. I think one of the most important things is to basically prove that you're not a scam. Like first of all, so like really, really strongly signaling that like this isn't just like a money grab for like the people running it, and so that was really important. Basically, like docs multi-sig, we didn't take any cut, we didn't take any pre-mine of the token. We basically set everything up as like the thing that I try to reiterate all the time in our town halls is like abundance mindset. Like try like the less that we take now, basically, the more there is for everyone else. And so, yeah, I think basically, yeah, strong signaling that you're not a scam, and then, yeah, reaching out to, well, yeah, I think doing really ambitious things that capture people's imagination, not just in like one area, but like something like going to the moon is like a shared dream that like people from all over the world can get behind. So I think that there's something interesting there that like the more outlandish and ambitious a mission is, the more it like energizes people, the more that they're like, okay, like if these people actually go to the moon as a DAO, like this is going to be insane. I want in, you know, and even if it's just for the ride, just to see what happens, to see if it, you know, like I think DAOs in general is just like a massive experimental space. So a lot of people are just experimenting with stuff, and they want to see, okay, what's going on here, you know? Like I'll buy the token, see what's happening, you know, and then I think we're changing a lot of people's minds.
Sure, having that virality is always a good thing when you're trying to crowdfund as well. And I mean, I think it speaks volumes that you know, you were involved in two of the biggest juice box raises so far. Did you learn anything from the ConstitutionDAO experience that you have applied or are applying now to MoonDAO?
Yeah, definitely. I think the most important thing that I learned is transparency, and I think that DAOs basically need, if you want to get the right network effects and the right community in place, you need to be extremely transparent, because if you're not transparent, if you're basically bottlenecking information, then that causes centralization, which means that you're missing all of the network effects that can occur. So something that's really important with MoonDAO is making sure that everything, all the work is public, and it's a double-edged sword. Like you definitely get like you're basically just telling everyone what your plans are, right? Like if any competitor came out with like MoonDAO, and we've had like a lot of copycat DAOs, I guess, but anyone can see exactly what we're trying to do and all the work that we're doing. But I think that in order to truly be decentralized, you need to be transparent. And so like ConstitutionDAO suffered from a transparency issue, and then like Assange DAO recently, which was the biggest like raise, they surpassed ConstitutionDAO. They had a similar issue where they were doing everything in kind of these private chats, and they lost the trust of the community. They started making decisions that the community wasn't in alignment with, and then yeah, I think that it's just transparency is key. I think that's like one of the biggest learnings that I've had so far.
So when are we going to see a MoonDAO member in space, and what are the odds it's you?
So the tickets that we are looking to purchase, those we'd be sending someone out in mid-year, so this year, in a few months. So that's pretty exciting. Whether or not it's me, I mean, I'd love to go. Like, I think it's like that'd be like just the experience of a lifetime. But I don't want to make it about like, you know, me or anything like that. So I'd really rather it be, well, so yeah, maybe I can talk a little bit about the mechanism that we're looking at for how to decide who's going to be chosen. So we basically are going to sell like a bunch of NFTs at a low price. So I want it to be something so that like even my like little brother could like buy one of these things, you know, something like relatively cheap. And then we'll raffle it off. So basically, maybe we'll choose something like 100. We haven't really decided the number yet, but a smaller pool of people, and then they can kind of release their story or their candidacy for why they should be chosen and what they want to do in space, and then we can use the governance token to basically vote on who we feel like is like represents MoonDAO's values best, or is most kind of like aligned with our mission, or wants to do something funny in space. Yeah, so I think it'll be really interesting.
So we got a couple of minutes left. Tell me about Junto. I knew I'd screwed this up. Junto DAO?
Yeah, Junto.
Yeah, okay.
That works, yeah.
What's your other project?
Yeah. So I've been working on Junto for about a year and a half, and this is I guess a project that's really close to my heart. Something that I think at the end of the day, DAOs have the massive promise of changing how people organize bottom up, and this is, you know, obviously a big threat to the powers that be. So like, for example, Canada recently passed that emergency act to you know, prevent I think it was like prevent crypto fundraising in Canada and then freeze accounts of people who were participating in the trucker stuff that was going on. And there's sort of like a suppressing of the human spirit, in my opinion. If people can organize more efficiently or start, sharing resources in a way that helps each other out, then they no longer really have to be at the mercy of these power structures, which, and there's just a very misaligned incentives between the ownership class and the rest of the world. And I think that these DAO tools basically offer a new way to align the ownership class and the user class, whatever you want to call it. So Junto is basically the idea is to make communities that own their entire incentive structure. So kind of sovereign communities in a way where they totally they own their monetary policy of their community. They own how assets are distributed, their governance, etc. And the idea is for these to be real world communities. So something like I come from a smaller village in Spain, and they kind of already do this just ad hoc, but they don't have their own token. So if you could give some of these communities the ability to totally own their entire incentive structure, I think that could really unlock a ton of human potential. So yeah, that's.
So Junto coming soon to Juicebox?
Maybe. We'll see.
Well, any last thing you want to share about what's up next for MoonDAO?
So our 2022 goal is to send people up, and we should be able to do that in the next few months. And then after that, the thing that I'm really, really excited about is basically doing DAO token swaps, so investing in other DAOs and other communities. So when I said that we're investing in other space projects, interfacing with the traditional companies is kind of tough. Interfacing a DAO with a hierarchical company kind of has to force the DAO to also be hierarchical in a way. So what I'm really, really excited about is to find other communities that are in the, that align with the mission of kind of going to space, of rallying engineering resources, and then I really love this new mechanism of investing in communities where you can do a token swap. So basically, this isn't just a one-time investment. It's okay, now we're aligned and we can leverage each other's communities. We can basically scale the mission in an insane way. So imagine, our community, I think we have 7-point-something thousand on Twitter, right? And then, we find another community that has 5K on Twitter. Now we've basically doubled our resources, just doing these token swaps. And, maybe the branding around it is different, but then you can start to basically have all these synergies between communities. And I think that model is going to be unstoppable. I really don't see it I don't see these other companies keeping up. So, yeah.
So how about, to prove the point, we'll go ahead and do a token swap, and we'll use that to pay for a party that starts in 25 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Sounds good. All right, Pablo, thanks so much.
Well, thank you.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you, Pablo. Any questions out there for him? You could raise your hand if you do have a question for Pablo. No? Well, you heard the man. 25 minutes back here. We'll have a party. That's it for our program today. I do recommend you come early tomorrow because we're going to start a little bit earlier, and we have an action-packed program with our 12 lawyers, Charles Hopkins, the founder of Cardano, and some really awesome panels and speakers. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you for tuning in to Freak Radio 88.9 on your FM dial. We're coming at you with all the hit music from uptown to the downtown to the Motown to the Paradise Garage. Taking you back to 88, 89, 90, 91, 92.